Chapter 542. Bajang County was very small. Even though it was the administrative center of a province, the city was dilapidated and didn't have many decent buildings. The people under the rule of the Man province were mainly the Xie Man, the Miao people of later generations. Most of them lived scattered on the mountain ridges, so the place where the province was located was not very useful. Naturally, it was difficult to develop it into a large city. However, the mansion of the Song clan was still worthy of their status as the #1 clan in Bajang. It was a large mansion that occupied an extremely large area, with halls, and pavilions. It was lofty and imposing, and it was quite imposing. The front yard of the mansion was the provincial governor's mansion and the county yamen, and the backyard was where the Song clan members lived. Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo took the 3 imperial envoys into the mansion and settled them down. They also held a banquet to entertain them. During the banquet, they made some indirect inquiries and found out that the purpose of the 3 imperial envoys' visit was very different from Liu Guangye's. They faintly had the intention of opposing Liu Guangye. Song Chumeng and Uncle Song Wanyo were as if they had seen their savior and were immediately overjoyed. However, after thinking about it, they became cautious again. They weren't sure if these people were really here to cause trouble for Liu Guangye or if they were just putting on an act. Officials protecting each other was not something exclusive to the Man province's officialdom, so the two of them didn't dare to speak of Liu Guangye's various atrocities in the Man province. Song Chumeng was crafty and used a tone of praise to brag about Liu Guangye's great achievements in the Man province. Sun Yuxuan and the other two people's expressions immediately darkened. The 3 of them were not cruel officials. Hu Yuanli was full of a sense of justice, Ma Qiao was born a commoner, and even though he was now a military officer, he didn't think of himself as an official. They couldn't accept this kind of indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Even though Sun Yuxuan had been an official of the Ministry of Justice since Zhong Qujin was the Minister of Justice, he was the same as them. Sun Yuxuan was a scholar. In short, he was a bookworm, and a bookworm that stuck to certain conventions. That was why even though he had memorized a stomach full of books, he always felt that his ability to handle official matters in the Ministry of Justice was insufficient. This was why he received the nickname of difficult to write. Ever since Zhong Qujin and Zhu Xing came into power, the Ministry of Justice had always been strict and cruel. Sun Yuxuan, however, was a rare simple and honest person among this group of cruel officials. His style was also incompatible with these cruel officials. Fortunately, his position was similar to that of the archives in the future. He didn't have much power, so no one had coveted his position. Now that they had left the capital together with Yang Fan, their position was already at odds with the imperial censorate. Now that they had heard of Liu Guangye's evil deeds, naturally they were particularly conflicted. Song Chumeng observed their expressions and confirmed that these 3 people really did not agree with Liu Guangye's actions. Only then did she signal to her nephew for Song Wanyo to pour out his grievances to the 3 imperial envoys. The crimes committed by Liu Guangye in the barbarian province were too numerous to list. The 3 of them were filled with righteous indignation. Hu Yuanli slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, "He is simply devoid of conscience. Provincial Governor Song, where is Liu Guangye now?" Song Chumeng sighed and said, "Early in the morning, Imperial Envoy Liu went to the countryside with the soldiers that this provincial governor had allocated to him. This provincial governor has never meddled in his affairs. I also don't know which village he went to today." Yang Fan whipped the horse as if it was flying, galloping on the small mountain path. A strand of wild grass poking out from the grass by the side of the road was scraped by the horse's leg, violently swaying a few times. Before it could stop swaying, Yang Fan's figure had already disappeared an arrow's length away. The horse was a good horse, its body strong and graceful, its muscles well developed, its neck smooth and delicate, its body beautifully streamlined. When it galloped, its large hooves stomped on the ground with great force. However, it was currently in a very sorry state. All 4 of its legs were covered in mud, its entire body steaming hot, like a steamer that had just been opened. Even the horse's manner was drenched in sweat. "This won't do. More haste, less speed. If I keep going like this, it'll die of exhaustion. I have to rest in a while." It'll be best if there's a stream to water the horse. As Yang Fan pondered, the whip that he had lashed out of habit abruptly stopped in midair. Yang Fan had been waiting for Xuanqi and Zhezhu in Yaoju. Finally, the two of them had come, along with a great ghost master of the Crowman tribe. A ghost master was a shaman who was the chief priest of a tribe. In a small tribe, the chief of the tribe would also be the ghost master. For example, the female leader of the Crowman tribe who had given her wolf fang necklace to Yang Fan was also the chief priest of the tribe. For a large tribe like the Crowman tribe, which had more than 100,000 people, politics and religion had long been separated. There were special people who were the chief priests of the tribe. Meng Zhezhu had brought the great ghost master of their tribe. He actually wanted him to preside over the ceremony and become sworn brothers with Yang Fan. Yang Fan readily agreed to Meng Zhezhu's request. Therefore, under the auspices of the great ghost master, the two of them held a simple but solemn ceremony. They broke an arrow to swear an oath and became sworn brothers. At the grand bonfire banquet held for them that night, Yang Fan asked Xuanqi about the contents of the imperial edict that Wu Zetian had given to Pei Huaigu. Yang Fan finally knew why Wu Zetian had turned from arrogant to respectful. The Crow and White barbarians of Yaoju had rebelled. The Feng family of East Lingnan had rebelled. The barbarians of West Lingnan were also restless. Wu Zetian was not a stupid person. Perhaps she was a little suspicious, but no matter what, she did not believe that these barbarians had the ability and the price to convince the Crowman, White barbarian, Li Liao, Xiaman, and many other ethnic groups to support them in rebellion. It was obvious that the people of the imperial censorate were used to being domineering in the capital. Even if the officials were the prime ministers, as long as they fabricated a crime of rebellion, they could only be slaughtered by them. These ruthless officials had already developed a supercilious mentality. They did not care about the barbarians at all. They were unscrupulous wherever they went. The places where the criminals were exiled were mostly inhabited by the barbarians. The economy was backward, the people were tough, and the people lacked Taoism. These ruthless officials could do well in the capital. In these places where even the court could only use force and kindness, they used force to suppress the barbarians. This would definitely anger the barbarians and cause a strong backlash. The rebellion reported by the imperial censorate was considered true. However, this rebellion was not planned by the barbarians. It was orchestrated by this group of ruthless officials. Wu Zetian was angry and hateful. She was afraid that the situation would get out of hand. Therefore, she issued an edict to Pei Huaigu, ordering him to kill Huang Jingrong on the spot if necessary in order to quell the unrest in Yaoju. On the other hand, she issued a secret edict to Yang Fan, urging him to hurry to the various roads where the officials of the imperial censorate were heading. He was to stop the imperial envoys from killing the innocent and inciting the people to rebel. She also gave him the authority to kill people on orders. This imperial edict was the secret edict that Sun Yuxuan accepted on his behalf. At the same time, Wu Zetian sent messengers to the imperial censorates who were patrolling the roads. She strictly reprimanded them and ordered them to stop the killing immediately to prevent the situation from escalating. However, these ruthless officials were scattered all over the roads. They traveled between the prefectures and counties. Sometimes, they even went deep into the mountains to capture the barbarians. The couriers were limited by their safety and travel routes. They might not be able to deliver the message in time. When Yang Fan learned of the truth, he bid farewell to Xuanqi and Zhezhu the next morning and headed east. Zhezhu provided him with 2 horses. They took turns to ride. Yesterday, when they passed by a mountain ridge, it happened to be raining heavily. The mountain road was dangerous, muddy and slippery. One of the horses lost its footing and fell into the mountain stream. In the end, this was the only horse left. If something were to happen to this horse, it would be even more difficult to continue on his journey. Seeing that the horse was exhausted, Yang Fan did not dare to urge it any further. He had the horse gradually slow down. When they reached the middle of the mountain, the narrow mountain path became even more difficult to traverse. The branches and vines on both sides of the path almost buried the path. It seemed like it would take a long time for a pedestrian to pass by. Yang Fan dismounted from the horse. Holding the reins, he brandished the scabbard and hacked away at the vines and branches to clear a path. As he continued forward, he suddenly sensed something strange. He had just stopped when a long shadow suddenly shot out from the underbrush in front of him. Young Fan was shocked. He thought that it was a long snake. Fearing that the snake was poisonous, he swung his saber at the long shadow. The saber fell and the long shadow was cut in half. With a plop, it fell back into the underbrush. Young Fan took a closer look and saw that it was a rope. How could there be a horse-tripping rope in such a desolate and uninhabited place? Young Fan immediately knew that something was wrong. He arched his back and wanted to run back, but in that instant, all the strength in his body seemed to be sucked out. His vision blurred and he fell to the ground with his head raised. A few people slowly stood up from the thicket. Their heads were wrapped in green scarves and they wore green-lined shirts. Their lower bodies were hidden in the bushes and grass. Their faces were smeared with colorful paint, and they looked like mountain spirits and wild monsters that had suddenly emerged from the bushes. One of the dark-skinned middle-aged men was moving a blowpipe away from his mouth. Young Fan fell on the grassy path. A thin needle was stuck in his neck. At the end of the needle, there were a few strands of red light that were used for orientation. They gently trembled in the wind. This hair-thin blowpipe did not even cause the slightest ripple in the air when it flew. Even the most agile wild animals in the forest would not be able to detect it, let alone young Fan who had galloped all the way and was exhausted. Moreover, his attention had already been attracted by the horse-tripping rope. A few green-clothed men with animal tattoos painted on their faces walked out from the underbrush. The man who had shot the blow dart lowered his head to glance at young Fan, then looked at his exhausted steed. He frowned slightly and said in the barbarian language, "We seem to have caught the wrong person. This person has come from afar, he doesn't seem to be the spy of that dog of an imperial envoy." Another man fiercely said, "Who cares, he is also a Han person. Since we have caught him, we will kill him to pay with his life." After saying this, he slowly pulled out the saber from his waist. This saber was not long, only about 1 foot and 2 inches. This kind of saber was suitable for use in this kind of forest. A horizontal saber would not have any use in this kind of place. The body of the saber was curved outwards. There were 2 blood grooves on both sides of the blade, as well as 2 patterns in the shape of fingernails. The blade looked abnormally sharp and the hilt was not long. It was fixed with a bull's horn. "Xiefeng, don't mess around." The blowpipe man reprimanded him and ordered another person, "Search his body." That person complied and squatted down to search the unconscious young Fan's body. He took out a pile of items. When he unfolded the imperial edict, the blowpipe man could not help but be moved and said, "This yellow satin has a dragon drawn on it. This is an imperial edict. I have seen it before. That dog of an imperial envoy only brought this item and broke into our stronghold to randomly kill people. Even provincial Governor Song did not dare to control him." Xiefeng angrily said, "I said it was their people, and it was indeed true. This person might have given that dog of an order to harm people again. I will kill him." As Xiefeng said this, the sharp saber in his hand fiercely stabbed towards young Fan's chest. This time, the blowpipe man did not stop him. Chapter 543. The dog imperial envoy has returned to the city. Seeing the imperial envoy's flag fluttering on the street outside the city, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck Bajang County on a sunny day. The common people who went to the market to buy things, the old and the young, all fled to avoid it. The peddlers hurriedly packed up their things and fled without a trace. The shopkeepers hurriedly called for the shop assistants to close the door. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few broken bamboo baskets and a pile of rotten vegetable leaves left on the street. There was no one left. A mangy dog walked out of a small alley and looked suspiciously at the empty street. It slowly lightened its footsteps. It seemed that it also felt that something was wrong. It arched its back and cautiously took a few steps forward. It let out 2 low whimpers and suddenly ran into another alley with its tail between its legs. At the dilapidated city gate, Liu Guangye proudly rode a tall horse into the city gate. 2 horses followed closely behind him, and on each horse sat a person. They were the servants who had accompanied him from the censorate. They had followed Liu Guangye on this official mission and earned countless wealth and silk. They could play with women whenever they wanted, and they could decide people's life and death with a single word. At this moment, the two servants of the censorate were in high spirits as if they were the imperial envoy ministers. Behind them were the soldiers that Song Chumeng had sent to Liu Guangye. The soldiers' bamboo spears were pierced with bloody human heads, and some had 3 or 4 human heads strung on one spear. There were male and female heads, old and young. Some of them still had angry and scolding expressions on their faces, while others had their eyes tightly shut and their faces filled with grief. There was also the head of a child who still had a terrified expression on his face. However, although his mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open in fear, he could no longer cry or shed any tears. A noise came from a grocery store on the side of the road. The shopkeeper of the store curiously looked out through the crack of the door. As a result, a lazy soldier happened to walk past him, and the head on the spearhead was reflected in his eyes. It was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. After being stained with blood, she looked like a ferocious ghost. Her eyes bulged out in anger, like the whites of a dead fish. Thick blood flowed down from her neck, elongating and thinning. At the end of the bloodline, it converged into a single drop and fell in front of the shopkeeper's door. The shopkeeper was so scared that he fell on his butt and knocked over a basket of wild Rosa Roxburghi. No wonder the people on the streets were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Although the sun was shining brightly at this moment, who wouldn't feel as if their heart was wrapped in ice when they saw this scene? This scene was simply as terrifying and gloomy as a ghost king on patrol. At the very back, the soldiers were holding a group of captives. A group of Xieman. Xieman was later known as the Miao tribe. Because most of the leaders had the surname Xie, they were called Xieman. It was said that the Xiemen who were arrested were suspected of covering up for vagrants, but judging from their age, it seemed a little strange. These male captives were not very old, the oldest was only 11 or 12 years old. They were just a group of youths and children. The women were all very young, around 14 or 15 years old. Each place nurtured its own people. Although the mountains and rivers of Qianzhongdao were poor and the rivers were dangerous, the people that were raised were all very handsome. Looking carefully, the men and women that were captured by Liu Guangye all had delicate features, not a single one of them was ugly. Regardless of the men or women, their clothes were all colorful. At this time, there was very little difference in the clothes of the Xieman and the men. They were all dressed in homespun clothes, dyed with the color of the earth, with a colorful floral handkerchief on their heads, a pleated skirt on their bodies, and a pair of flowery shoes on their feet. But through their skillful craftsmanship, it gave people a magnificent and bright feeling. Regardless of their age, they all stared at Liu Guangye, who was riding on a tall horse with a look of hatred and resentment. It seemed that as long as there was a chance, they would pounce on Liu Guangye like a pack of wolves and tear him to pieces. But the sharp spears and swords on the shoulders of the surrounding soldiers reminded them not to act rashly. The provincial governor's mansion was in the west of the city. After Liu Guangye entered the city, he passed through the long street and went straight to the south of the city. The south of the city was the most desolate place in Beijiang County. There were not many households in that place, and since he arrived, it had become a hell on earth. No one dared to live there, and no one even dared to pass by. In the wasteland of the south of the city, there were countless wooden stakes erected there. Some had a complete corpse tied to them. Because the place where the criminals were executed was too far away and it was difficult to move the corpse, they only brought the head back and stuck it on the stake. It was noon, a time when the yang energy was flourishing, but it gave people an extremely gloomy feeling. Countless crows were pouncing on the corpses and pecking at their flesh. If someone occasionally passed by, they would be startled into flying away. Perhaps there would be smelly and dirty drops of blood falling from the sky. Perhaps it came from the beak of the crows, their claws, or perhaps it came from the piece of human flesh they were unwilling to let go of in their beaks. Liu Guangye first wanted to take his spoils of war to the south of the city and hang them on the empty wooden stakes. He hoped that by the time he left the Man province, the corpses here would have been pecked clean by the crows. He would then be able to use the ghastly white bones to build a capital view here. Of course, he also wanted to take the captives there to intimidate these Xieman people. He planned to castrate these young children and bring them back to the capital to be offered to the emperor as palace slaves. As for these beautiful Xiamen girls, whether it was keeping them for his own enjoyment or giving them away, they were both good choices. In the south of the city, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli were lying on the shafts of the carriage and vomiting until they were a complete mess. Although Ma Qiao looked relatively calm, his face was so black and blue that not a single trace of human color could be seen. When they heard Song Wanyo speak of Liu Guangye's atrocities, they were unable to restrain their anger. Unfortunately, Liu Guangye had already left the city and they didn't know where to go to find him. They heard that Liu Guangye had turned the south of the city into a charaba, a place for him to show off his evil deeds. The 3 imperial envoys couldn't resist coming to take a look so that they could later send a petition to impeach him. But as soon as the 3 of them came, they became like this. Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo also didn't look good. The air here was filled with the stench of corpses, making their heads hurt. Although these blood-stained evil deeds were all done by Liu Guangye, the ones who did the killing were their soldiers. When they came here, it was as if they could see countless wronged souls crying and wailing around them. How could their expressions be good? But they had no other choice. Although the Xiamen was also a large tribe, each cave, village, and stream were not under the command of each other. Their power was too loose. The places where the Xiamen, Eastern Xiamen, Southern Xiamen, and other large tribes lived were separated by countless mountains. It was difficult to communicate with each other. In fact, they had once been awe-inspiring. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the great leader of the Xiamen, Xie Longyu, had an army of tens of thousands and dominated an area. After Li Yuan recruited Xie Longyu, he appointed him as the provincial governor and conferred the title of Duke of Yelang. Then, he conferred the other chiefs such as Zhao Guozhen an official position no lower than Xie Longyu's. When Li Shimin became the emperor, he did the same thing as his father. He also conferred Xie Qiong, Xie Yuanshan, Zhao Mo, and the Song clan of Ba Jiang as provincial governors. Everyone was on equal footing, and no one belonged to anyone. This made it even harder for them to work together. As a result, up until now, the Xiamen was the most peaceful. Although Liu Guangye's actions were perverse, as long as he didn't force these chiefs into a dead end, the Song clan wouldn't be able to muster up the courage to oppose this imperial envoy who represented the imperial court. Hu Yuanli vomited for a long time. There was really nothing left to vomit. Panting, he straightened his back. When he raised his head, he saw a lonely head on a wooden pole. One of the eye sockets was empty, and the other had been pecked out by a crow. It hung below the eye socket. Hu Yuanli couldn't help but retch again. Song Chumeng sighed and took a water gourd from the carriage and handed it over. Hu Yuanli took the water gourd and said with difficulty, "Brother Chumeng, why did you bring this thing in the carriage?" Song Chumeng said awkwardly, "Just now, I advised the 2 imperial envoys not to come, but you refused to listen. I knew you would definitely have such a reaction, so I specially prepared water. To tell you the truth, the first time I came, I was in the same sorry state as the 2 of you. Sigh. Imperial envoys, let's go back." Hu Yuanli nodded repeatedly. All right, let's go back now." On the other side, Sun Yuxuan was also gargling with the help of Song Wanyo. With an ugly expression, he said, "Duke Ming, county magistrate's title, please send people to collect these corpses as soon as possible and choose a suitable place to bury the dead. Moreover, the weather is still a bit hot. With so many corpses, I'm afraid the plague will spread." Song Wanyo said with a troubled expression, "But, Imperial Envoy Liu," Hu Yuanli cut him off, "Liu Guangye, the 2 of us will naturally talk to him. Duke Ming need not worry," Song Wanyo said cheerfully. "In that case, Wanyo will obey the 2 imperial envoys' instructions. It's just that, these corpses, sigh. Even if they did something, they wouldn't be willing to collect them. With so many corpses, I'm afraid." Ma Qiao interrupted, "Bring some dry firewood over and burn this place down. Otherwise, before the poison is cleared, I'm afraid the whole city will be affected. I believe, these departed spirits won't blame us." As he spoke, he resisted the urge to vomit in his throat and didn't dare to look to either side. Song Chumeng also didn't want his city to turn into a ghost town, so he nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan hurriedly boarded the carriage and put down the curtains. They didn't dare to take another look at the hellish road, so they hurriedly left for the Song clan residence. Just as they left the boundary of the cemetery, they bumped into Liu Guangye's troops. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan had just calmed their tumbling stomachs when they heard that Liu Guangye had arrived. The two immediately rushed out of the carriage. Seeing the human heads carried on the shoulders of Liu Guangye and the soldiers behind him, Hu Yuanli couldn't help but tremble. He pointed his halberd at Liu Guangye and shouted with uncontrollable rage, "Liu Guangye, how dare you do such a cruel and heartless thing? This simple and pure land of peach blossoms has actually turned into a ghost town in the human world in your hand. Why you? You're cruel and tyrannical, unscrupulous, slaughtering the innocent, committing atrocities. I want to impeach you. I, Hu Yuanli, will use this future to impeach you and flick you until you die." Chapter 544. As soon as Liu Guangye saw Hu Yuanli, he was secretly shocked. Hu Yuanli and he were both imperial censors, although one was from the left censor department, the other from the right censor department. The two were like fire and water, but they worked in the same yamen. Naturally they knew each other. In his shock, Liu Guangye ignored Hu Yuanli's reprimand and said in shock, "Imperial censor Hu, how can you be here?" Hu Yuanli angrily said, "This official has received imperial orders to patrol the various roads, specifically to investigate and apprehend people who disregard human life as grass. Liu Guangye, you have committed many bloody crimes in the barbarian provinces. You have killed many innocent souls. The bamboo of Guannan Mountain, your crimes are not over. The waves of the Eastern Sea, your evil is not over. This official will definitely report the facts to the imperial court. If I do not bring you, Liu Guangye, to justice, to the world, Hu Yuanli will not rest." Liu Guangye heard that the imperial court had sent someone else to monitor their movements. He was even more shocked. But as soon as he heard Liu Guangye's accusation, Liu Guangye was displeased and temporarily suppressed the panic in his heart. His face darkened and he said, "Imperial censor Hu, you are a high-ranking official of the imperial court. How can you speak without thinking and slander this official? This official is carrying out an imperial order to handle a case. What crime have I committed? Treason should be executed. Hanging the corpses as an example to the public is to deter thieves and thieves. You slander me without reason. What proof do you have?" After Sun Yuxuan got off the carriage, he saw Liu Guangye had brought a lot of heads, and behind him were many young boys and girls. He was so angry that his face turned purple. If you asked him to memorize, he could talk endlessly, but if you asked him to scold people, he was not as eloquent as Hu Yuanli. If you asked him to list such a long list of crimes in one breath, it was not his forte. It was a skill practiced by the imperial censors. Therefore, he could only glare angrily from the side and let Hu Yuanli speak. Now that Liu Guangye dared to quibble in front of him, Sun Yuxuan laughed sorrowfully and said, "Proof? You still want proof?" He took 2 shaky steps forward. Sun Yuxuan was in the prime of his life. It was not that he was old, but when he thought of the horrendous scene he had just seen, the legs of this bookworm, who had never seen such a cruel and inhumane scene, suddenly trembled. According to the laws of the imperial court, even if there is a rebel, even if the relatives are not killed, the father, the young son, and the woman will not be killed. I saw the corpses with my own eyes. There were white-haired old men, children less than 10 years old, and many women and women. Most of the dead were old, young, women, and children. Liu Guangye. Could it be that an old man in his 70s also wanted to rebel? Could it be that even infants in swaddling clothes wanted to rebel? Could it be that those women also wanted to rebel? Liu Guangye, you deserve to die. Your sins are so heavy that even if you die 10,000 times, you still won't be able to atone for the numerous crimes you committed in the barbarian province. Liu Guangye calmed down and sat on the horse, gently clapping his hands. He smiled and teased, "Good. Well said. Well scolded. How impassioned. The two of you have red mouths and white teeth, echoing each other. It's even better than singing an opera." Liu Guangye put on an act and laughed 3 times towards the sky. Then his face darkened and he snorted, "Do you think I'm guilty just because you say I'm guilty? This imperial envoy is handling this case according to the imperial decree. Everything I do is for the imperial court. There is absolutely no selfishness. This official handles the case according to the justice. Why would I be afraid of the two of you slandering me? He glanced at the two of them with disdain and said, this official came here according to the imperial decree to handle the case of the vagrants rebelling. Since the two of you have the responsibility of supervising, then you can just watch from the side. This official does things with a clear conscience. In front of the emperor, I'm not afraid of fighting this lawsuit with you. Liu Guangye flicked his sleeve and ordered sternly, go. Hang the heads of the rebels on poles as a warning to others. Those soldiers were local officers and had to abide by the law in everything they did. But ever since they followed this imperial envoy Liu, they killed and robbed people, bullied men and women, and were even more bandits than bandits. Those days were truly joyful. Once a person's desires were unrestrained, the kindness in their heart would be eroded by greed until there was not much left. At the beginning, when they were assigned to Liu Guangye to listen to his orders, these soldiers were still quite disgusted with Liu Guangye, an outsider, riding roughshod over their heads. But after tasting the sweetness, they became obedient. Once they heard his orders, they immediately escorted the criminals and were about to continue forward. The conversation between the two was heard by the captured Xiamen soldiers. Some of them were not proficient in Chinese and did not understand what the two were talking about. Although some understood, they were afraid of the soldiers' swords and spears and did not dare to speak. But there was a girl who understood the contents of the conversation. Hearing that these two were also imperial envoys and hearing from their tone that they were enemies with Liu Guangye, she knew that this was a rare opportunity. She immediately rushed out and screamed, Imperial Envoy Daren, we are wronged. We are wronged. Liu Guangye indiscriminately killed the innocent and disregarded human life. Imperial Envoy Daren, please uphold justice for us. There was actually someone who dared to undermine him in front of him. Liu Guangye flew into a rage and turned his head to look. He saw that the girl who rushed out of the crowd to cry out for her innocence was the girl that he was most satisfied with. This girl was the prettiest among the Miao girls. He initially wanted to keep her in his room, but since this Miao girl did not know how to appreciate his kindness, Liu Guangye did not hesitate to kill her. Liu Guangye's face darkened and said sternly, impudent. The servant on his left heard his voice and released the snake-skin whip in his hand. With a flick of his hand, the whip exploded and struck towards the Miao girl. Stop! Sun Yuxuan shouted loudly and stood in front of the Miao woman. The servant could not stop in time and the whip landed on Sun Yuxuan's shoulder. Sun Yuxuan was in so much pain that he quivered. His summer clothes were thin and a bloody mark immediately appeared on his shoulder. Liu Guangye saw that he was blocking and the hostility in his heart grew. He pointed to the Miao girl and said, kill her for me, drag her corpse through the streets. Two soldiers immediately pulled out their swords which were more than a foot long and charged towards the Miao girl. Sun Yuxuan endured the pain and spread his arms in front of her to protect her. He said sternly, who dares to make a move? Hu Yuanli saw that Liu Guangye still dared to kill wantonly in front of them and could not help but tremble with anger. He said sternly, Liu Guangye, how dare you? Of course you still dare to kill wantonly in front of us. Ma Qiao had only brought 4 soldiers with him to the southern city. The 5 of them had been waiting at the side, watching the few court officials negotiate. Seeing this situation, Ma Qiao's hand placed on the hilt of his sword and slowly unsheathed it. The 4 soldiers saw that the brigade commander had made a move and immediately pointed their spears forward. Liu Guangye rolled his triangular eyes and said sternly, why? You want to assassinate this imperial envoy? Hu Yuanli said loudly, this official is not only responsible for supervising your actions but also has the responsibility to investigate the truth of the Liu people's rebellion. You indiscriminately killed the innocent and disregarded human life. This official suspects that there is something hidden and has the right to stop you and investigate the truth. Liu Guangye raised his eyebrows and said, why didn't you say that just now? Imperial censor Hu, do you really have the imperial decree? You must know that passing a false imperial decree is a capital offense. Hu Yuanli said, we naturally have the imperial decree in our hands. Liu Guangye lazily stretched out his hand and said, then please take out the imperial decree and let this imperial envoy see it clearly. The imperial decree and the imperial envoy's decree were both in Yang Fan's hands. How could Hu Yuanli take them out? Even though he had another secret decree in his hands, that secret decree was also for Yang Fan. He did not dare to open it without permission. Hu Yuanli's expression showed a slight hesitation. Liu Guangye, who was sitting on his horse, saw it clearly. Immediately a suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be that he is not the imperial envoy following the imperial edict at all, but has some other official business? He happened to pass by this place, saw me doing something, and decided to bluff to deceive me. Thinking of this, Liu Guangye narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Imperial censor Hu, where is the imperial decree? Where is Kanhei? Are you trying to deceive this official?" Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo also became nervous when they heard this. The two of them went out of the city to welcome them and saw hundreds of soldiers protecting them. How could they still doubt Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan's identities? Besides, they were local officials and did not care about the rules like the officials of the imperial court. That was why they did not ask for the imperial decree to be seen. If these two were really fakes, the uncle and nephew looked at each other and took a step back at the same time. Hu Yuanli said, "This official is naturally a genuine imperial envoy. However, this official is the deputy of the imperial envoy and the head of the imperial envoy is the director of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Fan. The imperial decree and Kanhei are both in his hand." When Liu Guangye heard that there was also a Yang Fan and that this person was the biggest enemy of the imperial censor, he was already 70% convinced. In his nervousness, he blurted out, "Is this true? Where is Yang Fan now?" Imperial censor who was an upright person and did not know how to lie. Hearing this, he hesitantly replied, "Imperial envoy Yang moved separately with us. We first went to Yaoju to investigate the situation of the vagrants. Right now, he should be on his way to Manju." Liu Guangye's heart was at ease and he laughed at the sky. "Ha ha ha, that is to say, you have nothing that can prove your identities?" Liu Guangye lowered his head from his horse and glared at Hu Yuanli. He coldly said, "You don't have the imperial decree in your hands. What right do you have to restrict this imperial envoy's actions?" "Humph. You better not interfere with this imperial envoy's actions. Otherwise, I, Liu Guangye, may recognize you, but the sword in my hand does not." Liu Guangye's gaze swept past Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and Ma Qiao one by one. When he saw Ma Qiao, his gaze was fixed on the sharp blade in Ma Qiao's hand that was half unsheathed. He smiled mockingly and finally glared fiercely at Song Tongmeng and his nephew. The two uncle and nephew had expressions of unease and did not dare to meet his gaze. Liu Guangye slightly raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Niu Yilang, why haven't you beheaded that little slut yet?" Hu Yuanli was both shocked and angry. However, he had let the cat out of the bag and could not prove his identity, so there was nothing he could do. He was, after all, a person who had been in the bureaucracy for many years. If it was Yang Fan present, even without the imperial decree in his hands, he would dare to order people to take down this arrogant and ruthless official first. However, in Hu Yuanli's mind, there were no thoughts that were outside of the rules. Ma Qiao naturally wanted to chop off Liu Guangye's dog head, but he could not do so at the moment. This was in broad daylight and there were hundreds of people here. If he did this, it would undoubtedly be a rebellion. He had an elderly mother, a lovely wife, and an unborn child. How could he do this? Niu Yilang was the servant who waved the whip just now. He heard the voice and dismounted from his horse and unsheathed his sword. Seeing that he was about to commit murder, Sun Yuxuan, who had not spoken for a long time, puffed out his chest and stood in front of the Miao woman. He shouted coldly, "This person cannot be killed." Liu Guangye looked askance at him and did not recognize who he was. He asked coldly, "Why? You want to obstruct this imperial envoy from handling the case?" Sun Yuxuan said, "This official works for the Ministry of Justice. This barbarian woman has cried out her grievances to this official. This official has accepted her case. This woman will naturally be under my responsibility." Liu Guangye laughed coldly and said, "No matter how you argue and find excuses, she is this imperial envoy's captive. This imperial envoy is in charge of a major case of rebellion. Since when is it your turn to interfere?" I'm afraid this girl's death is none of your business. Liu Guangye pointed his horsewhip at the Miao woman and shouted loudly, "Execute this barbarian woman who has rebelled against the imperial court." His voice had just faded when he heard an awe-inspiring voice shouting, "He can't interfere, but can I?" Liu Guangye turned his head when he heard the voice and looked over in astonishment. He had just opened his eyes when he saw a large foot flying towards him. The sole of the boot landed on his mouth with a pu sound and kicked him off the horse. Chapter 545. The kick landed on Liu Guangye's face. He felt the world spinning around him. He fell backwards from his horse and fell to the ground. Sun Yuxuan, Hu Yuanli and Ma Qiao, as well as the several hundred people present, were all stunned by this scene. That man did not stop. As soon as Liu Guangye fell to the ground, he rushed over and picked Liu Guangye up and slapped his face repeatedly. His slapping movement was so fast that the people watching from the side could not take it all in. Only now did Liu Guangye's two servants react. They saw that the man's head was wrapped in a cloth scarf, his body was wearing a left-sleeve gown, he was dressed like a white barbarian. Immediately their courage was boosted, they raised their sabers and fiercely pounced on the man, while shouting loudly, "Bold thief barbarian, you dare to beat the imperial envoy. If I don't hack you to pieces, you won't know how fierce an official's family is." Niu Yilong was ordered to kill that Miao woman. His saber was already unsheathed, therefore his movement was a little faster than his partner. He was one step ahead of his partner and dashed in front of that man. Whoosh! He chopped the back of that man's neck. If this was in the capital, Niu Yilong would not dare to kill like this. Even if this slash was to save someone, he would have to turn the blade around and knock this man out. But in this kind of place, the imperial envoy was bigger than the sky. Killing people was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Niu Yilong was already used to it. He did not hesitate at all when he slashed down with his saber. But that man was clearly grabbing Liu Guangye's collar and was slapping him so hard that Liu Guangye's head shook left and right like a rattle drum. Niu Yilong slashed down with his saber. He thought that the man's head was about to fly up, but for some reason, he suddenly saw that the man was facing him. Niu Yilong's wrist shook, the saber flew out of his hand, immediately his palm tightened, something was stuffed into it. By this time his companion had also rushed in front of that man. He just happened to see that man swiftly snatching the saber from Niu Yilong's hand. He clenched his teeth, without saying anything. The saber in his hand whistled and slashed towards the back of that man's head. These two men were both government officials, but they liked to attack from the back even more than thieves. Unfortunately, as soon as he swung his saber, the man turned around like a ghost and faced him again. Then, his hand was empty and the saber was snatched away by the man. This servant also knew some martial arts, but he had never seen such a brilliant empty-handed catch. The steel saber left his hand, and he was completely stunned. Unexpectedly, the man did not kill him. As soon as the steel knife left his hand, it was thrown away by the man. Immediately after, the servant felt something stuffed into his hand. It seemed to be a short stick. Liu Guangye was first kicked in the face, followed by a series of slaps. He was slapped so hard that the world spun and he couldn't tell what was going on. The process of the man letting go of the two servants and turning around to subdue them seemed complicated, but it actually happened in an instant. After the man let go, Liu Guangye's body swayed and was about to fall. But he swayed left and right, and only swayed 3 times. Before he fell down, the man had already turned around, grabbed him by the collar, and slapped him again. At this time, Ma Qiao finally saw clearly that this man dressed in white barbarian clothing was the head imperial envoy, his good brother, Yang Fan. Ma Qiao was surprised and delighted. He blurted out, "Yang Fan, brother Fan." Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan were staring at this bold barbarian with their mouths agape. Hearing Ma Qiao's shout, they recognized that this man was indeed Yang Fan. Sun Yuxuan and Yang Fan were colleagues in the same yamen, so they could be considered to be very familiar with each other. Just now, he was only concerned with the strange method of beating Liu Guangye and snatching away the steel sabers from the hands of the two servants. Because he was dressed in barbarian clothing, he had already determined that he couldn't be someone he knew, so he didn't pay attention to his appearance. Only when he heard Ma Qiao's shout did he recognize him. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. The two servants who had their steel sabers snatched away were as fast as lightning. If he wanted to kill them, It would be as easy as flipping his hand. They had long been scared silly by this man's terrifying method. When Yang Fan turned around and grabbed Liu Guangye by the collar again, and slapped him hard, the two of them actually forgot to protect their master. Instead, they stared blankly at the thing in their hands. Niu Yilang looked at the glistening yellow copper seal in his hand. He turned it over and saw that it was the Imperial Envoy Kanhei. His companion was also looking down at the thing in his hand. How was that a stick? It was clearly a piece of yellow silk. Even though the yellow silk was rolled up, one could still see a 5-clawed dragon woven from golden silk. This man unfolded the yellow silk to take a look. Astonishingly, it was an imperial edict. Yang Langzhong, luckily you arrived in time. The moment they recognized Yang Fan's identity, Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli couldn't help but be overjoyed. They rushed to his front and saw that Yang Fan's face was ashen. He was still beating Liu Guangye ferociously, as if he had a great hatred and had already gone mad. Hu Yuanli immediately felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly advised, Yang Langzhong, the imperial court has its own system. This seems rather inappropriate. Even though those soldiers were from the Song family, they were Liu Guangye's entourage. The moment they saw Liu Guangye being beaten up by a barbarian, they couldn't help but become ferocious. They raised their weapons and were about to charge forward. But when Niu Yilang and the other servant saw the imperial edict in their hands and understood Yang Fan's identity, they didn't dare to let them go forward. They hurriedly shouted at them to stop. They shouted at the soldiers to stop. Seeing that Yang Fan was still beating up Imperial Envoy Liu, they had seen Yang Fan's skills and didn't dare to go forward to help. Just as they were at a loss of what to do, Yang Fan might have gotten tired from beating Liu Guangye. The moment he loosened his grip, the already unconscious Liu Guangye fell to the ground with a thud like half a gunny sack. Niu Yilang and Hu Yuanli hurriedly rushed forward and dragged him to the side for treatment. Song Chumeng saw this imperial envoy beat up another imperial envoy the moment he arrived. It turned out that the imperial envoys sent by the imperial court were each fiercer than the last, each with a temper worse than the last. He was so shocked that he didn't dare to say anything. Now that he saw Liu Guangye lying on the ground with his head beaten into a pig's head, his teeth all falling out and blood foaming his mouth, his appearance was indescribably frightening. Afraid that he would die just like that, he hurriedly went to the carriage to retrieve the gourd filled with water and handed it to Niu Yilang. Niu Yilang poured half of the water into the gourd and after a long while, Liu Guangye finally regained consciousness. Liu Guangye's swollen face squeezed his eyes into a slit. The moment he opened his eyes a little, Niu Yilang shouted at Yang Fan with a bitter face, "Imperial Envoy Yang, you. Even though you're also an Imperial Envoy, there's no reason for you to beat up another Imperial Envoy." This Niu Yilang was the Imperial Envoy's attendant, but when the Imperial Envoy was beaten up, he didn't go forward to help. That would be dereliction of duty. Putting aside this matter, he was a servant of the Imperial Censorate while Liu Guangye was an Imperial Censor of the Imperial Censorate. If Liu Guangye bore a grudge against him, he would have plenty of ways to punish him later on. Niu Yilang was born a ruffian, so he still had this bit of scheming. That was why he immediately protested to Yang Fan when Liu Guangye had just woken up. Liu Guangye, who had just woken up, didn't know what was going on and thought that Niu Yilang was arguing on his behalf. However, his tone and words of protest were too weak, not enough to infuriate Yang Fan. Thinking about it, Yang Fan was a high-ranking official of the imperial court. He wouldn't disregard his status and make a move on him just because of a sentence like this. This was where Niu Yilang was smart. As expected, Yang Fan didn't make a move. When Niu Yilang and his companions were treating Liu Guangye, Yang Fan had already met with Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and Ma Qiao. He gave them a simple account of his experience and asked about the reason for the confrontation on the street. When Niu Yilang raised his voice in protest, Yang Fan suddenly turned around and shot him a cold glance. This glance was very indifferent and didn't have any killing intent, but Niu Yilang felt as if he was pricked by a needle. His body trembled violently and he almost threw Liu Guangye, who was in his arms, to the ground. He was really afraid of this imperial envoy Yang who didn't play by the rules. Yang Fan glanced at him, then lowered his gaze slightly and landed on Liu Guangye's pig head. He said indifferently, "Me beating up Liu Guangye has nothing to do with whether he and I are imperial envoys or not. I beat him up because I wanted to beat him up. Haven't you fought with your colleagues before?" Niu Yilang was speechless when he heard this. The servants recruited by the censorate were all born ruffians and they formed cliques with each other. How could they not have fought before? Fighting was a common occurrence. But that was only between the petty officials. The high-ranking officials of the imperial court were all people who valued their status. Would people who were high up in the imperial court also rub their arms and grab their weapons to fight? Liu Guangye forced his swollen eyes open. From those narrow slits, 2 rays of incomparably resentful light shot out. "Young Fan, what enmity do I have with you? Why do you want to beat me up like this?" When Liu Guangye said these words, his voice was muffled and almost couldn't be heard clearly. All of his teeth were knocked out, even his molars were knocked out. It could be seen how ruthless young Fan was in beating him up. His tongue was also injured, so it was already extremely difficult for him to say these few words. But he really couldn't understand it no matter how he thought about it. If he didn't find out the reason behind it, this question would make him go crazy. He also guessed that young Fan might be angry because of those people who were killed. Because he and young Fan did not have any personal grudges. Other than that, there was no conflict between them. But when he thought about it again, it was impossible. Young Fan was not related to these people. Even if his sympathy flared up, at most he would behave like Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan. No matter what, he wouldn't beat them up to vent his anger, right? Doing so would not solve any problem. Instead, it would give others something to use against him. Would a dignified 5th-ranked official make such an impulsive and vulgar mistake? Unfortunately, he didn't know young Fan's background. He guessed correctly. Young Fan beat him up because of those people who died tragically. Young Fan came in from the south gate. Before he entered the city, he already knew about the numerous crimes Liu Guangye had committed in the barbarian province. But hearing people talk about it was far less shocking than seeing it with his own eyes. Young Fan's journey from the South City was like a trip to hell. His bones felt cold. Beat up Liu Guangye to vent his anger? That was because he had already arranged a plan to kill Liu Guangye before he entered the city. Otherwise, he wouldn't have beaten Liu Guangye the moment he saw him. He would have politely met Liu Guangye and exchanged pleasantries with him. Then, they would stay in the same inn and even drink at the same table. In the middle of the night, he would secretly take his head. The reason why he made a move now was because he had suppressed his killing intent. He could suppress his killing intent because in his eyes, Liu Guangye was already a dead man. Seeing that young Fan did not answer, Liu Guangye angrily asked again, "Speak. Why did you beat this official?" Young Fan raised his eyebrows and said in a carefree manner, "This young finds you to be an eyesore, so I beat you up to vent my anger. What are you going to do?" Liu Guangye was unable to restrain his anger. He broke free from the 2 servants who were supporting him and slammed his head into young Fan, shouting, "This Liu will fight you to the death." Young Fan lifted his robe and gave a flying kick. The sole of his foot was as flexible as a palm, and it fiercely slapped Liu Guangye's face. But this time, it was a kick. Liu Guangye was sent flying and flipped 360 degrees in the air before falling to the ground with a bang. He fainted again. Chapter 546. Young Fan knocked Liu Guangye out with a kick and nonchalantly patted his trouser leg, saying to Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan, "Brother Hu, brother Sun, let's go back to the inn. I still have something to discuss with the 2 of you." Song Wanyo looked at this domineering imperial envoy who acted as though no one else was around and whispered to Song Chumeng, "Uncle, what should we do?" Song Chumeng said, "Accompany him back. Since this imperial envoy Yang isn't fake, as the host, we have to welcome him. Let's go back and prepare a banquet to welcome him back." Song Wanyo pouted to the side and said in a low voice, "There's another imperial envoy over there, what should we do?" Niu Yilang hugged Liu Guangye's head and raised his head, shouting miserably at him, "Magistrate, do you still have water?" Song Wanyo shook his head woodenly. Song Chumeng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Looks like this imperial envoy Yang is even more domineering than this imperial envoy Liu, we can't afford to offend him. However, Even though Imperial Envoy Liu was beaten into a sorry state by Imperial Envoy Yang, it's only a contest of martial prowess. It's still unknown who will win this battle between the two. Us Song family should just watch and not get involved. How about this? I'll accompany Imperial Envoy Yang back and you stay behind to take care of Imperial Envoy Liu. Song Wanyo said, "Alright, let's do that." Then, what about these soldiers? Song Chumeng thought for a moment and covered his mouth with his hand, coughing lightly. He said to Song Wanyo, "Back then when we lent him these soldiers, we already said that as long as official business doesn't end, these soldiers will be at his disposal. Now that we're taking them back, isn't it obvious that we're going against him? Don't pay any attention to them. From the moment we lent them to him, they're at his disposal. Everything has nothing to do with our Song family, remember." Song Wanyo understood tacitly and hurriedly nodded. On the other side, Yang Fan wanted to pull the saddle and mount the horse. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan followed his lead and instinctively wanted to take action as well. The Miao woman who ran out of the crowd to cry out her grievance was anxious. Their savior had come, but now that their savior was leaving, what should they do? Liu Guangye was violent by nature. Once he woke up, how could he not vent his anger on them? Just now Sun Yuxuan had saved her twice and even took a lash for her. In this Miao girl's heart, this refined Han official was the best among all the Han people. She immediately ran forward and pulled Sun Yuxuan's sleeve and timidly called out, "Han official, what should we do?" Oh, Sun Yuxuan's hand was on the saddle, and one of his legs was already in the stirrup. He only came to his senses when he heard the sound, and quickly withdrew his leg and turned around. Yang Fan's violent beating just now had caused Liu Guangye to faint twice in just a moment. Their brains really couldn't adapt to such a huge change, and they almost forgot about these people. Sun Yuxuan turned his head around and looked at the Miao woman seriously. Just now when Sun Yuxuan saw that Liu Guangye was about to resort to violence, he was in a hurry to save her and did not get a clear look at the Miao woman's appearance. He only glanced at her and felt that she was rather delicate. Now that he took a closer look, he was instantly stunned and was slightly infatuated. Actually, this Miao woman's face was like the full moon, her eyebrows like the stars, her skin was as white as milk. No doubt she was beautiful, but Sun Yuxuan had been in Central Plains Darfu and the imperial city for a long time. He had seen countless beauties. Be it in terms of figure or looks, he had seen many beauties like this Miao woman. His horizons had been broadened and he would not have lost his composure like this. But, women were like water. Water is an extremely soft substance. It is shaped according to its form and has endless transformations. It will change into whatever kind of vessel is used to hold it. The Miao land's mountains and rivers nourished the land and water, causing the Miao family's daughters to have a different kind of beauty. The silence of the mountains caused the Miao women to be elegant and refined. The Wu and Chu culture caused them to have a kind of orchid heart. That graceful figure, the tinkling silver ornaments, the Miao embroidery on the sleeves of their clothes, brought out a special kind of beauty of this woman. That kind of Miao family's daughter's special charm was something that he could not find in the entire Luoyang. Sun Yuxuan was stunned by this Miao woman's beauty for a moment. He then realized that he was being rude and quickly looked down. He coughed, and when he turned to Yang Fan, he regained the appearance of a righteous and awe-inspiring official. He used an official tone and said, "Yang Langzhong, these are the Xiamen people who were captured by Liu Guangye. What do you think?" Yang Fan had just mounted his horse. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "These are all witnesses. I want to investigate Liu Guangye's abuse of the law and will need to ask them some questions. Bring all of them back." Sun Yuxuan was overjoyed and repeatedly agreed. He turned to the Miao woman and coughed. He tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. I have not asked for your name." This Miao woman did not care if her name was pretty or not. She did not mind telling others her name. After all, names were meant for others to call her. She replied graciously, "My surname is Hu, my name is Hu Fei." Sun Yuxuan clapped his hands and praised, "Fei Fei, very fragrant. The days go by Fei Wei, the months come and go. Good name, good name." Hu Fei raised her wrist and sniffed, but she did not feel that it was fragrant at all. But then she was suddenly enlightened and said, this Han high-ranking official, your nose is very sensitive. I have worn this sachet for a long time, the fragrance has already dissipated, you can smell it. Over there. Hu Fei timidly cast a glance at young Fan and said in a low voice, that Han high-ranking official, is he willing to save us? Young Fan was looking at Niu Yilang with a straight face, asking for the imperial edict and chen her back. In Hu Fei's opinion, Liu Guangye was no different than a demon, 100 times more frightening than the legendary demon that they were going to get rid of on the 13th of the 7th month, the Eradicating Evil Festival. But this demon had to encounter a wicked person. He was beaten so miserably by that Han high-ranking official surnamed Yang. Although that Han high-ranking official was not a bad person, he was a vicious person, so she was somewhat afraid. Sun Yuxuan repeatedly said, of course. It's just that, we want to ask you some questions, so that we can also collect evidence of Liu Guangye's crimes and help you bring him to justice. So right now, we still cannot let you leave. Miss Hu, can you tell your tribesmen to be at ease and come with us? Hu Fei straightforwardly replied, of course, you are a good official, I hope you can uphold justice for us. Speaking till here, not knowing what sad memory she had recalled, Hu Fei's eyes were glistening with tears, suddenly she felt dizzy. Sun Yuxuan's heart ached when he saw this, he quickly puffed out his chest and said, don't worry. We will never let off Liu Guangye, this kind of traitor who brings calamity to the country and the people. Miss Hu Fei smiled gratefully at him with tears in her eyes, turned around and explained the situation to her tribesmen in Miao language. Sun Yuxuan's eyes looked down and landed on Miss Hu's white cloth leggings. He felt that the pair of calves under the girl's pleated skirt was also delicate and cute, making his heart itch. Suddenly he thought that he was not a man who had seen a woman for the first time. He actually lost his composure like this today. It was indeed somewhat abnormal. He could not help but laughed involuntarily. When Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan and the rest left, those Miao men and women who were captured were brought away. Yang Fan did not ask those soldiers to escort them. According to Sun Yuxuan, these so-called captives were either women or children. There was no need for anyone to escort them. General Ma Qiao and the other 4 men's 5 sabers were enough. Song Wanyo asked the soldiers to carry the unconscious Liu Guangye and stayed far behind Yang Fan and the rest. A large group of soldiers followed behind them. The heads on their spears were all unloaded at the side of the morgue, prepared to send people to transport firewood and burn all the corpses. Although Yang Fan brought a large group of people back, but the Song family could still accommodate them. This big mansion of the Song family was the front and back mansion. There was a large area of space around the main building complex that was enclosed into the courtyard, but the Song family could not accommodate such a big place. Many places were empty. It was just a patch of wild grass overgrown land. It would not be a problem to accommodate thousands of people. After returning to the Song family, Yang Fan only greeted Song Chumeng briefly and talked for a while before asking the host to leave and discussed some official business with Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and the rest alone. Hu Yuanli angrily said, Liu Guangye has already killed more than 900 vagrants in the barbarian province. He also wantonly captured many Miao boys and girls. He raped and pillaged in the Miao Stockade village, and we do not know how many people he has harmed. On the way here, we received news from the inn along the way that Wang Desu killed more than 700 vagrants in Lingnan East Road. The other few imperial envoys went to different places and killed between 300 to 500 people. And without exception, they all demanded bribes without restraint, but if they refused, they would pin the crime of being an accomplice to the rebellion. Everywhere they passed, there was a foul atmosphere. Sun Yuxuan added, this is only the news we heard on the way here. Now we do not know how many more evil deeds they have committed. Yang Fan said solemnly, their evil deeds cannot be carried out for long. Yaoju has rebelled, Lingnan has also rebelled, the people's anger. Although the Son of Heaven lives deep in the 9-layered imperial palace, he already knows. I am afraid it will not be long before this thunderous fury falls on the. Sun Yuxuan exclaimed, lightly slapped his forehead and said, when we arrived at Yelang, there was a courier who came to deliver a secret edict. Because it was sealed with wax, His Majesty also indicated that it was for you. We dare not open it. We do not know the details of the edict. I will go get it. Yang Fan said to Hu Yuanli, Brother Hu is the supervising imperial censor, familiar with the law. I will leave the matter of questioning those captives to Brother Hu. We must get the truth of Liu Guangye's scourge, the fact that he used soldiers as bandit. Hu Yuanli nodded solemnly and said, I will go now. After Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli left one after another, Yang Fan slowly paced a few steps in the room with his hands behind his back, ordered the Long Wu Wei soldiers guarding outside the door, invite the commander of the horse brigade here. Ma Qiao had just finished settling those Miao people. Although they were all women and children, Ma Qiao still sent over a dozen soldiers to watch over them, to prevent them from roaming around carelessly. After the arrangements were made, he rushed to Yang Fan's residence. Halfway there he met the soldier who came looking for him. Ma Qiao entered Yang Fan's room, saw Yang Fan giving him a look, and closed the door tightly. Turning his head to look again, Yang Fan had already walked into the inner room. Ma Qiao immediately followed. Yang Fan walked into the inner room, waited for Ma Qiao to follow, then slowly turned around, stared at him and said, Brother Qiao, do you still remember what you and I said on the green mountain outside Taimen town when we were escorting the princess to Chang'an? Ma Qiao scratched his head, smiled helplessly and said, Brother, we have talked a lot on the mountain, can you give me a hint? Yang Fan also could not help but smile, the serious look on his face slightly reduced. This trip to Chang'an is naturally very free and unfettered. As for the inspection of the vagrants, you and I are of one mind, who cares what kind of bird people they are, if we find a reason, we will kill them. The words Yang Fan said were exactly what Ma Qiao said to him, even the tone was imitated perfectly. Ma Qiao's eyes brightened, you want to kill that bird Liu Guangye? Chapter 547. What do you plan to do? Ma Qiao looked at Yang Fan with bright eyes and said, it's impossible to kill him openly. You and I both have wives and children, we can't not think about our families. I presume you already have a perfect plan. You and I are brothers, whatever you say, I, Ma Qiao, will accompany you to the end. Yang Fan smiled, he already knew that Ma Qiao would agree, but he still had to ask. If Ma Qiao showed even the slightest hesitation, he did not intend to let Ma Qiao participate. Ma Qiao had an old mother, a beautiful wife, and a young child. It was normal for him to have considerations, he would not use brotherhood to kidnap his brother. Now that Ma Qiao agreed, Yang Fan was naturally happy. Yang Fan said in a deep voice, at dusk, there are 3 streams and 2 caves, a total of 19 strongholds, the Xie barbarians, attacking Beijiang County. Ma Qiao's pupils suddenly shrank, he said in shock, rebellion? Yang Fan said, yes. Liu Guangye's atrocities have already angered the Xie barbarians of the east and west. As long as the Xie barbarians take down Beijiang County, the other strongholds will definitely respond. Following the Jiannan path and Lingnan path, the Qianzhong path will also ignite the prairie fire. Ma Qiao hurriedly calculated, I only have 300 soldiers, and the people and land are separated. Can the surnamed Song be relied on? If he is unable to defend the city, I will protect you and leave immediately. Yang Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, why don't you ask me how I know? Ma Qiao said disapprovingly, why ask this? You have always been resourceful, it is not surprising that you can find out this news. Yang Fan sighed and said, you're really a lazy person who can't bear to worry. The reason why I know is because on the way to Beijiang, I was hit by a blow dart and fell into their hands. Ma Qiao made an sound and said, then it must be because you showed your prowess and killed your way out of the barbarian stronghold. Yang Fan rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, I really want to brag like this, but it doesn't seem glorious to brag to my own brother. Actually, they let me go. Ma Qiao rolled his eyes and asked suspiciously, could it be that Xieman's cave master or stream master or something had a precious daughter who was infatuated with you, and you agreed to marry into her family and become a live-in son-in-law, so the crisis was averted? This sentence was not because Ma Qiao was being silly, but because he was intentionally teasing her. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at him and said, when I was in Yaoju, I was once indebted to a barbarian leader and received a wolf fang necklace from her. The Xie man who blocked the road caught me with a blow dart and wanted to kill me on the spot, but when he saw the necklace in my bosom. Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, although transportation in the southwest is inconvenient, the barbarians are not without connections. The barbarians have always lived in the deep mountains and have the same habits as the Xie man, so they are more familiar with each other and have a very friendly relationship with each other. When the Xie man saw the necklace on my body, they knew that I am not a bad Han, so they naturally didn't kill me. Ma Qiao stopped laughing and said calmly, they didn't kill you, but they also wouldn't tell you that they are going to attack Beijiang County, right? Is there something else? Yang Fan nodded and said, yes. They not only found the token of the barbarian leader, but also found my imperial edict. Some of them happened to recognize this imperial edict, so of course they wanted to figure out my identity. After they figured out my identity, I also found out from their mouths how many villages Liu Guangye had destroyed in the barbarian province, forcing them to fight for their life. Yang Fan stared intently at Ma Qiao and said word by word, it is true that they are rebelling, but their resistance is only to vent their anger by robbing and killing the Han people who are separated from them, and shooting arrows at the soldiers that Liu Guangye brought out of the county town. As for attacking the city and pillaging the stronghold, Xie Man is far less arrogant than Wu Man and Li Liao, they will not do such a thing. So, Yang Fan stretched out a finger and leisurely pointed to the tip of his nose, the idea of attacking Beijiang County is not their idea, but my idea. What? Ma Qiao was really surprised this time, but the surprised expression had just appeared on his face, and then gradually disappeared. Ma Qiao said, you can't really encourage the Xie Man to rebel, this will not do them any good. Could it be, the key to killing Liu Guangye is here? Yang Fan smiled cheerfully and nodded, yes. Once the Xie Man attacks the city will be in chaos. There are not many soldiers stationed in the small Beijiang city, and the main force of the Song clan's army is not here. The garrison in the city will not be able to resist the attack of the 2 caves, 3 streams, and 19 strongholds. As long as they enter the city. Ma Qiao's eyes flashed slightly, and he slowly said, when they attack the city at dusk, I'm afraid it will already be as dark as ink. The city will be in chaos, and the barbarians don't have the military style. They always like to fight in groups of 3 to 5. At that time, the city will be in chaos, and if Liu Guangye dies at that time. Yang Fan smiled and said, at that time Liu Guangye will be dead, who knows who killed him? So, what I want you to do is, at that time, don't be too stubborn, I will take Liu Guangye's head. Ma Qiao frowned and said, if Liu Guangye dies, this account will inevitably be put on Xie Man's head. Will the imperial court be furious and send a large number of troops to encircle and suppress him? Yang Fan said calmly, no. Pei Huaigu has already received the emperor's edict in Yaoju. From the content of the edict, the barbarians in the south are rebelling, and the emperor is a little flustered. She wants to appease them, not encircle and suppress them, otherwise the imperial court's troops will be scattered into the mountains in the south. So, after Liu Guangye dies, Xie Man will retreat, and I will come forward to summon the barbarians, and they will surrender. Isn't that enough? Ma Qiao clenched his fist and palm, and said excitedly, flawless. Yang Fan said, but, I didn't know that you had already arrived, so I still have to send someone to bring my wolf fang necklace out of the city, and get in touch with them. Fortunately, your troops are the only ones in the city wearing the imperial court's uniform, so they can be easily identified, or else it will be a big problem. Ma Qiao said, that's easy. I have been in the army for so many years, how can I not have a few confidants? Give me the necklace, I will send someone. Just as the two said this, the Longwu guards guarding the door suddenly shouted, Dr. Sun, do you want to see Yang Langzhong? He was shouting to alert the room that someone had come. Yang Fan gestured to Ma Qiao, indicating that he should stay in the room, and quickly walked to the outer hall. When he just stood in the outer hall, Sun Yuxuan rushed in with an imperial edict. Yang Langzhong, this is the secret edict we received when we rushed to Yelang City. Yang Fan nodded, took the secret edict from his hand, and checked the wax seal to make sure there were no mistakes. He pulled out the sharp pin from his waist, cut the wax seal open, took out the edict from the bamboo tube, and slowly unfolded it. Sun Yuxuan stood in front of Yang Fan and watched as the imperial edict slowly unfurled, covering Yang Fan's face. Standing on his side, Sun Yuxuan couldn't see anything but the golden image of 2 dragons playing with a pearl on the imperial edict. Speaking of which, although Sun Yuxuan was an official in the capital, he had not seen many imperial edicts. Because he had never received one, he had never looked at it carefully, so he decided to patiently admire the 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The 2 golden dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing on the pearl in the middle. The two golden dragons had their faces turned sideways, each revealing a dragon's eye. The dragon's eye was also embroidered with golden thread, and there seemed to be red thread mixed in the middle, making it look lifelike. After a while, the imperial edict slowly sank down, revealing Yang Fan's two eyes. Yang Fan's eyes were slightly confused, and his expression was uncertain. He was clearly looking at Sun Yuxuan in front of him, but his mind seemed to have wandered off somewhere else. Sun Yuxuan frowned slightly and worriedly asked, "Yang Langzhong, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine." Yang Fan came back to his senses, smiled, and said, "It's nothing. The edict's instructions: wait for Imperial Censor Hu to arrive, and I will tell you all. Brother Sun, there are many barbarians brought into the Song residence. I'll have to trouble you to help Imperial Censor Hu record their statements. We can discuss in detail during dinner." Sun Yuxuan didn't think too much, nodded in agreement, and left Yang Fan's residence. As soon as the door closed, Ma Qiao came out from the inner room and asked, "What happened?" Yang Fan handed over the edict, and said, "Here, take a look." Ma Qiao didn't act pretentious, and took the edict, glanced at it, and straightforwardly handed it back to Yang Fan, and said, "Out of the 10 words, I only know one. It's better if you say it." Yang Fan glared at him, and said, "If you can't read, how can you study the art of war? If you don't study the art of war, how can you be a great general?" Ma Qiao curled his lips, and said, "Who knows how many generals in the army are illiterate? The art of war on paper is dead, but the art of war taught on the battlefield is alive. Those illiterate generals have all made illustrious achievements in battle." Yang Fan snorted, and ignored his fallacious reasoning, and said, "The edict says that the people in the Imperial Censorate have betrayed the Emperor's grace, and falsely used the Emperor's will to harass the local area, and bully the weak. This caused the people to rebel, and the Emperor was furious. Therefore, the Emperor has given me the power to act arbitrarily, to act first, and report later." Hearing this, Ma Qiao's mouth was wide open, and he couldn't close it. After a while, he let out a strange cry, and immediately covered his mouth, and said in a small but excited voice, "So you don't have to let Xiamen attack the city? As long as you have the statements of those barbarians, you can justifiably execute Liu Guangye." Yang Fan slowly nodded, and said, "Yes." Ma Qiao stretched out his hand, and said, "Give me the wolf fang necklace." Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, and said, "For what?" Ma Qiao said, "I'll send someone to tell them that there's no need to attack the city." With his hands behind his back, Yang Fan slowly paced around the room for a while, muttering to himself, deliberating, and not saying a word. Ma Qiao frowned, and said, "What, is there a problem?" Yang Fan shook his head, and said, "No. The city still needs to be attacked. But I don't need to take advantage of the chaos to kill Liu Guangye, and the city also doesn't need to be breached. After the chaos subsides, I will announce Liu Guangye's crimes to the world, and he will be punished openly. This is better than killing him quietly." Ma Qiao said doubtfully, "There's no need to do this, right? When the time comes, there will be witnesses, and there will be a confession. With you, Hu Yuanli, and Sun Yuxuan as witnesses, who will doubt if I behead him?" Yang Fan smiled, and said, "No. It's not to behead him. Originally, I wanted them to attack the city in order to kill Liu Guangye, but it was just a part of my original plan. Now, although there's an honorable reason to kill Liu Guangye, this plan still needs to be carried out, or else the key part of the plan will be broken." Ma Qiao frowned, and did not say anything. Yang Fan slowly walked in front of him, and said seriously, "Believe me, brother, I know that there will be casualties in attacking the city, and if it's not necessary, there's no need for them to attack the city. But I have a reason to do this. Doing this, there may be some casualties now, but in the future, we can avoid 10 times or even 100 times more casualties." Ma Qiao stared at him for a long time, and smiled, and said, "Good. If you don't want to say, I won't ask. Since I believe you are like me, I'll do as you say." Chapter 548. Liu Guangye slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he breathed in a mouthful of air. Before he could exhale, he saw a ferocious ghost with a green face staring at him with a pair of strange eyes. The ghost was very close to him. Liu Guangye cried out. He was hit again. Niu Yilang saw that Liu Guangye finally opened his eyes and was overjoyed. Just as he got closer to him, he heard Liu Guangye let out an inhuman scream and fainted again. He could not help but look at Xiong Quangka, who was treating Liu Guangye in shock. Xiong Quangka looked at him innocently with a pair of strange eyes painted with white paint. Xiong Quangka was the name of the Xieman tribe. When translated into Chinese, it meant shaman. This shaman was very famous in the barbarian province. 2 days ago, he was invited to treat an elder of the Song family. He stayed in the residence and had not left yet. In order to show that he valued this imperial envoy, Song Wanyo specially invited this Xiong Quangka to treat Liu Guangye. Xiong Quangka heard that this official was only knocked out and did not fall sick, so he did not give him any tricks. He only asked someone to bring a bowl of clear water. He drew talismans and chanted incantations. Finally, he lit the talismans and threw the ashes into the water. Strangely enough, when the ashes entered the water immediately turned as black as ink. No one knew why such a strange change occurred. Xiong Quangka poured the bowl of ink into Liu Guangye's stomach and gave him a massage. He did not know whether it was the shaman's medicine that took effect or the time he was unconscious was almost up. In short, Liu Guangye woke up. But this shaman's attire was very strange. His face was painted with all kinds of colors, making him look like a ghost. Liu Guangye had just woken up and did not know what was going on. When he opened his eyes, he saw a ghost face and actually fainted again. Luckily this time he did not faint for long. After a while, Liu Guangye woke up again. This time, that Xiong Quangka learned his lesson and hid far away. Liu Guangye opened his eyes and saw Niu Yilang's flattering smile. Only then did he not faint again. He said with lingering fear, Just now I think I saw a ghost." Niu Yilang explained embarrassedly, "Censor, that's not a ghost. It's the doctor that County Magistrate Song invited for you." Niu Yilang explained clearly in a few words. Only then did the cowardly Xiong Ga, who had drawn a grimace on his face, come forward. He tried his best to squeeze out a gentle smile, but the more he looked at him, the stranger he felt. When Liu Guangye heard that it wasn't a malicious ghost, he felt relieved. He had done too many shameful things, and now that the impossible had happened, he was really terrified. Calming himself down, he recalled the humiliation he had suffered today. Young Fan. Liu Guangye spat out this name viciously, but he couldn't clench his teeth, so he could only purse his lips. All of his teeth were knocked out, so he could only purse his lips. If an ordinary person lost their teeth, even if they did not purse their lips, their cheeks would still be shriveled. However, Liu Guangye was different. His cheeks were red and swollen from the slaps. Although he pursed his lips tightly, his cheeks were not sunken like a monkey's. Instead, they were rosy like a monkey's. Niu Yilang rubbed his hands uneasily and said, "Censor, now that young Fan is here, he will definitely find trouble with us. Do you think we should hide for a while? Anyway, there is more than just Bazhu in Qianzhong province." Liu Guangye pursed his lips and shook his head coldly. It's just that with his glowing red face, others really couldn't tell that he had a cold expression, but the hatred in his eyes could be seen. "I was beaten up by him. If I leave like this, I won't be able to raise my head for the rest of my life. You do the hard work, I'll do the hard work." Liu Guangye's triangular eyes flashed with resentment. With a glowing red face, he ordered, "Call the leaders of those 2 soldiers over." Niu Yilang was shocked and said, "Censor Liu, what are you going to do? Yang Fan is rude. When the censor returns to the capital, he can be impeached in front of the emperor. If you use the soldiers to fight, then there's no one to argue." "Bullshit. Cough 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 cough." Liu Guangye flew into a rage. Unexpectedly, he only raised his voice and cursed once before he choked and coughed. He felt that his throat was full of the smell of cigarette ash, as if he was crawling in a chimney. Liu Guangye coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of black phlegm. He said sternly, "You also know that he is rude. If I just tolerate it, how can I still have the face to stand in the imperial court? Go call the people over. I will bear all the consequences." Although Liu Guangye's voice was a little leaky, it was still understandable. Niu Yilang saw that his cheeks were red and swollen, but he was still able to do such a difficult action as twisting. It was enough to show the depth of his anger. Niu Yilang didn't dare to say anything more and quickly complied and left. Your Han language seems to be pretty good. Sun Yuxuan held a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other. He circled around Miss Hu Fei and said with a slight smile. The dozens of xiamen that Yang Fan brought back were placed in an abandoned horse shed in the Song family. Hu Yuanli brought 2 secretaries and was interrogating them one by one and taking down their records. When Sun Yuxuan arrived, he said that he wanted to help him take down their records. In the end, he looked around in the crowd and the first person he set his eyes on was Miss Hu Fei. Although we live in the mountains, we are not isolated from the world. We often have to go out and walk, but we will also come out when we go to the market. Moreover, my father said that although our ancestors have lived in the mountains for generations, but as the people of the Tang dynasty, we can't not even know how to speak the language of the Tang people, and we can't not know how to write the characters we use. It just so happens that the imperial court has sent a lot of exiled people here. They can't adapt to the life here, and they can't find a way to make a living, so their lives are very poor. But they are all literate people, so my father invited a teacher to come to the village. We are responsible for the teacher's food, and the teacher taught us how to read and write. Oh, from the sound of it, your father seems to be the leader of your village? Yes, my father is the leader of our village. When I was captured, my father was leading people to hunt in the mountains. He must be very worried right now. The Miao girl Hu Fei's face showed a sad expression. Sun Yuxuan glanced at the silver necklace hanging on Miss Hu's neck and thought, no wonder these Miao girls all wear short handkerchiefs on their heads. Although they wear colorful clothes, they at most wear a pair of silver earrings. But she can wear a silver necklace on her neck. So she is the daughter of the head of the village. Miao girls like to wear silver ornaments, but very few people can wear a complete set of ornaments. Earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings, silver hats and so on are very rare. If there is occasionally a Miao girl who can wear all these ornaments, most of them are passed down from their ancestors. It is unknown how many lifetimes they have saved to be able to collect a complete set of silver ornaments, although the silver content of many Miao silver ornaments is actually not high. However, even if there is a Miao girl who has collected a complete set of silver ornaments, unless it is a grand festival or a wedding day, they will not wear it all. Therefore, from the number of ornaments they wear in their daily clothes, one can roughly judge the family's status and financial situation in the village. Sun Yuxuan held the brush in his hand and did not dare to look at her face. He only lowered his head and pretended to take notes seriously. He asked again, Miss, how old are you? Do you have a husband? Who else is in your family? Hu Fei blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, do the officials even need to ask about these things? Sun Yuxuan coughed and said in a serious manner, the rules of the imperial court are naturally stricter. Don't ask too many questions, just answer, oh. Although Hu Fei learned to read from the Han teacher, she did not understand the procedures of the Yamen. Sun Yuxuan's bluff made Hu Fei believe him and she obediently replied, this year. I am 15.5 years old now. I have not betrothed to anyone yet. I have 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers at home. When Sun Yuxuan heard that she was not betrothed, he was delighted and blurted out, cough. Then, do you have a sweetheart? Hu Fei glanced at Sun Yuxuan and felt that there was something wrong. She was an extremely intelligent girl. Not to mention that she was educated and knew how to read, even if she was illiterate, she would understand that whether she had a sweetheart or not had nothing to do with the case that Sun Yuxuan was asking about. She stared at Sun Yuxuan with her big black eyes and looked suspiciously at him. She wanted to ask but did not dare to. Sun Yuxuan held the brush in his hand and pretended to take notes. In the end, he pricked up his ears and listened for a long time but did not receive an answer. He could not help but raised his head and asked, why aren't you answering? When he raised his head, he saw the girl's clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through his heart. Sun Yuxuan's old face turned red and he felt embarrassed. Hu Fei looked at his expression right now, how could she not know what he was thinking in his heart? Although the Miao woman's temperament was straightforward, her face blushed, just like a cherry that had just ripened, a beautiful shyness appeared on her face. At this moment, there was a noise in the distance. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Fei looked up and saw a group of soldiers with spears and sticks walking over with a murderous look. Sun Yuxuan's expression changed. He subconsciously stood in front of Hu Fei and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid. As long as I am here, I will protect you." Hu Fei glanced at him. She thought that this uncle was just kind-hearted and upright, but he had protected her time and time again. Now it seemed that he wanted to be her lover. Thinking of this, her face became a little hot and her heart gave birth to a strange feeling. Sun Yuxuan was very nervous, but he did not know what the girl was thinking. Hu Yuanli, who was interrogating the people, also saw the soldiers and Liu Guangye, who was being supported by someone. He immediately sent a scribe to report to Yang Fan. They all thought that Liu Guangye was going to attack the Xiemeng tribesmen again. Unexpectedly, Liu Guangye did not look at them and led the soldiers to rush straight in front of them. Liu Guangye was really mad with anger. His blood was boiling and he did not care about the consequences. He gathered the soldiers and threatened them, saying that he only brought them to the stockade to catch the traitors. They raped, pillaged and committed numerous crimes, but it was not his intention. Now that Yang Fan had rushed over, he was going to investigate this matter. When the time comes, he would only be punished for not strictly restraining the soldiers, but the soldiers who committed the crime would be beheaded. These soldiers had always known that there was a leader but not the imperial court, so they lacked respect for the imperial court. Their common hatred for the enemy was stirred up by him, so he instigated them, saying that they wanted to drive Yang Fan away. It was funny to say that Liu Guangye's idea was to let Niu Yilang and another servant take advantage of the chaos to assassinate Yang Fan and plant the blame on the soldiers. This method was very similar to the method Yang Fan originally planned to use to deal with him. Two high-ranking officials of the imperial court, dignified imperial envoys, were going to play the role of bewitchment and fight. However, it was common practice for imperial envoys to bring a brigade with them when inspecting a place. As soon as Liu Guangye returned to the city, he was knocked unconscious by Yang Fan with a few punches and kicks. Song Chumeng was worried that the two sides would clash again, so she arranged for Yang Fan's men to be on the other side of the Song family's vast manor. Liu Guangye still did not know that Yang Fan had hundreds of elite imperial guards with him. Chapter 549. The Song family's residence was really too big. In fact, in Bajiang County, the Song family's residence occupied half of the city. Not all the people of the Song family lived here. Their roots were in the mountains. There were not many people living here, so there was a large empty space in the backyard. The space was so big that horses could be ridden and soldiers could be trained. This was only a part of the Song family's backyard. Because these places were not very useful, they were only enclosed into the courtyard wall and not treated in any other way. Even the ground was not leveled. Since it was everlasting, it was covered with weeds, like a grassland. Liu Guangye and his men were crossing this grassland at this moment. Niu Yilang walked beside Liu Guangye and climbed up the grassland together. As he climbed, he panted and said, "I've already found out." After climbing over this grassland slope, it's Yang Fan's residence, he stopped abruptly before he could finish his words. The grassland slope was not very high. It was just a relatively undulating slope. Before they completely climbed up the grassland slope, balls of red appeared in their sight. They were like balls of flames dancing in the wind. The wind fueled the fire, making it undulating and enchanting. Although Liu Guangye was bewildered, his feet did not stop. He continued to take 2 steps forward and saw that under the balls of bright red flames, there were black and white helmets. Under the setting sun, the copper rivets on the helmets shone brightly. Taking another step forward, he saw pairs of murderous eyes and cold faces. The leather cheeks were stuck on both sides of the soldiers' faces, making them look even more dignified. Liu Guangye was a little dazed, and so were the soldiers. They hesitated and took 2 more steps forward. Then, they saw the mouth of the Qilin, which was glowing with a metallic luster. The Qilin's glaring eyes were filled with a domineering aura. After that, they saw the soldiers' full body armor. Their chests were surrounded by the golden belly of the beast and tied with red suede sashes. The body of the armor, which was made up of countless polished brass plates, reflected the golden light of the blood-red setting sun. Liu Guangye stood still and stared in astonishment at the neat formation of celestial soldiers on the horizon. Suddenly, he shook off the support from his left and right and rushed to the top of the slope. This time, he finally saw the whole picture of the other party. Spears and halberds were like a forest, sabers and shields were like a tide. Battle skirts were draped over the broad backs of the horses, and the horses stood there motionlessly. About 300 riders were arranged in a cone-shaped charging formation. The army was neat and orderly, and no one made any noise. The army's prestige was loud, like a raging fire rising. Liu Guangye stood there in a daze. Looking at the clusters of fiery red tassels on the knights' heads, the fire in his heart shrank inch by inch. If the soldiers beside him were dragged into the deep mountains and forests, they would be able to fight. But on this grassland-like field, how could they fight with the enemy? It could only be a one-sided massacre. Ma Qiao wore his helmet and armor and stood solemnly in front of the formation. He had originally received news that Liu Guangye was leading the soldiers to kill the Xiamen witnesses who were brought into the Song residence. He had immediately gathered his troops and horses to rescue them. Who would have thought that when he was halfway there, the cavalry at the front reported that the soldiers had not killed the Xiamen, but were instead rushing over here. Ma Qiao immediately stopped the three armies and got into formation. Although he was currently in an offensive formation, it was actually out of habit. As for what to do, he didn't know. The enemy's intentions were unclear. After all, this was not the enemy's army. He couldn't just give the order to kill people. Ma Qiao slightly leaned to the side and asked a colonel beside him, "Has Imperial Envoy Yang caught up?" The colonel replied, "When I went to report, the Imperial Envoy had just entered the bath. When he heard the news, he immediately changed his clothes. He should be here soon." Ma Qiao nodded slightly and straightened his body on his horse. "If that's the case, then let's waste time." In the blink of an eye, a few fast horses could be seen escorting an umbrella-shaped carriage in the style of the Qin and Han dynasties. As they neared, they saw that the people sitting on the horses were Song Chumeng, Song Wanyo, and a few elders of the Song clan that they had met at the banquet when they first arrived at the Song residence. As for the ancient Qin and Han-style carriage, it was an old man with white hair and beard. The old man looked to be at least 90 years old. His face was full of wrinkles and there were many brown age spots on his skin. When these people arrived, Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo hurriedly dismounted and helped the old man down. It turned out that this old man was currently the oldest and most respected person in the Song clan. When Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo heard that the two imperial envoys were going to fight in his residence, they were scared out of their wits. At that time, they were paying their respects to this old ancestor. When the old ancestor heard the news, he hurriedly asked them to bring him here, thinking that with his age, the two imperial envoys would at least give him some face. Standing on the slope, Liu Guangye couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the Song clan had arrived and even their old ancestor had come out. This old fellow was already a happy old man. With him around, there was no way that young Fan would dare to be too impudent and embarrass him again. Liu Guangye waved his hand, then puffed out his chest and walked down the mountain with steady steps. Even if he lost the battle, he couldn't lose the battle. Besides, with the Song clan's old ancestor coming out to denounce him, even if he was at a disadvantage, young Fan might not dare to beat him up again. Even officials had to respect the elderly. What kind of outrageous things could young Fan do? However, after a few steps, Liu Guangye suddenly felt that something was wrong. Turning his head to look, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked, even though his nose had already become crooked from young Fan's slap. The clay soldiers behind him stood on the slope like wooden statues. Not a single one of them followed him down. Even Niu Yilang and the other servant, who were members of the Imperial Censorate, were actually standing there with hesitant expressions on their faces. Their eyes darted back and forth, not daring to follow him down. Liu Guangye glared at them fiercely. Only then did Niu Yilang and the other servant reluctantly summon up their courage and follow him down. The Song clan's old ancestor was helped down from the carriage. Trembling, he cupped his hands towards Ma Qiao and called out in an aged voice, "This general, why are you gathering troops in this old man's house?" How could Ma Qiao dare to accept the greeting of such an old man? A man of such age, if he went to court, he wouldn't even need to pay his respects to the emperor. The emperor would even bestow him a seat. Ma Qiao hurriedly got off his horse and bowed deeply towards the old man. He didn't say that he had misheard the news and thought that Liu Guangye was going to make a move against Xiamen. He only wanted to push the matter onto Yang Fan and said, "Old man, this lowly general is only following orders. Imperial Envoy Yang will be here in a moment. Please ask our Lord Imperial Envoy about the details. I'm also an Imperial Envoy. As a general of the Imperial Court, you actually dare to gather troops and confront me," Liu Guangye said angrily, but Ma Qiao turned a deaf ear to him. He only took a step back and stood next to the horse with his hand on his saber. Liu Guangye was embarrassed. He used the greeting of the Song clan's old ancestor to conceal his awkwardness. Not long after, Yang Fan galloped over on horseback. He had just taken off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub to take a bath when a soldier came to report his arrival. He hurriedly wiped himself clean and put on his robes before rushing over. He didn't have anything on him, but his hair was wet, so he didn't tie it up. He just casually tied a ponytail with a piece of cloth and tied it behind his head. As the fine horse galloped, the ponytail danced in the wind. Amidst his handsomeness, there was a hint of a romantic and uninhibited air. The old ancestor of the Song clan's eyes weren't blurry. He squinted at him and praised, "What a young man, what a heroic bearing." In reality, ever since Yang Fan had passed the crown, he couldn't be considered a young man. It was just that in the eyes of such an old man, if he were to be called a young man, no one else could say anything. Yang Fan rushed to the front of the crowd and flipped off his horse. Song Chumeng hurriedly came forward to introduce him. When Yang Fan heard that it was the old clan leader of the Song clan who had come, he didn't dare to slight him. He first went forward to greet the old man, then turned to Liu Guangye and asked coldly, "Censor Liu, what is your purpose in mobilizing such a large force?" It would have been better if Yang Fan hadn't mentioned it. Now that he said it, Liu Guangye's anger flared again. Liu Guangye angrily pointed at the 300 steel cavalry standing solemnly behind Yang Fan and said fiercely, "What is your purpose in using public property for private purposes?" Yang Fan's eyebrows raised slightly and said, "This official left the capital by imperial edict. This brigade is my bodyguard. Someone came with a murderous aura, and my bodyguard was on alert. What do you mean by using public property for private purposes? On the other hand, aren't these hundreds of soldiers from the imperial court? You led them straight to this official's residence. What is your purpose?" Liu Guangye pointed at his swollen face and crooked nose and roared, "You tell me what my purpose is. You tell me what my purpose is. Yang Fan, you have no respect as an official. You beat up and censor. I won't let this matter go." Yang Fan sneered and was about to retort when Song Wanyo suddenly shouted, "Eh? What's going on? Uncle, look." He shouted and pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a thick black smoke rising straight up in a corner of the dusky sky. Because there was no wind at this time, the smoke didn't disperse. As it rose, it gradually spread out and turned into something thick at the top and thin at the bottom, like a stick standing upright in the air. Song Chumeng's expression changed and he cried out, "Is someone attacking the city? Why would someone attack the city?" This thick smoke was set up by the Song family in imitation of the imperial court's beacons in the 4 cities. It also burned cow dung and horse dung that easily combusted into smoke. This beacon was not for reporting to other places, but because although Bajiang County was poor and crude, it was not a small place. It was difficult for things like clappers and gongs to play an effective role in transmitting messages, so this warning signal of the day is the beacon, and the night is the beacon was made. As the head of the Song family, Song Chumeng naturally understood what this beacons meant. Old ancestor Song's expression tightened and he hurriedly ordered, "Chumeng, go take a look and see if it was accidentally ignited. Wanyo, quickly gather the Ding Yong in the city to prepare for the unexpected." Song Chumeng and his nephew repeatedly agreed and jumped on their war horses to gallop away. Yang Fan and Liu Guangye had just confronted each other when the warriors of the 2 caves, 3 streams, and 19 strongholds of Xiamen came to attack the city. Under such circumstances, the 2 imperial envoys couldn't kill each other anymore. Liu Guangye took the opportunity to step down and wanted to lead his soldiers back to his residence. At this time, Hu Yuanli came. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan led the Xiamen girls and children to another place, leaving Sun Yuxuan to look after and protect them. Hu Yuanli rushed to see Yang Fan. He was still holding the written statement in his hand. Although he only recorded the statements of a few people, they described how Liu Guangye led the native soldiers to break into the stronghold, wantonly plundering wealth, wantonly raping women, and when they resisted, he immediately accused the other side of being traitors, and cruelly slaughtering them one after another. It was enough to make one's heart tremble. Hu Yuanli rushed over and saw that both sides were fine. He was relieved and handed the prepared transcript to Yang Fan. Yang Fan casually flipped through a few pages and his killing intent immediately rushed to his head. He originally thought that the soldiers were only following orders and all the sins were on Liu Guangye alone. Now that he saw this transcript, he realized that under the influence of the devil Liu Guangye, the hundreds of soldiers on the hillside had also become real devils and committed endless sins. Yang Fan coldly raised his head and swept a glance at the soldiers on the grassy hillside. The last ray of the setting sun was reflected in his eyes, the color of blood. Liu Guangye greeted Old Ancestor Song and was about to turn back to his residence when Yang Fan said in an awe-inspiring voice, "Liu Guangye, you can't leave, you can't leave." Chapter 550. Liu Guangye stopped in his tracks and looked at Yang Fan, asking, "What?" Yang Fan pointed at him and shouted in a deep voice, "Take him down." Liu Guangye said angrily, "How dare you? We are both imperial envoys, what right do you have to take me down?" Just this. Yang Fan did not get angry and only slowly took out an imperial edict from his sleeve. He had always carried these important things with him and did not forget them in his rush just now. Yang Fan raised the imperial edict high in his hand and said loudly, "His Majesty has a secret edict that grants me special authority to supervise the imperial censors. If I find someone who has committed crimes and has deep resentment among the people, I can kill him first and report later." Although Ma Qiao was surprised by Yang Fan's prematurely attack, he did not hesitate and waved his hand. Two of his trusted lieutenants rushed forward and held Liu Guangye down. Liu Guangye was angry and anxious and scolded, "How did I not know about this secret edict? Yang Fan, you forged an imperial edict and are committing a crime of deceiving the emperor." Turning to look at Niu Yilang and the other man who were dumbstruck, Liu Guangye scolded again, "You two idiots, what are you waiting for? Quickly come and save me." Yang Fan said, "Take these two down as well." Ma Qiao waved his hand again and four lieutenants rushed forward and grabbed Niu Yilang and the other man's arms without any explanation. Seeing this scene, Old Ancestor Song was extremely shocked and quickly said, Imperial envoys, do not harm the harmony, do not harm the harmony. You too." Yang Fan walked forward and said to him politely, "Old man, your Song family has lived here for generations and we are like one family. I believe you also do not want your hometown to be stirred up by a cruel and corrupt official and the people have no way to live." On the way here, Junior heard that because of Liu Guangye's violent actions, the people of the barbarian province are boiling with resentment. Now that the flames of war have risen, if someone attacks the city, Liu Guangye will not be able to escape responsibility. Junior is doing this to quell the anger of the barbarian people. Isn't this also a good thing for the Song family? Junior shouldn't disobey Senior's words, but this matter involves the laws of the country, so I hope Senior won't interfere. Junior will handle this matter properly. The old ancestor of the Song family may be old, but his mind and eyes were not slow at all. He did not believe that Yang Fan, who was also an official of the court, would dare to fake an imperial edict to capture another imperial envoy. Paper could not hide fire. If he did this, he would be exposed sooner or later. If this imperial edict was real, then he didn't need to care. Besides, did the Song family really not have any resentment towards Liu Guangye's actions in the barbarian province? Just now, he pretended to mediate, just to show the Song family's attitude. In this way, whether Yang Fan's faction or Liu Guangye's faction gained power in the future, it would have nothing to do with his Song family. Now that he had said all the beautiful words, the old ancestor could only sigh again and again. With a helpless expression, He was supported by his descendants into his canopied carriage and left. Once the people of the Song family left, there were only Yang Fan's people left. However, even though Hu Yuanli was on Yang Fan's side, it was impossible for him to participate in Yang Fan's secrets. Even though Ma Qiao was full of suspicions, he still could not ask questions now. When the native soldiers on the grassy slope saw that Imperial Envoy Liu, whom they relied on, had been captured, and when they saw the 300 Imperial guards in neat formation, they felt their spirits crumble. How could they have the courage to fight? They beat the drums of retreat. The two leaders calculated and wanted to lead their people to retreat. When Yang Fan saw their formation move, he immediately ordered, "Surround them. Whoever dares to move, kill without mercy." Ma Qiao glanced at Yang Fan in surprise. Yang Fan nodded his head heavily. The two had been brothers for many years and understood each other well. Yang Fan only needed to nod his head for Ma Qiao to understand his determination. Even though he was still confused, he immediately made his decision. When Ma Qiao gave the order, his subordinate waved the flag of command. The 300 steel horsemen tapped their horses' bellies and lightly shook their reins. The army, which was as solemn as a mountain, suddenly moved. Even though there were only 300 people, they moved slowly like a forest, but they had the momentum of a magnificent army. In a short while, the 300 horsemen had changed from moving slowly to galloping. Each person was responsible for a radius of 3 zhong. The entire army spread out and surrounded the hillside. The brave Imperial guards raised their spears, or clashed their sabers and shields. The rhythm of their beating was awe-inspiring and murderous. The native soldiers stopped in fear. Their formation was in disarray and they did not know what to do. At this time, Song Wanyo galloped over with a few personal guards. When he saw that even Liu Guangye had been captured, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Yang Fan did not allow him to ask. He rushed to ask first, "Duke Ming, why is the beacon on top of the city wall burning?" Song Wanyo replied, 2 caves, 3 streams, a total of 19 stockades, Xiaman and Dingyong have rebelled and are now attacking the city. They say. Yang Fan frowned and said, "What did you say? Why is Duke Ming hesitating?" Song Wanyo really hated Liu Guangye for bringing so much trouble to his family. In any case, this matter had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Liu Guangye had become Yang Fan's prisoner, he hardened his heart and said, "They say that they are rebelling, not against the court, but against the Imperial Envoy. They even shouted something like, 'If we don't kill the dog Imperial Envoy, we will slaughter Bajiang City.'" Yang Fan frowned and asked, even though he already knew the answer, "This Imperial Envoy has just arrived at Bajiang and has never done anything that would anger the heavens and the people. Why are they rebelling against me?" Song Wanyo said awkwardly, "This Imperial Envoy must be joking. In Bajiang City, there is more than one Imperial Envoy." "Oh," Yang Fan smiled and said, "Since this dog Imperial Envoy is not pointing at me, then it must be pointing at him." Yang Fan pointed at Liu Guangye, who was being held down by 2 soldiers and couldn't even straighten his back. His expression suddenly turned serious and said, "This official has just seen Imperial Censor whose interrogation record. Even though the crimes recorded are only the tip of the iceberg, but Liu Guangye's actions in the Man province can already be seen." Yang Fan said, "Imperial Censor Hu Yuanli cupped his hands and said, "This lowly official is here." Yang Fan said, "The situation is urgent. If we don't stop it in time, I'm afraid the rebellion of the barbarians in the middle of Guizhou will become a prairie fire. Immediately go up to the city tower with County Magistrate Song and pacify the people below. Tell them that the crimes Liu Guangye has committed in the Man province and the grievances they have suffered, the emperor is a wise man. He is already aware of it and has sent an imperial envoy to deal with it. Tell them to stop attacking the city. We will definitely give them an explanation in a short period of time." Hu Yuanli was startled and replied, "Yes." Then he lowered his voice and said, "Yang Langzhong, although there is an imperial edict, we must proceed with caution." Yang Fan grinned and also replied in a low voice, "Brother Hu, don't worry. I will first pacify the rioters outside the city. Otherwise, if there really is a big mess, you and I will not be able to escape the blame." Hu Yuanli deeply agreed and nodded, "Yes. I will go with County Magistrate Song right now. Song Wanyo hesitated and couldn't make up his mind. He was already pulled away by Hu Yuanli on a horse. At this time, Ma Qiao moved closer to Yang Fan and said in a low voice, "Why did you change your mind again?" Yang Fan said with a calm face, "Because the person I originally wanted to kill was Liu Guangye alone." Ma Qiao was shocked and said, "Then now?" Yang Fan slowly raised his eyes and swept a cold glance at the soldiers gathered on the hillside. Ma Qiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun Yuxuan brought the boys and girls away from their original positions and hid under a grassy slope. Like an old hen protecting its chicks, he guarded the outer perimeter alone, pacing back and forth restlessly. Miss Hu Fei walked over and said worriedly, "That dog of an Imperial envoy is so aggressive. Is he going to kill Imperial envoy Yang? If he kills Imperial envoy Yang, will he turn around and kill us to silence us?" Sun Yuxuan snorted and said, "Him? It would be strange if he could kill Dr. Pestilence. That brat Yang Fan is not a good person. As long as Yang Fan does not die, how could he sit by and watch him kill you all?" Hu Fei made a no sound and said, "This Imperial envoy Yang, is he very powerful?" Sun Yuxuan blurted out, "Of course, in our Ministry of Justice, he is the only scorpion shit, cough cough. Of course, although he is powerful, I am not bad. It is just that this time he is leaving the capital, and the rules are there. It is not convenient for me to make the decision on my own." Hu Fei's eyes lit up when she heard this and said excitedly, "Then, if the dog of an Imperial envoy goes to find trouble with him, will he kill the dog of an Imperial envoy with a knife? I think he has a very bad temper." Sun Yuxuan shook his head like a rattle drum. "How is that possible? Your thinking is too simple. Liu Guangye is an Imperial censor after all. How can he be killed just like that? It is fine for Yang Fan to beat him up, but if he wants to kill him, he cannot bear the consequences. But you do not need to worry that Liu Guangye has committed such an evil act. After I return to the capital, I will definitely report to the emperor on your behalf and impeach him." Sun Yuxuan licked his lips and could not help but ask, The inquiry just now was interrupted. I have not finished asking my question." "You, cough cough, do you have someone in your heart?" When Hu Fei heard his words, she was both angry and amused. At this time, he still could not forget this question. But thinking about it again, she was only a barbarian girl, and this Han official from the capital of the Great Jew was actually so infatuated with her. She could not help but feel proud and touched. A sentence rushed to the tip of her tongue, but she suddenly swallowed it back. She only smiled mischievously at Sun Yuxuan and said charmingly, "Sweetheart, guess." Sun Yuxuan said sourly, "Miss has snow-white skin, soft jade and delicate clouds, beautiful and elegant, outstanding immortal material. How can you not have admirers? Presumably, you already have someone in your heart." After hearing so many praises from him, Miss Hu Fei was a little embarrassed. She shyly lowered her head and said softly, "How can I be as good as you say?" Sun Yuxuan became anxious. "Then do you have someone in your heart?" Dr. Sun. The scribe that he had sent to investigate lifted his robe and ran back, one step at a time. He said while panting, "Dr. Sun, I found Yang Langzhong." Sun Yuxuan was delighted. Looking behind that person, there was not a single soldier following him. He could not help but say angrily, "Didn't I tell you to report to Yang Langzhong and send some soldiers to protect the witness?" The man steadied himself, gasping for breath as he said, "No. There's no need to send anyone." Of the 100 or so soldiers, dozens of them were chopped to death. The rest didn't dare to resist and were all tied up. Even Imperial envoy Liu was tied up and taken away. They said they were going to publicly execute him to appease the people. Ah! Sun Yuxuan's eyes widened when he heard this, and he cried out involuntarily, "Execution?" Hu Fei glanced at him and said in a small voice, "I think this Imperial envoy Yang is much more powerful than what you said." Sun Yuxuan immediately puffed out his chest and said seriously, "Miss, you may not know, but I, Sun, as the deputy envoy, am not in the position and do not participate in politics. If I were the official envoy, I would also chop off Liu Guangye's dog head without hesitation." After saying this, he grabbed the scribe's wrist and dragged him far away. He asked nervously, Yang Langzhong really wants to kill Liu Guangye, it can't be? Chapter 551. The city walls of Beijiang County were not high. On the low city walls, some cracks had already appeared on the rammed earth. Sections of the city walls were overgrown with weeds. Able-bodied men armed with spears and bamboo arrows were running around on top of the city walls, their expressions extremely nervous. Right now the sky was completely dark. As far as the eye could see, there were torches all over the mountains and plains outside the city, like a sky full of stars. Several large bonfires were burning below the city walls, and there were people constantly dragging over whole chopped trees to be used as firewood to throw into the bonfires. The fire sprouts almost leapt up to the top of the city walls, the heat so hot that a large area of the city walls could not be stood. Above and below the city walls, it was brightly lit. The Miao people of the 2 caves, 3 streams, and 19 stockaded villages completely believed in Yang Fan. The Miao people were straightforward. Once they believed in a friend, they would never easily doubt their friend's intentions. They believed in the Kuman tribe leader, so towards this tribe leader who gifted the wolf fang necklace to Yang Fan, they also believed without a doubt. That necklace could not become a keepsake in anyone's hands. Before the Kuman tribe leader gave it away, he had long engraved some secret markings on it that outsiders could not understand. These markings were interlinked with some of the Xiamen tribe's markings. Only their shaman or tribe leader who was proficient in their tribe's language would be able to understand those markings, and from there confirm if the bearer was the recipient. Yang Fan was indeed the recipient, so his character was worthy of trust. But ever since the shouts from the top of the city walls, telling them to stop attacking the city, that they would definitely give them an explanation, it had been a long time, there was no other indication from the city walls, and they still did not see Yang Fan appear. The people below the city walls started to lose their patience. Their original plan with Yang Fan was to attack the city, take advantage of the chaos to attack, create enough momentum and then retreat before daybreak, leaving the rest to Yang Fan. Today's unforeseen event was not what Yang Fan had agreed with them beforehand. Yang Fan still did not appear. The leaders could not help but be suspicious. Is this really Yang Fan's idea or is it the Song family's scheme? Are they intending to delay until daybreak? The cave masters, stream masters, and stronghold masters gathered together to discuss it. Most of them decided not to wait any longer. If there was no further indication from the city walls, then they would continue attacking the city. Among them, Hu Fei's father's attitude was the most intense. He had 4 sons in his family, but only 1 girl. When a family had more sons, their daughter would become the most precious treasure. His daughter had been captured into the city and had fallen into the hands of those beast soldiers. If she wasn't rescued in time, only God knew what kind of unimaginable tragic fate she would encounter. As her father, he was more anxious than anyone else. The 2 sons he brought with him, who were also Miss Hu Fei's 2 elder brothers, were also holding Miao Dao in their hands. They were full of murderous aura, incessantly tempting the leaders to agree with their father's opinion. The 2 cave masters who were in charge of the meeting could no longer keep their composure. He snapped a wooden stick that was used to stir the fire in half and said sternly, "Ignore them. Attack the city." As soon as the order was given, the shouts and fighting sounds below the city walls rose and fell, and it was especially clear under the quiet night sky. In the oppressive darkness of the night, simple scaling ladders were carried out. When they reached the city walls, they were already clearly illuminated by the bonfire. They deliberately used the billowing heat waves produced by the huge bonfire to make it impossible for people to stand on top of the city walls. They chose these places to climb up, but their movements were also easily seen by others. Below the city walls, bamboo arrows flew towards the city walls. The people on top of the city walls also retreated a certain distance, avoiding the surging heat waves and throwing bamboo arrows down. When the rain of arrows poured down, the warriors attacking the city walls had already raised their vine shields. This kind of bamboo arrow was light as a feather, but its penetrative power was not strong. It relied entirely on the poison refined on it to injure people, so the vine shields could completely block it. Song Chumeng was wearing rattan armor, nervously guarding the city. Once the city was breached, the loss would be the property and safety of his Song clan. There were several elders of the Song clan who lived in the city, especially the Song clan's ancestor, who had moved here to cure his illness. Although Xiaman had said that he would only kill the dog imperial envoys, But who knew if they would lose control once they entered the city? Ever since he conveyed Yang Fan's message, the siege had stopped, and Song Chumeng was relieved. But after waiting for a long time and seeing that Yang Fan still hadn't arrived, and seeing that Xiaman was about to attack the city again, Song Chumeng's heart tightened. At this moment, a group of people rushed to the top of the city wall from the transport road. Without saying a word, they threw the things in their hands down the city wall. Ha ha ha. Dozens of round things fell to the bottom of the city wall, rolling far away. The Xiaman warriors at the bottom of the city only thought that some powerful secret weapon had been thrown down from the top of the city wall. They hurriedly raised their shields in defense, but nothing happened even after a long time. They slightly moved their vine shields away and looked down. Under the blazing flames, they could see that the things thrown down from the top of the city wall were human heads. The Xiaman warriors were somewhat stunned. They hadn't attacked the city wall yet. In other words, they hadn't been captured, and there were no corpses left on the city wall. Then where did these human heads come from? My daughter, Fei Fei. My Fei Fei. Old Who was the first to react. With tears streaming down his face, he threw away his shield and rushed forward to pick up a human head. Old Who held the head in his hand and looked at it under the light of the fire. It was a man with a face full of acne. Old Who casually threw the head away and picked up another one. This man had a mouth full of yellow teeth, and there was even a vegetable leaf stuck in his teeth. No. Hu Fei's two brothers also went crazy. They threw away their weapons and rushed forward to identify the human heads one by one. After a while, Old Hu suddenly realized something and shouted, "That's not right. The people who were taken away from our stronghold were either Aya or Daegu, children. These human heads are all adult men, and I don't recognize any of them." Old Hu's second brother slapped his head hard and echoed, "That's right. Father, there must be something fishy about this." Old Hu came back to his senses and raised his head to look at the city wall. At this time, countless lanterns and torches were lit up on top of the city wall. Originally, the top of the city wall was brightly lit by the huge bonfire, but the place where the bonfire was burning was too hot for people to stand. The people on top of the city wall could only appear in places where the heat was not as bright. Now that the torches were lit, it was as bright as day. Xiaman brothers below the city wall. This official is the imperial envoy Yang Fan. A clear and melodious voice sounded from the top of the city wall. The Xiaman warriors below the city wall all looked up and saw a person standing on top of the city wall, illuminated by several torches. Without waiting for the commotion below the city wall to start again, the voice hurriedly said, "I am the imperial envoy, not the one you want to kill. The one you want to kill is here." After all, only a few leaders knew that he was a trusted friend of Kuman, and that he had a secret agreement with Xiaman. The ordinary Xiaman did not know his identity. If he did not quickly explain himself, he was afraid that he would be cursed countless times on behalf of Liu Guangye, accompanied by a torrential rain of arrows. Yang Fan pointed with his finger and Liu Guangye was brought up to the top of the city wall, tied up with his hands and legs. Fortunately, he was tied up. When the archers saw this scene, they knew that something must have happened, so they did not fire. But those who had women raped by Liu Guangye's native soldiers, who had property taken from them, whose houses were burned by them, who refused to hand over the exiles who were like family to them, or who had their relatives killed because they resisted the rape, had bloodshot eyes. They wanted nothing more than to rush to the top of the city wall and bite Liu Guangye to death. Finally, when the various division leaders saw this situation, they knew that this unforeseen event was caused by Yang Fan, so they hastily restrained their subordinates. Only then did the spectacular scene of people advancing wave after wave like ants, all for the sake of a single man. Yang Fan also knew that at this moment, he could not speak in a bureaucratic manner. Special cases had to be dealt with in a special way, and the specific details had to be discussed after Xiaman had calmed down. Therefore, he immediately raised his voice and said, "The imperial court already knows of Liu Guangye's actions in the barbarian province. This person came under the Son of Heaven's decree and acted against the Son of Heaven's decree. He has committed a heinous crime and should be executed." Liu Guangye's hands were tied behind his back, and his mouth was stuffed with 2 walnuts. He was so full that he could not close his mouth and could not speak. He could only glare at Yang Fan with infinite hatred. Yang Fan turned to look at Liu Guangye, pointed his finger at him and shouted, "Liu Guangye, based on what you have done, you must be executed immediately. This imperial envoy is under the Son of Heaven's decree to execute the sinner Liu Guangye. Do it." Liu Guangye's pupils suddenly widened. His mouth could not speak, but his eyes clearly asked the words he wanted to say the most. "You dare? You really dare?" What answered him was a shiny steel blade. With a swing of the blade, a mouthful of hot blood sprayed into the air, and a head fell to the muddy ground below the city wall. A bold Xiaman warrior ran to the bottom of the city wall and picked up the head, then quickly ran to a bonfire. Many people gathered around to take a look, and in just a moment, they identified Liu Guangye's body. When Liu Guangye went to various strongholds to tyrannize, burn, kill, and plunder, he would personally lead the troops. But who could forget this great enemy who had seen him before? On top of the city wall, the soldiers who were holding Liu Guangye's headless corpse were covered in the blood that sprayed out from his mouth. Yang Fan slightly waved his hand, and the two of them pushed hard. The headless corpse fell down the city wall and landed heavily on the ground with a thud. On top of the city wall, Song Chumeng was dumbstruck. When Yang Fan had just come up to the top of the city wall, Song Chumeng had been sincerely happy because he had helped them out, but now he was truly scared stiff. It was not that he felt sorry for Liu Guangye. If he could have killed him, he would have done so long ago. It was just that a high-ranking official of the court, an imperial envoy of a region, had been killed by Yang Fan without the slightest hesitation. This really scared Song Chumeng. If he knew that Yang Fan had killed an imperial envoy in Yarrow province, and that he was a professional at killing imperial envoys, he would probably be scared out of his wits. Yes, the imperial edict did indeed grant Yang Fan the power to act arbitrarily, but since ancient times, there were many imperial envoys who enjoyed this privilege. But unless the emperor had already instructed him to kill someone in advance, imperial envoys would rarely kill officials on their own. The symbolic meaning of the emperor granting you this privilege was far greater than the actual meaning. If you used this privilege to kill an official today, then there would be no problem. If the wind in the court changed, then this might become the basis for others to accuse you of abusing your power. But Yang Fan, he really did it without hesitation. Song Chumeng was still in a daze when Song Wanyo timidly moved in front of him and said in a low voice, "Uncle, our people are also being escorted to the city wall." Huh! Song Chumeng seemed to have woken up from a dream. He turned his head and saw that every 2 imperial soldiers were escorting a tied-up soldier and pushing nearly 100 Song clan soldiers onto the city wall. They were densely packed on one side of the city wall, as if the city wall had suddenly become a layer higher. For a moment, the tens of thousands of Xiaman warriors couldn't help but hold their breath. Chapter 552. Thump, thump, thump. Every head that fell to the ground was like a dull drum sound, and everyone who heard this drum sound did not make a sound. Even the sound of their breathing was as soft as possible. Occasionally, a human head would hit a rock when it fell to the ground. The bang sound would turn into a poochie sound, as if a watermelon had been smashed. The muscles at the corners of the eyes of the people on and below the city walls would twitch a few times in a strange manner. No one could have imagined that Yang Fan would have such a method to end this war. Head after head fell to the ground, gradually extinguishing the anger and grief in Xiaman's heart. All that was left in his chest was endless sorrow. Their enemies were beheaded, and the Xiaman tribesmen who had been harmed by them wept like rain. Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo, uncle and nephew, stood at the gates of the city, their bodies trembling incessantly. Every swing of the saber felt like it was chopping at their necks, causing their hearts to palpitate with fear. Yang Fan stood next to them as if nothing had happened, showing no reaction to what was happening before him. He had played a trick on the Tubo Great Minister in the Turks, causing the Tubo Great Minister to tear apart the cloth of shame. All he cared about was finding the other party's weak point, wanting to ruthlessly take a bite out of it. This time, Wang Xiajie's attack on the 4 garrisons of Anshi had caused the Tubo Great Minister to be able to defeat the allied forces of the Turks and Tubo in one fell swoop. This was also an important reason why the Tubo did not send the war god Lun Qinling, who had repeatedly defeated Wang Xiajie. And not letting Lun Qinling take command was precisely because the Tubo king was suspicious of him and did not want him to wield military power. Who could have thought of the little game that Yang Fan had played in the Tubo city several years ago? Yang Fan didn't do anything earth-shattering during his trip to Tubo, but the magic trick he played had a far-reaching and huge impact. It was not only related to the gain and loss of a city or a land, but also related to the fate of several countries. Since ancient times, how many people had such ability? Those who are good at fighting have no illustrious battlefield. In Shuiyan Tuor, he had played the Turkic army in the palm of his hand. Not only had he succeeded in stirring up a conflict between the Turkic emperor and empress, he had also forced the army of 100,000 to flee in panic. They had lost nearly half of their soldiers and generals, so much so that the Turks had not yet fully recovered their strength. How many things did he do in the imperial court? How many storms had his shadow been behind them? How many powerful ministers were promoted or demoted because of him? To him, those were the true perilous waves, the waves that could shake the heavens. Presently, he'd only killed an imperial censor and 100 soldiers. Even though it was able to terrify the tens of thousands of Xiamen below the city walls to the point their faces turned ghastly pale, to him, it was only like seeing a shallow stream, and it truly couldn't be said to be spectacular. Yang Fan stood there with his hands behind his back, and was still chatting cheerfully with Song Chumeng. But while he had a smile on his face, his voice was faintly reproachful and stern. The envoy and Duke Ming did not conspire with Liu Guangye. It can be said that the two of you were dissatisfied and opposed his actions in the Man province. It is a pity, you did not act, and instead lent troops to him, even if he committed such evil deed. Yang Fan's tone became deeper as he said, so, even though you did not commit evil, you cannot avoid the suspicion of indulging in evil. You too, you are the leaders of a large clan, and should protect the safety of the people. But now, you have failed to fulfill your duty, and have failed the people. Pew! Another sound of a blade cutting through the neck came from ahead. Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo shuddered and hurriedly agreed. A shout came from the top of the city walls. Imperial Envoy Yang has said that today, Imperial Envoy Yang has received the will of the Emperor, and has killed the evil to give you justice. My fellow villagers are angry and have gathered below the city walls. Today, the evil has been eliminated. You should quickly retreat, and do not cause more trouble. If you do not retreat, you will not be able to escape the name of rebellion. When the army of the court arrives, you will be crushed. The leaders of the caves, streams, and villages will restrain their forces and immediately return to the village. The imperial envoy will not send a single soldier to pursue. Today's action of besieging the city can also be reported to the emperor by my family's imperial envoy for forgiveness. Tomorrow, my family's imperial envoy will personally go to the village to discuss the aftermath with you. My family's imperial envoy will go alone to show his sincerity. That night, the Miao Man of the 2 caves, 3 streams, and 19 villages retreated like the tide. The torches were like dragons of fire, and then scattered into the sky full of stars, hiding in the mountains and forests until they could not be seen. A great chaos was invisibly spread. The old ancestor of the Song family sat on a rattanwood chair, silently looking at the rainwater that had formed lines under the eaves. This rain had swept away the heat, and there was a sense of coolness. The old man was old, so Song Wanyo very considerately put a blanket on the old man's knees. A cluster of golden camellias bloomed under the porch. The leaves were dark green and as thick as leather. The narrow and round leaves were shiny from the rain, and the edges of the serrated leaves were slightly white. The golden flowers were dazzling and shiny, as if they were coated with a layer of wax, giving them a translucent quality. The cup-shaped, pot-shaped, and bowl-shaped flowers were delicate and beautiful, beautiful and elegant. They were as beautiful and moving as the 2 yellow-robed maids standing under the pillars of the porch. Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo stood on the old man's left and right. Song Chumeng sighed, even in my dreams, I hoped that Liu Guangye would leave our barbarian province as soon as possible, but I did not expect that he would use such an intense method to solve the problem. But, fortunately, there is Yang Fan to take care of everything. Song Wanyo also smiled, cheerfully looking at the grey sky and the garden that had been washed clear by the rain. He said contentedly, This rain is good, washing away all the blood and returning peace to our barbarian province." The old man's eyes were half opened, looking at the golden camellias swaying under the curtain of rain. He seemed to be daydreaming, but the two juniors' complacent words entered his ears without missing a single word. The old man suddenly snorted softly, and Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo quickly bowed and closed their mouths. The old man was silent for a while, then slowly said, "Who said everything is over?" The two bowed again, not daring to say anything more. The old man sighed, "This storm has just started, just started." Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo looked at each other, somewhat puzzled, but did not dare to ask. The old man was silent for a while, then said, "Remember, we will do whatever the court tells us to do. We will listen to whoever sits in the court. This way, no matter who sits in the court, they will not be worried about our Song family, and will not blame our Song family for what happened in the past. You have done well in the past, and you will continue to do so in the future. This is the foundation of our Song family, which can be protected for generations to come." Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo bowed together. "Yes, we will follow the teachings of the old ancestor." The wind and rain were like smoke, shrouding the entire Miao village in the misty mountain rain. Miao buildings were built along the mountain, row upon row. The Miao building that Yang Fan stayed in was built on the hillside, a typical Miao building style. It was a 2-story wooden building, with 3 rooms on the second floor. In the middle, there was a bamboo railing that extended outwards, and it was an open style. Sitting inside, one could have a panoramic view of the scenery outside. At the foot of the mountain were patches of irregular mountain fields, and a silver river flowed through them. The head and tail of the river were hidden in the rain and fog. There was another small path that meandered around the Miao buildings, all the way to the river at the foot of the mountain, and across the river to the green mountains on the other side, like a long yellow snake. There were wind chimes hanging under the eaves. There were not many wind chimes, only a total of 7, but there was wind, so the sound of the 7 wind chimes rose and fell, interweaving into a melody with a rhythm that never repeated. The rain fell under the eaves, from sparse to dense, from dense to sparse, sometimes clanging, sometimes pitter-patter, just like the crisp harmony of the wind chimes. Therefore, there was a hint of gentleness in the crispness, making the beautiful melody played by the wonderful hands of nature even more enchanting. There was a middle-aged man sitting in front of Yang Fan. He was a middle-aged Han man, and there was a pouch in his hand. Looking at his attire and appearance, he looked like a traveling merchant. However, it was a little strange for a traveling merchant to appear in the mountainous Miao village. There was a middle-aged man sitting in front of Yang Fan. He was a middle-aged Han man, and there was a pouch in his hand. Looking at his attire and appearance, he looked like a traveling merchant. However, it was a little strange for a traveling merchant to appear in the mountainous Miao village. There was a merchant's unique smile on the traveling merchant's face, and he answered, "Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing." Yang Fan smiled faintly, and said, "Good. Then I can rest assured." The traveling merchant smiled and said, "Yang Langzhong, you should be rest assured. What you need to do is to follow the trend and borrow the momentum to dig a river canal. When the canal is completed, the water will naturally come. And this water, to us, is not a difficult thing to do." The traveling merchant also took a look at the curtain of rain outside the building, and gently stretched out one of his hands, allowing the cool rain to pour on his hand, and then flowed through the gaps between his fingers. He said leisurely, "It can be big or small, it can rise or hide, it can be big or small, it can be big or small, it can be big or small, it can be small, it can be hidden, it can soar in the universe, it can be hidden in the waves. No one can underestimate it." Yang Fan knew that he was talking about the dragon, and he also knew who he was actually referring to. Yang Fan was silent for a while, and nodded, and said, "That's good, half of the country can be settled." The traveling merchant retracted his hand, and looked at Yang Fan. "I heard that Lang Zhong still has to go to Chang'an after this trip, then let's meet in Chang'an. The matter is urgent, I have to rush back immediately." "Good." Yang Fan stood up, and the traveling merchant smiled as he stood up, and said to Yang Fan, "Yang Langzhong, this canal was dug very well, the elders all admire it very much. When you reach Chang'an, perhaps there will be nobles who would like to meet you." Yang Fan cupped his hands, and said, "It's my honor." The traveling merchant walked towards the door, and Yang Fan suddenly asked, "You came in a hurry, and you also left in a hurry, but you still haven't announced your name." That person let out an "ah," and said, "Yes, I was too rash." He turned around, and solemnly cupped his hands towards Yang Fan, and said, "My surname is Lin, and my name is Zhixiong, greetings to Yang Longzhong." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows, and said, "Real name?" Lin Zhixiong was slightly startled, and then laughed involuntarily, and said, "I am not some big shot, this name is naturally my real name." In a Miao building of exactly the same style, on the second floor of the fence. Hu Da, Hu San, and Hu Sai were accompanying Sun Yuxuan, and Dr. Sun was drinking wine from a bamboo tube. Sun Yuxuan drank until his face was like a monkey's, and his eyes were blank, but he did not forget to introduce an important matter to his 4 brothers-in-law, and his brothers-in-law, I have been single since my wife passed away 2 years ago. Chapter 553. Yang Fan did not stay in the Miao village for too long. After Liu Guangye's death, the threat of chaos in the barbarian province was resolved. The Xiamen prime minister was much more gentle and docile compared to the Wu Man, Bai Man, and even Li Liao of the Southern Ridge Path. When Yang Fan arrived, the chaos in the barbarian province had only just begun and was immediately quelled by him. Therefore, the chaos here was much smaller than in Yarrow province. Next, Yang Fan would be going to Southern Ridge. When Yang Fan was still in Yarrow province, the Southern Ridge Path was already in chaos. From Jiannan province to Qianzhong province, then to Southern Ridge Path, from west to east, the control of the imperial court was gradually strengthened. Although the Li Liao tribe was united, their armed forces were much weaker than the imperial court's troops. Although Yang Fan was not sure of the current situation in Southern Ridge Path, he guessed that the dust had already settled. The rebellion might have already been quelled, and the Li Liao tribe's strength was not enough to fight against the imperial court. They might have already surrendered. Even if Yang Fan rushed over now, he would only be able to see Wn Guojun's smug face and hear his unbridled laughter amidst the desolation and bloodshed. But Yang Fan had to go to Southern Ridge. Although the battle there had already ended, a battle that would affect the distant future had just begun. In these few days, Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, and Sun Yuxuan met with many Xiamen leaders. That's right, they met separately. According to Yang Fan's explanation, they had an important mission to carry out, and they had to rush to the Southern Ridge Road to inspect. They couldn't stay here for too long, so they had to speed up the process of appeasing Xiamen. Therefore, they had to meet the cave masters, stream masters, fort masters, as well as the various officials of the Middle Qian Road. Yang Fan was the main envoy, so he naturally took on the most arduous task. He personally received those Miao Stockade village leaders who were filled with rage, listened to their grievances, vented their anger, and comforted them. Imperial Censor who was in charge of receiving the officials who came from all over the country. There were officials from the lower ranks and officials from the lower ranks. However, regardless of whether they were officials from the lower ranks or officials from the lower ranks, because they were officials appointed by the imperial court, their speech and mannerisms were relatively polite. As for Sun Yuxuan, the task that Yang Fan gave him was even simpler. Although Liu Guangye was already dead, the crimes that Liu Guangye had committed were enough to determine that he deserved to be executed. However, the memorial to the imperial court still needed to detail everything that Liu Guangye had done after arriving at the barbarian province. These matters were handed over to Sun Yuxuan, who would summon witnesses and organize statements at any time. 3 days later, some of the Xiamen leaders who lived in the more remote mountainous areas had yet to arrive. Yang Fan decided to leave Qianzhong and rush to Lingnan. Yang Fan decided to leave Hu Yuanli behind to deal with the aftermath while he and Sun Yuxuan rushed to Lingnan. The cavalry of the Dragon Martial Guards were waiting by the small river below the Hong Stockade village. Yang Fan and Sun Yuxuan were dressed in traveling attire. They were accompanied by Hu Yuanli, who stayed behind, and the leaders of the Hong Stockade village as they strolled down the mountain along the snake-like path. The green mountains were green and the flowing water was gurgling. The traveling party was ready to depart. "Dear leaders, please stay." Yang Fan turned around and cupped his hands in the other before his chest and smiled at the Miao village leaders. At the same time, he exchanged a look that could only be understood. The Miao village leaders understood tacitly and returned the greeting. Yang Fan then said to Hu Yuanli, "Brother Hu, I'll have to trouble you to deal with the unfinished matters of Qianzhong. Let's go to Lingnan and meet up with Brother Hu in Jingju." Hu Yuanli smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, Yang Langzhong. I'll definitely handle the unfinished matters here." Yang Fan nodded and cupped his fists at the crowd. He turned around and said to Sun Yuxuan, "Brother Sun, let's go." Sun Yuxuan looked a little absent-minded. His eyes swept across the crowd as if he was looking for someone. In the end, he sighed dejectedly and nodded dispiritedly. He then turned around quietly with Yang Fan. A guard brought the horse over. Yang Fan pulled the saddle and leaped onto the horse with great agility. Sun Yuxuan, on the other hand, felt as if his boots weighed 1,000 pounds. He reluctantly turned around and looked at the Miao village buildings on the hillside. He sighed softly before he grabbed the saddle tightly and lifted his leg. At this moment, a singing voice echoed in the mountain. The voice was as clear and melodious as the bamboo flute made from the green bamboos in the mountain. It was as graceful as the larks flying on the branches. "When we first meet, the brother in the evil official's hand protects the sister. The steel knife you block for the sister. The whip you resist for the sister." Sun Yuxuan almost missed his step and knocked his nose on the saddle. He turned around in pleasant surprise and followed the sound of the song to find her. He found her. It was Miss Hu Fei. There was no mistake, he knew it was her the moment he heard the voice. "When we first meet, it's like a carp in the big river. The carp has to grow into the big river. The love between the fish and the water lasts forever." Sun Yuxuan saw it. It was a Miao building, a stretch of verdant green. Miss Hu Fei, dressed in green, stood under a green tree, like the most beautiful and brightest leaf on the Miao mountain. The clear and pleasant voice came from her. Sun Yuxuan looked at her beautiful figure excitedly. He did not know what to do. The hillside was quiet for a while. Miss Hu Fei's voice started again, picking tea from the mountain, picking flowers from the azalea. When the flowers bloom, someone picks them. When the sister sings, no one answers. There was a hint of sadness in her voice. Sun Yuxuan was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands. He did not know how to comfort her. He really did not know how to sing a mountain song. The 4 Hu brothers who accompanied their father to send off the imperial envoy winked and whispered a few words. The 11-year-old third brother was pushed out and stood next to Sun Yuxuan. He covered his mouth and sang for him. "The sun sparrow loves the green mountain ridge. The cows and horses love the green lawn. The bees love the flowers. The fish love the water. I love the sister. I can't open my mouth." On the hillside, Miss Hu Fei's voice carried a hint of joy. "When I first enter the garden to see the begonia, it's like Fan Lang meeting Meng Jiang. Sister is willing to be a Meng Jiang girl. Stay for a long time and love will spread far and wide. The fish meets its companion on the beach. The bird meets its soulmate on the mountain. Be like the river that never stops flowing. Don't be like the bamboo shoots that grow hollow. Learn from the green pine to the end. Don't be like the peach blossoms. Girl, sister is like a candle in one heart. Don't be like others." A new kind of love song was sung up and down the slope. Hu Yuanli and Yang Fan stood side by side. Twirling his beard with his hand, he shook his head and listened for a while. He smiled at Yang Fan and said, "Yang Langzhong, I think it's better to ask Dr. Sun to stay in Manju. I will accompany you to Lingnan. What do you think?" Yang Fan smiled in a Zen manner and said, "Very good. I have the same intention. A gentleman should help others achieve their goals." Among the civil officials of the Tang dynasty, there were very few who were foolish. The two looked at each other and laughed. "Brother is my sister. Sister is my brother. The bird is the green mountain. The fish is the river. The spring frost young sparrow dies in the cold. Learn to share the river with the carp." Amidst the increasingly passionate love song and the ringing of the horse's bell, Yang Fan and his entourage left the Miao Stockade village and set foot on the mountain road to Lingnan. The mountain road was rugged. After 9 turns, the long entourage gradually disappeared into the depths of the Green Mountain. Lingnan Road, Panju Prefecture. The provincial governor's residence had now become the imperial envoy's office. Wn Guojun sat on the seat of honor and listened to his subordinate's panicked report. Middle Minister, Yang Fan went to Yarrow Prefecture and Huang Jingrong died. He went to Man Prefecture and Liu Guangye died. Now, he's coming to Panju. Bang! A wine cup flew towards his face and hit his nose. Blood and wine immediately flowed from his nose. The man was in so much pain that tears rolled down his face. He covered his nose and looked at Wn Guojun in confusion. Wn Guojun's face darkened as he scolded, "Do you mean that if he comes to Panju, I, the imperial envoy, will also die? Is he the reincarnation of a jinx or a god of plague that descended to the mortal world?" The man finally understood why the middle minister was angry. He quickly explained, "What I mean is that this person is not here with good intentions. Middle minister should be cautious." Wn Guojun looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, Liu Guangye, Huang Jingrong, this bunch of idiots have always looked down on me. They think that I can only hide behind the handsome officials and come up with strategies. Idiots are idiots. What do they know?" Wn Guojun stood up in disdain. He walked with his hands behind his back and said, "Huang Jingrong's death is due to the chaos in Yarrow Prefecture. Liu Guangye's death is due to the upcoming chaos in Man Prefecture. What about Lingnan?" Wn Guojun was like a great emperor. He slowly waved his hand and said, "Pan Prefecture is in chaos, but this official calmed it down with a flick of my finger. Even the Pan Provincial Governor's mansion has become this middle minister's temporary headquarters. Now that Lingnan Prefecture is peaceful, even if that Yang Fan comes, what can he do to this middle minister? What excuse does he have to make a move against this official?" Wn Guojun suddenly turned around and pointed with his finger. He asked in a stern voice, "You dare to rebel?" There were many local officials and minority leaders sitting on both sides of the table. Wn Guojun was pointing at a chieftain wearing a feather crown. That person was frightened by his finger and shook his head repeatedly. Wn Guojun suddenly pointed to the left and pointed at another local leader. He said in a mocking tone, "That is you who wants to rebel?" That person panicked. The head of the provincial governor was still hanging on a pole outside the provincial governor's manor. Wn Guojun's finger almost scared him out of his wits. He hurriedly professed, "No, no, no. Vice Premier has eliminated the treacherous officials and returned peace to the region. We are filled with admiration and respect for Vice Premier Wan. We are all loyal and good people. How can we rebel? We definitely won't dare to rebel." Wn Guojun looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, this official has contributed to the country and the people. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? I want to kill him." The young man gripped the sharp stone tightly and ground it. With a calmness that did not match his age, he coldly said these words. This youth looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He was only a head shorter than an adult. His bones were thick and his body was tall and sturdy. But his appearance was full of childishness. He seemed to be only about 10 years old. This person was Feng Yuanyi, the son of Provincial Governor Feng Juanheng of Panju. He had just turned 10 this year. Because he was born with thick bones and grew quickly, his height and appearance were much more mature than his peers. As Feng Yuanyi spoke, he ground a sharp stone on a large rock. It looked like he wanted to sharpen it into a stone knife. His hands were already bleeding from the grinding, but he seemed to be unaware of it. Squatting beside him was a young girl of about 8 or 9 years old. She had a delicate appearance and a pair of big eyes. She said timidly, "Brother Yuanyi, he is the imperial envoy. How can you kill him?" "I don't care. He killed my father. I must kill him." Feng Yuanyi was blinded by hatred. There was only one thought in his mind. By this time, Yang Fan's troops had already entered the boundaries of Panju. Chapter 554. Yao, come here for a moment. A middle-aged scholar dressed in a long-sleeved, round-necked green robe called out from afar. The little girl, who was hugging her knees and crouching next to Feng Yuanyi, turned her head and said to Feng Yuanyi, "Brother Yuanyi, father is calling for me. I'll go over for a while." Feng Yuanyi nodded and continued to focus on sharpening the stone knife. Little Yarrow ran to the middle-aged scribes and looked up. "Father, what's the matter?" The middle-aged scribe sighed softly. He wanted to say something but stopped. His face was full of worry. This person was called Lu Xuanwu. He used to be a scribe in the provincial governor's residence. Because he was well-versed in literature, good at strategy, cautious and dutiful, he was trusted by Provincial Governor Feng. After Provincial Governor Feng's army was defeated and killed, Wn Guojun took over the provincial governor's residence. Because he was only a small scribe, he was not killed by Provincial Governor Feng. Although his family's wealth was robbed by the rebels, he did not have to worry about his life. Now that he was recruited by Wn Guojun, he still worked in the imperial envoy's residence and did not have to worry about his safety. Lu Xuanwu did not want to say it, but his daughter was young and immature. He was afraid that she would bring trouble to the family. Lu Xuanwu could only touch her head and sigh. Yao, you don't get so close to the young master in the future. Avoid him. He is now the descendant of a criminal official. Little Yarrow blinked and said innocently, but Brother Yueni is not a bad person. Besides, Brother Yueni is the best to me. Why would he harm our family? Didn't the envoy say during his birthday that since I am so close to Brother Yueni, I might as well become the daughter-in-law of the Feng family in the future? My family will accompany Brother Yueni for the rest of my life. As the little girl said this, a trace of shyness appeared on her face. Although the little girl was young, these words were not spoken by a child. In that generation, women reached the legal age of marriage at the age of 15. In the South, the age at which girls got married was even younger. In fact, even in that era, some women in the southern minority areas were still married at the age of 13 or 14. Some even had children at the age of 13 or 14. Under the influence of such an environment, girls would naturally mature faster. Little Yarrow's words were sincere. Hearing this, Lu Xuanwu felt even more bitter in his heart. What kind of status did he have? How could he possibly be connected to the hereditary provincial governor of the Feng family? Back then, it was just a joke during Feng Junyi's birthday celebration. If his daughter could marry Feng Yueni and become his concubine, it would be a blessing to the Lu family. But now was different from the past. Not only had the Feng family suffered a great calamity, but Lu Xuanwu looked pitifully at Feng Yueni, who was still wholeheartedly sharpening the stone knife. He sighed softly and said, if it was in the past, father would have been eager to be connected to the Feng family. But now it's not possible. Yao, your Yueni Gij has already been cleansed, he is going to be sent to the palace to be an eunuch. Speaking of this, the little girl didn't understand. She blinked her eyes and asked curiously, Daddy, what do you mean by clean? Lu Xuanwu wanted to say something but stopped. He let out a long sigh and said, in short, don't get too close to him. Remember. The Feng family's courtyard was very spacious like the Song family's in the barbarian province. At this time, a few figures suddenly appeared in a patch of barren grassland in the back of the residence. They held knives in their mouths and crawled in the grass, quietly peeking forward. These were the Feng family's men of sacrifice, specially sent to rescue their young master. The Feng family was an extraordinary existence in Lingnan. The Feng family of Lingnan was originally the royal family of Northern Yang. When Northern Yang fell, the royal family, Feng Lulu, and 300 people fled to Lingnan and settled there. They became the local provincial governor. However, he was an outsider. It was his first time in a foreign land, so he didn't have a good command. But the Feng family had a firm foothold here. No matter who became the emperor of the Central Plains, the Feng family would always be the provincial governor here. 3 generations later, his descendant, Feng Bao, married the daughter of the Xian family of the Slang people. With the full support of the Slang people, the Feng family officially became the #1 family in Lingnan. By the time of the Sui and Tang dynasties, Feng Yuani's great-grandfather, Feng Ang, had already controlled dozens of cities and thousands of miles of land. After Feng Ang's death, the Feng family's power was slightly reduced, but it still firmly sat on the position of the #1 family in Lingnan. In this generation, it was Feng Yuani's father, Feng Juanheng, who inherited the position of the provincial governor of Panju. Wn Guojun's actions in Lingnan were perverse. His subordinates also took the opportunity to abuse their power, hurting the Feng family and the Slang people. Feng Junyi was angry and rebelled. In the end, Wn Guojun begged for help from Li Qianli's army. The rebellion was quickly quelled, and Feng Junyi was killed. Of course, the defeat did not mean that the Feng family was completely finished. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Moreover, the Feng family had been in Lingnan for many generations. Their influence here was unimaginable. In order to avoid the limelight, the surviving members of the Feng family now hid underground with their omnipresent power. Take Feng Juanheng's branch for example. Although Feng Juanheng himself was executed, his youngest son Feng Yuanyi and sister Feng Yuan were also captured, and Feng Yuanyi was castrated to be used as a palace slave. But his mother, eldest brother Feng Yuangui, and second brother Feng Yuanjin were able to escape. Now, no one knew where they were hiding. It was impossible for Wn Guojun to completely destroy this family. A few kamikaze warriors looked around. With a wave of their hands, they bent their waists and quietly flashed forward. Their figures were agile, like leopards. The original Feng family of the provincial governor's residence had now become the imperial envoy residence. In the side courtyard, a burly man in his 50s with some white hair at his temples rode in with large strides. This man was dressed in a long robe. He was over 50 years old, but his back was ramrod straight and his steps were strong. Although he was walking in the side courtyard where prisoners were held, he looked as solemn as if he was walking in a military camp. Behind him followed more than 10 armored soldiers. This man was Li Qianli, who had quelled the Slang people's rebellion. Li Qianli's original name was Li Ren. He was the eldest son of Li Ku, the prince of Li Shimin. After Li Ku's death, his 4 sons were exiled to Lingnan. However, the execution of Li Ku was done by Zhongsun Wuji. It had nothing to do with Wu Zetian. At that time, Wu Zetian was still a minor talent in the imperial harem. After Wu Zetian gained power, in the first year of the Guangzhai, which was the year Yang Fan went out to sea with Zhong Kui and the night stars shone in the sky, she pardoned Li Ren and his brothers. As the eldest son, Li Qianli even inherited the title of nobility. Speaking of which, Zhongsun Wuji died at the hands of Wu Zetian. It could be said that Li Qianli was indebted to Wu Zetian. In addition, the person who pardoned Li Qianli was also Wu Zetian's benefactor. Li Qianli was very good at doing things. He often offered gifts to please Wu Zetian. Later, when Wu Zetian wanted to ascend to the throne, Li Qianli actively responded and offered a large amount of auspicious signs. As a result, when Wu Zetian massacred the members of Li Tang's royal family, there were 2 people who were as steady as Mount Tai. The woman was a noble princess, and the man was Li Qianli. Li Ren changed his name to Li Qianli. It was also a name given to him by Wu Zetian. After Li Qianli became an official, he was only in charge of military affairs. He did not care about government affairs. The real power of government affairs was handed over to the senior censor appointed by the imperial court. This was probably one of the reasons why he was able to survive Wu Zetian's Great Purge. When Li Qianli walked into the courtyard, a few low-ranking officials in charge of managing the official slaves were respectfully waiting for him. Li Qianli glanced at them and asked in a dignified manner, "What happened to those slaves who were castrated?" A low-ranking official bowed and replied, "Great General, there were a total of 54 children who were prepared to be offered to the imperial family as official slaves. 7 died during the castration. Afterwards, because of their weak physique and poor recovery, another 9 died. Now there are only 38 people left. Among them, there are still 11 who have not fully recovered from their injuries and are unable to move freely." Li Qianli nodded and said, That means there are 27 people who are able to move normally now? Very good. The imperial court has sent another imperial envoy. Wn Zhongqing has already brought people to welcome this imperial envoy. Afterwards, a banquet will be held to entertain him. Bring the women and children who are prepared to be sent to the palace here. I want to pick some of the women who are beautiful and good at singing and dancing. From the children, I want to pick some of the children who have delicate features and are clever and quick-witted. Wn Zhongqing has ordered them to perform a song and dance for the new imperial envoy. Yes, this lowly one obeys. It's just that, Things were rushed and they did not have any rehearsal. Li Qianli smiled and said, in our Lingnan, whether it's the officials or the commoners, who doesn't know how to dance? Besides, they are all the children of officials and have learned these things since they were young. There's no need to worry. It's fine if it's not strict enough. I think this is just Wn Zhongqing showing off his accomplishments to the new imperial envoy. A few low-ranking officials hurriedly bowed and complied, hurrying to bring those offenders back for Great General Li to choose. At this time, a few Feng family death warriors quietly snuck into the rear residence. A maidservant was carrying a large wooden basin of clothes and was about to go around to the well behind the wall to wash the clothes when she suddenly saw several burly men wielding steel sabers appear. She was so frightened that her face paled and the wooden basin in her hands slipped and fell. Ever since Wn Zhongqing moved into the provincial governor's fu, the servants of the provincial governor's fu had become the servants of Wn Zhongqing and all his attendants. Wn Zhongqing's attendants and servants also ordered them around. This large basin of clothes was thrown by them for this young maidservant to wash. A burly man bent down and caught the wooden basin, not letting it fall to the ground. Another burly man quickly flashed over and circled behind the maidservant, covering her mouth and nose. The leader waved his hand and a few people took the maidservant and the basin of clothes, disappearing into the dense forest at the side. In a flash, their interrogating voices rang out from the dense forest. Speak. Where is the young master today? Outside the city of Pan Province, Yang Fan's group had already appeared in the distance. The outpost reported that Wn Guojun was leading the local officials of Pan Province and the leaders of the various villages and mountains to wait respectfully outside the city gates. When Ma Qiao heard this, he smiled at Yang Fan and said, Wn Guojun actually led his people to wait outside the city. It seems that your actions in Man Province have already scared him out of his wits. This is a compliment. Yang Fan shook his head and said disapprovingly, this group of people from the imperial censor is used to being arrogant. Huang Jingrong is not afraid of me, Liu Guangye is not afraid of me, so how can Wn Guojun be afraid of me? Hu Yuanli has been following Yang Fan all the way here and seems to have been infected by his heroic spirit. Hearing this, he loudly said, we are righteous in our hearts and enforce the law for the country. Whether he is guilty or not, we will use the law as a measure. If he is innocent, we will not correct him. If he is guilty, he must be punished. Who cares if he is afraid or not? Yang Fan laughed and said, brother, who is right? What kind of tricks is Wn Guojun playing? Won't we know after watching? Let's go. Let's go meet him. Whipping his horse, Yang Fan took the lead and galloped away. Chapter 555. The ancient rammed earth city walls had been weathered by the passage of time, resembling an aged face. The mottled city gates were even more aged than the face itself. Every time it was pushed, it would creak miserably. The frame of the gate swayed and it was hard to tell when it would die of old age. Yang Fan raised his head and looked at the soldiers on the city walls. The weeds on the city walls were growing healthily and they stood even more energetically than the soldiers on the city walls. Following which, Yang Fan's gaze slowly turned to Wn Guojun. The mastermind of the bloodbath in Jiannan, Qianzhong, and Lingnan, forcing the three regions to submit to him, Wn Guojun stood with a smile on his face. Seeing that Yang Fan had stopped his horse, Wn Guojun walked forward and cupped his fists, saying in a pleasant tone, Yang Langzhong, you must have had a tough journey. Please forgive me for my tardiness in welcoming you, ha ha ha. Dismounting from his horse, Yang Fan cupped his fists and said with a smile, this lowly official has gone to Yarrow Province and Barbarian Province but was not welcomed. Instead, I met with danger and was treated as a thief, nearly losing my life. Who would have thought that when I arrived at Pan Province, I would be welcomed by Vice Premier Wan and the officials of Pan Province? What a surprise! Wn Guojun did not seem to hear the sarcasm in his words. Instead, he straightened his expression and said solemnly, Yang Langzhong's words are wrong. You and I are both imperial envoys and there is no need to speak of who is inferior to the other. In terms of official position, I am the vice premier of the imperial censor, much higher than you, Yang Langzhong. In terms of age and seniority, Yang Langzhong, you are a junior. However, I heard that young Langzhong is here to supervise my actions in Lingnan. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to welcome you. Welcoming you is out of respect for your majesty. There are many ways to achieve success, and one of them is like Wn Guojun. The Panju civil and military officials standing at the side saw that Wn Guojun was courteous on the outside but actually despicable on the inside, and his disdainful attitude towards Yang Fan in his speech, they were even more in awe of his might and tyranny. When Yang Fan heard Wn Guojun's words, his expression immediately changed. He immediately bowed to Wn Guojun very solemnly. Wn Guojun asked in surprise, "What does Yang Langzhong mean?" Yang Fan said solemnly, "Even though Deputy Prime Minister Wan is thousands of miles away from the capital, he is still respectful and meticulous towards His Majesty. This junior admires him greatly. I have learned a lot." Wn Guojun twirled his beard and blinked. He was a little confused as to why Yang Fan was being so serious. If one were to say that Yang Fan had really learned a lot and was therefore very respectful towards him, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. After Yang Fan finished bowing, he said to Hu Yuanli with an ashamed expression, "I won't hide it from Brother Hu. Just now I saw from afar the officials of Panju, big and small, cupping their hands to welcome me respectfully. Even Deputy Minister Wan was standing solemnly at my door. I could not help but feel proud. Fortunately, Deputy Minister Wan's words woke me up." Hu Yuanli also did not know what medicine he was selling in his gourd, but he knew that he could not have received any teachings from Wn Guojun. However, he also did not know how to continue in order to cooperate with Yang Fan. He could only stroke his beard and nod, smiling without saying anything. When Hu Yuanli used this silent meditation, at least he would not say the wrong thing. After Yang Fan finished reflecting on Hu Yuanli, he took out the imperial edict the emperor had bestowed upon him from his sleeve. Gently stroking it, he said with unusual respect, "Deputy Minister Wan is right. As court officials, we receive the court's salary. All the rights and honors are bestowed by the Son of Heaven. All the more, we should always be vigilant. We must never rely on our power to become arrogant and complacent." Even though this imperial edict had nothing to do with him, it was still an imperial edict. Whether it was the court officials or the common people, when they saw it, they all had to stand solemnly to the side to show respect. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to the emperor. Moreover, the emperor gave Yang Fan this imperial edict to instruct him to supervise the various officials. It had a great responsibility to the local officials and even Wn Guojun and the other imperial censors. As soon as Yang Fan brought out the imperial edict, the civil and military officials of Panju quickly became solemn. They moved to the sides and saluted Yang Fan and his entourage again. Earlier, when Yang Fan arrived, everyone only saluted him with cupped hands. Now, it was time for them to salute. The officials cupped their hands high. From top to bottom, their waists bowed deeply. The leaders followed suit and bowed to the ground. This was the most respectful salute when standing. Unexpectedly, when Wn Guojun saw Yang Fan bring out the imperial edict, he was dumbfounded. Why? It was because Lai Junchen was the only official in the Wu and Zhou dynasties who, regardless of whether it was a major national ceremony or not, even if he was in the hall of martial accomplishment, had to solemnly salute the ancient Zhou rites. Since the first time Lai Junchen saw Wu Zetian, he had saluted like this. At that time, Wu Zetian was still the Empress Dowager. When Wu Zetian officially became the emperor and considered herself a descendant of Zhou Wu Wang, he had saluted even more so after the Zhou rites were introduced. Therefore, among the civil and military officials of the court, other people usually saluted the emperor with cupped hands. Only Lai Junchen kneeled and saluted. When Wn Guojun became the deputy prime minister, this matter would not be easy to handle. His predecessor kneeled and saluted. If he saw the emperor and changed the rules, who knew how the emperor would feel? Wn Guojun did not have the courage to break tradition. He could only follow his predecessor's rules and also kneel and salute to Wu Zetian. Now that Yang Fan had brought out the imperial edict, it was as if he had personally come. Just now, Wn Guojun had said that he had led people to welcome the emperor, not to welcome Yang Fan, but to respect the emperor. So should he bow or not? If he didn't bow, when today's events got back to the capital, would it leave a bad impression on the emperor that he did not mean what he said? He would say one thing in front of the emperor and another when he left the capital. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Wen Guojun's mind. He gritted his teeth and knelt down, kneeling on the dust. The Panju officials looked at each other. Helpless, they could only follow suit and kneel down. The dozens of people at the city gate suddenly became a head shorter. Yang Fan held the imperial edict in one hand and caressed the smooth satin surface with the other. He was happy and content. One bow, another bow, and a cupped fist. When Wen Guojun led the civil and military officials of Pan province to stand up again, the gazes that the officials looked at Wen Guojun with were a little less reverence and a little more ridicule compared to before they paid their respects. Going for wool and coming home shorn, Wen Guojun was very vexed. The welcoming banquet was organized by the Panju officials. Although the people of Panju were poor and had just experienced war, it was easy for the officials to organize a few sumptuous banquets even if there were starving bones on the road. During the banquet, they naturally had to mention Yang Fan's intentions in coming to Panju and ask about the present situation in Panju. However, once Yang Fan asked if the imperial censor had violated the law in Panju, without Wen Guojun opening his mouth, the officials and heads would rush to praise Wen Guojun's wisdom, how he had seen through Feng Juanheng's schemes, how he had decisively quelled the rebellion. In short, Wen Guojun had contributed to the country and the people. There was absolutely no mistake. Once Yang Fan asked about Feng Juanheng's usual performance in Panju and the reason and process of this rebellion, Wen Guojun only glanced at them and the officials and heads immediately rushed to accuse Yang Fan of how Feng Juanheng had preyed on the people, how he had bullied the men and women, how he had plotted to rebel, and how he had deserved his punishment. Yang Fan and Hu Yuanli looked at each other and smiled. This was not a welcoming banquet, it was clearly a prestige banquet. Wen Guojun was demonstrating to Yang Fan, the entire Panju is already in my hands. Even if you come, there is nothing you can do. Is it really like this? Yang Fan held his wine cup and glanced smilingly at those people who were afraid of Wen Guojun. In his heart, he did not believe that these people could become the masters of a village and the shepherds of a land. He was afraid that Wen Guojun would not dare to have the slightest bit of resistance when there was someone backing them up. Since today's banquet is a welcoming banquet for young Langzhong, how can there be wine and no music? Wen Guojun smiled and clapped his hands 3 times. A person who looked like a steward walked up and stood solemnly. Wen Guojun said, "Summon them up and have them sing and dance to liven up young Langzhong." Yes. The person bowed and retreated. Wen Guojun turned his head and smiled at Yang Fan. This official was calm and collected during the rebellion in Panju and promptly quelled it. Of course, General Qian Li also contributed greatly. In the memorials to the imperial court, General Qian Li's contributions were not buried. Hearing this, Li Qianli hurriedly put down his wine cup and cupped his fists towards him. Wen Guojun continued, "The officials who accompanied Feng Juanheng in the rebellion have all been executed." Yang Fan interrupted, "All executed?" Wen Guojun rolled his eyes and said with a faint smile, "Perhaps there are a few who escaped into the deep mountains and forests, but they are no longer a threat." Wen Guojun laughed and continued, "According to the imperial court's laws, the families of officials who have committed crimes will be treated as slaves. These girls and boys who have committed crimes have all been stripped of their official status and are now slaves. They are to be sent to the palace to serve as palace maids and eunuchs. They have not been sent away yet. Let them sing and dance to liven up the atmosphere." After a round of competition at the city gates, Yang Fan followed Wen Guojun's tone and brought out the imperial edict, winning the first round. This welcoming banquet was Wen Guojun's home court. First, he made use of the Panju local officials' obedience and compliments to give Yang Fan a show of strength. Now he wanted to use the official slave song and dance to give Yang Fan another big slap on the face. "Aren't you here to back them up? Didn't you want to protect them? Now that I have killed those who should be killed, I have plagiarized those who should be plagiarized. As for the remaining little bastards, I will castrate all the men so that they can no longer be men." I want to send all the women to the palace so that they can live alone in the palace for the rest of their lives, never to be women again. What can you do? What can you do to me? Wn Guojun's eyes flashed with coldness as he looked provocatively at Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not speak. His expression was solemn and his eyes were looking straight ahead. He did not even look at him. He only raised his wine cup and slowly took a sip. Towards a person who is about to die, others will always be more lenient, even if he is full of evil. Even if Yang Fan did not come to Panju, he was certain that Wn Guojun was going to be a dead man. He did not come for Wn Guojun, but for a more long-term future. Since that was the case, why should he argue with a person who was about to die? Thinking of this, Yang Fan felt that it was unnecessary for him to not yield an inch at the city gates. Wn Guojun stared at Yang Fan for a long time. Yang Fan did not meet his eyes, nor did he say a word. Wn Guojun smiled faintly and withdrew his gaze in boredom. He then looked at the front of the hall with interest. 8 young girls, 8 young boys, and 16 male and female convicts were walking into the hall, dressed in colorful clothes. Feng Yuanyi was tall, so he stood at the head of the 8 young boys. The moment he walked in, he looked hatefully at Wan Guojun. He was not the only one who looked hatefully at Wan Guojun. 16 people, 16 pairs of eyes, like a sharp arrow, had already pierced Wan Guojun full of holes. Chapter 556. The girls and boys of the officials' families were indeed versatile, but Wan Guojun did not care whether their skills were superb or not, and whether they could really please the guests and liven things up with wine. He just wanted to use these people to show off to Yang Fan, so he did not even allow the use of musicians. From music to dance to singing, everything had to be done by the boys and girls themselves. The 8 men and 8 women discussed for a while and began to divide the work. Some played the zither, some played the zither, some played the flute, and some plucked the strings. The songs they played were actually quite good. 2 of the others sang a song, while the rest performed a song called Huxian. Usually, Huxian was performed by 2 people, but this time, there were 6 people dancing, in pairs of 2. Each team consisted of 1 man and 1 woman. Their dancing skills might be different, but they were equally serious when they danced. However, the girls' dance movements were lively and agile, and the boys inevitably paled in comparison. This was not because their dancing skills were not as good as these girls, but because they had not been subjected to castration for too long. Their wounds had just healed, and it was still somewhat inconvenient for them to move. These boys and girls danced so hard, of course, not because they really wanted to entertain the guests, but because they were forced by Wn Guojun's despotic power. Their hearts were full of fear, fearing that if they did not do well, they would be tortured by him later. Therefore, the children played, danced, and sang with all their might, but the whole hall was silent, as if no one was watching. They were all children of official families. Many of the officials present were very familiar with their fathers. Some of them had close relationships with them in the past and had even visited their homes. These children were called uncles and uncles by the children. Now, not only had they become servants, but all the boys had been castrated and became useless. No one had a heart of stone, so how could these officials be in a good mood? How could they applaud and cheer? It was already a great restraint that they did not shed tears. At first, Wn Guojun only cared about enjoying Yang Fan's increasingly gloomy face, and his heart was incomparably happy. When he had enjoyed enough, he noticed how oppressive the atmosphere in the whole hall was. Wn Guojun frowned, and began to applaud loudly, loudly cheering, and presumptuously laughing. At first, there was no response from the officials, but when Wn Guojun, with a gentle smile, swept his 2 extremely cold eyes across their faces, the officials finally braced themselves and echoed, "Sure, sure. Rainbow. Good song, good dance, good playing. Ha ha, ha ha ha, hee hee." The smiles on the officials' faces were uglier than crying, and the laughter they let out was very different from usual. Perhaps because they were too nervous, their laughter and shouts were somewhat out of tune, sounding like they were wailing. But Wn Guojun really laughed. He laughed very happily. Ha 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 ha. The more Wn Guojun laughed, the happier he became. He rocked back and forth, almost unable to sit still. Of course, There was nothing funny about the singing and dancing of the young girls and boys. They were not performing a comedy. WN Guojun was laughing at Yang Fan's gloomy face and the official's laughter, which was worse than crying. WN Guojun laughed so hard that he picked up his sleeve and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. This is the moment. Feng Yuan kept dancing, enduring the faint pain in his crotch. His eyes never left WN Guojun's figure. When WN Guojun lowered his head to wipe his tears, Feng Yuan suddenly let go of the girl who was dancing with him and jumped toward WN Guojun. His hand was tightly gripping his only weapon, the stone knife. They had been inspected before entering the reception hall, but they had already been carefully searched when they were taken as official slaves. Since then, they had been locked up in the West Crossing courtyard. Everyone behaved very well, so when they were brought into the banquet hall, the inspection was not so detailed. Although it was called a stone knife, it was just a flat hard stone. The front end was sharpened into the shape of a sharp weapon. Before entering the banquet hall, Feng Yuan had put it flat in his shoes and took it out when he needed to tidy up his shoes for the performance. Thus, he was able to fool the inspection. Although Feng Yuan was only 10 years old, he had the strong physique of a 14 or 15-year-old. His face was red, and his eyes were filled with tears and anger. He gripped the stone knife tightly in his hand and roared, "I'm going to kill you." WN Guojun laughed so hard that he was crying. He was lifting his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes when he suddenly heard the commotion. He looked up and saw a young man who was like a fierce tiger out of its cage, roaring and pouncing toward him. He was shocked. WN Guojun didn't know any martial arts. Now that he was so close to him, it would be difficult for him to dodge. This was a banquet hall, so it was impossible for him to arrange 2 guards behind him. Now that he could only watch helplessly as the youth approached him, he actually had no way to stop him. Li Qianli was frightened out of his wits. He was in charge of the defense of this place. If WN Guojun was killed here, he would not be able to escape responsibility. Li Qianli raised his hand and lifted the tables in front of him, smashing them toward Feng Yuan. He then jumped up like a tiger, ready to pounce. At the same time, the guards who were alarmed also drew their knives and pounced. Bang! The tables hit Feng Yuan's body, sending him flying. He rolled a few times on the ground. When he stood up again, half his body was numb and the stone knife in his hand was broken. The guards who were about to pounce on Feng Yuan saw him crash into the crowd of guests and hurriedly turned around and pounced on him again. In this split second, something strange happened again. A few more guards suddenly rushed into the hall. They were holding steel knives and chopping, but they were killing WN Guojun's men. WN Guojun's guards cried out in alarm. Someone shouted, "Are you crazy? Why are you killing your own people?" Another person shouted, "It's a spy. They are assassins. Not one of us." At this moment, an imperial bodyguard who had rushed forward to grab Feng Yuan was knocked down by a guest who had tripped and flew into Feng Yuan, causing the dazed Feng Yuan to stagger back 5 or 6 steps. Seeing this, one of the spies immediately rolled on the ground and threw himself in front of Feng Yuan. He grabbed Feng Yuan and rolled back on the ground. Under the cover of his companions, he jumped up and ran away. WN Guojun's guards chased after him with sharp knives in their hands. When WN Guojun came to his senses, he saw that the hall was a mess. The assassins had already disappeared. This was what WN Guojun saw in his flustered state. If the scene just now was played 10 times slower and replayed a few times, WN Guojun might be able to clearly see what exactly happened in the hall just now. Feng Yuan held a stone knife in one hand and pounced on WN Guojun. He had been prepared to die, so he had never thought of escaping. He had used all his strength to pounce on Feng Yuan. His weapon was the stone knife in his hand, as well as his body. Like a moth flying into a flame, there was no turning back. WN Guojun raised his head. He had not put down his sleeves. He had wiped away the tears in his left eye, but there were still tears in the corner of his right eye. His face was frozen in shock. Feng Yuan's hand that was holding the stone knife pointed forward with all his might. It was less than half a foot away from WN Guojun's throat. Li Qianli flipped over a few tables and jumped up. Yang Fan, who was sitting next to WN Guojun, raised his eyebrows. The wine cup in his hand flew out and hit the tip of Li Qianli's foot. Li Qianli seemed to have bumped into something when he jumped up. Before he knew what had happened, he rolled on the ground in pain, and the wine cup broke into pieces. Yang Fan seemed to have just noticed the assassins. He suddenly lifted the table, and all the cups and plates on the table fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The broken wine glass was naturally mixed in with the broken cups and saucers. Feng Yuanyi was hit by a few tables and fell into the crowd of guests. The guests were scared out of their wits. They were so scared that they ran around in circles. If Wn Guojun could see their behavior at this moment, he would definitely be angered to death. How could these officials and leaders be so cowardly? There was no lack of valiant generals and warriors among them. They would not even bat an eyelid in the face of an army of 10,000. How could they be scared out of their wits by an assassination attempt? As they ran around in circles like headless flies, they coincidentally blocked the guards who were pouncing on Feng Yuanyi with their steel knives. As a result, Feng Yuanyi, who was standing there in a daze with the broken stone knife in his hand, was not immediately chopped into meat paste by the crazy guards who were pouncing on him. At this time, the guards who were patrolling outside the hall saw the sudden change in the hall and immediately drew their swords and rushed in. Because at this time, the surrounding guards all drew their swords and rushed into the hall, everyone treated them as accomplices and thought that they had the same goal as them, to rescue the imperial envoy, so no one stopped them. Who would have thought that when they rushed into the hall, they would immediately start killing the guards in front of them? The guards were both shocked and angry. For a moment, it was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. After flipping over the table, Yang Fan suddenly stood up. He was originally going to charge at Feng Yuanyi, but when he saw a group of guards who were not guards suddenly rushing in and wildly brandishing their knives, his feet immediately paused. It was only a pause. Even if his movements were a little slower, Wn Guojun would not be able to clearly see or understand what was going on. Yang Fan's body only paused for a moment. A fat-headed and big-eared leader beside him suddenly screamed and bounced out like a ball. Staining clothes 18 falls, 48 trembles, absolute ecstasy. The fat ball-like leader flew out with his back facing up and crashed into the back of a guard who was holding a steel knife and was about to chop down on Feng Yuanyi. The guard responded and pounced forward, crashing into Feng Yuanyi's body. After his failed assassination attempt, Feng Yuanyi was momentarily at a loss and could only stand there in a daze. The collision sent Feng Yuanyi tumbling back 5 or 6 steps, bringing him closer to the guards who had barged into the hall to kill the guards. Next, a nimble fake guard dragged Feng Yuanyi away. The other guards followed closely behind, one fleeing and one chasing, disappearing without a trace. Then the groaning Li Qianli crawled up from the ground and looked around blankly. The fleeing officials and headmen stopped in their tracks in fright. The young girls and children who had been crouching on the ground with their hands over their heads slowly stood up, cowering in fear. Wn Guojun blinked his eyes. His primordial spirit, which had been scared away, finally returned to his body. All he saw was the mess in the hall. Damn it! How dare you? How dare you assassinate the imperial envoy? I want to hack him into 1,000 pieces and dismember him into 10,000 pieces. Wn Guojun finally came to his senses. He angrily slammed the table, causing the cups and plates on the table to clatter noisily. Just as the silver wine jug was about to fall from Wn Guojun's slap, Yang Fan reached out and caught it. He raised his little finger and used his thumb and forefinger to pinch the handle of the jug and bring it to his mouth. He took a sip of wine in a very refined manner and said to Wn Guojun with a faint smile, "Deputy Minister Wn, this welcome banquet is really unique." Chapter 557. The welcoming banquet could no longer continue. The shivering children of the offending officials were taken away to be detained. Servants came in to clean up the messy banquet hall. Under the strict protection of the imperial bodyguards, Wn Guojun, Yang Fan, Li Qianli, and the other civil and military officials were led to another guest hall for a discussion. After about 2 hours, a bodyguard came in to report that they had pursued the assassins all the way from the provincial governor's mansion to the outside of the city. Along the way, they had found 4 kamikaze warriors, 3 of whom were corpses. Originally, they had captured one alive, but on the way back, that person had suddenly died from poison. It was unknown when he had consumed the poison. After the bodyguard finished, he said in a trembling voice, "The child who was rescued is called Feng Yueni, the son of Provincial Governor Feng. As for the origins of the assassins, because there were no survivors, so, it's not clear yet." Not clear Maya *S. Wn Guojun was unable to restrain his anger. He slammed the table and scolded, "They didn't rescue anyone else but Feng Yueni. They must be the remnants of the Feng family. What else is there to be unclear about?" Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, "Vice Minister Wn said that a few members of the Feng family party had escaped into the deep mountains and were no longer a threat. From the looks of it now, it may not be so." Wn Guojun coldly glared at him and said to Li Qianli, "General Qianli, I will leave the task of searching for the remnants of the Feng family to you. You must ferret them all out." Li Qianli frowned slightly. It was easier said than done to search for a group of people in the mountains. Even if he was given another 100,000 soldiers, he would not be able to do it. However, he did not dare to disobey Wn Guojun's orders and could only limp forward to receive the order. His big toe was broken. Until now, he still did not know what he had kicked when he leaped with all his might to cause such a serious injury. The welcoming banquet ended on a sour note. Wn Guojun swore to kill all the remnants of the Feng family party while the civil and military officials and the headmen dispersed with a sense of schadenfreude. As for Yang Fan, who had eaten and drank to his heart's content, he was invited to a guest room to rest. Yang Fan was an imperial envoy and had a large number of attendants, so a courtyard was arranged for them. The Feng clan's mansion was large enough. It was even more spectacular than the Song clan's mansion in the barbarian province. The courtyard here was even more spacious than a mansion in Luoyang City. It could accommodate more than 300 people. Yang Fan's residence occupied a row of 3 rooms. In the middle was the living room, on the right was the study room, and on the left was the bedroom. The bedroom was divided into 2 inner rooms, and the outer room was where the servants and maids lived. It was unknown whether Wn Guojun was forgetful, or whether it was intentional, but he did not send a servant to Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not mind. When he arrived at his residence, he closed the door and was about to step into his bedroom to rest for a while. However, he had only taken a few steps when his footsteps slightly paused. His ears twitched in alarm and his eyes slightly flashed. He turned around and walked back. He opened the door and said to Ma Qiao, who was arranging the defense of the courtyard, "Brother Qiao, send someone to tell Wn Guojun that I didn't eat well at the banquet just now. I'm still hungry. Ask him to send some food over." Ma Qiao agreed and called over a soldier to give a few instructions. The soldier flew away. Wn Guojun was throwing a tantrum at his subordinates when a Longwu guard, who was escorting Yang Fan to Panju, suddenly asked to see him. Wn Guojun did not know what Yang Fan wanted, so he called him in and asked him, only to find that he was to prepare food for Yang Fan. Wn Guojun was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. He roared, "Isn't this Deputy Prime Minister a housekeeper in Yang Fan's residence? Do I have to arrange this kind of thing for him? Go to the kitchen and make it clear. If you bother me with this kind of thing again, I will definitely beat you out." The Longwu guard was an uncouth man. After being an imperial guard for a long time, there was a hint of arrogance in his bones. When he heard Wn Guojun's words, he straightened his neck and walked away without even saluting. This made Wn Guojun so angry that he wanted to scold him, but he was afraid that quarreling with a lowly soldier would cause him to lose his status. He was really depressed. Li Qianli limped forward and comforted, "Deputy Prime Minister, please calm down. There is no need to lower yourself to his level. I have already arranged the defense of this place. I will take my leave and return to camp. Early tomorrow morning, I will immediately arrange for troops to enter the mountains to sweep." Wn Guojun stroked his beard and thought for a moment. Suddenly he laughed mischievously and said, "When Yang Fan arrives in Panju, he has nowhere to display his skill, so he can only compete with me in these places. Hehe, I have thought it through. I am not angry anymore." Li Qianli thought to himself, "This man is really temperamental." The food and drink in the kitchen was prepared very quickly because they had already prepared a few dishes, but before they could send them to the banquet hall, the assassination happened. Now, they only needed to heat them up a little and they could send them to the new imperial envoy. When the dishes were sent to Yang Fan's room, there was also a pot of fine wine. Yang Fan seemed to be tired. He took the wine and dishes and placed them in the room outside his bedroom. He did not eat them but returned to his bedroom to rest. Not long after, snoring sounds could be heard in the room. The snoring sounds in the bedroom continued for a while. In the small cubicle outside the bedroom where the maids and servants lived, a door suddenly opened on a cabinet placed against the wall. A head popped out from inside and looked around like a little mouse. Then, a young man crawled out. This young man was Feng Yuanyi. It turned out that after Feng Juanheng was defeated and captured and the members of the Feng family fled, a Feng family elder who had escaped into the mountains sent people into the city to investigate. He found out that Feng Yuanyi and his older sister had been captured, but the fate of the others was unknown. This Feng family elder was worried that Feng Juanheng's branch was only left with this sole descendant. Therefore, no matter what, he wanted to save him and leave some descendants for Feng Juanheng. Therefore, he sent a few kamikaze warriors into the city to rescue him. Feng Yuanyi still had an older sister. She was 16 years old and was already married. Because of his father's involvement, she was also captured. This Feng family elder knew that to rescue a person from the tiger's mouth was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If he wanted to rescue the two of them, it would be even more difficult. Therefore, he did not pay any attention to her. Not to mention that Feng Yuanyi's older sister was already married. Even if she was not married, a woman, in the eyes of this elder who valued boys more than girls, was only a dispensable character. A few kamikaze warriors sneaked into the provincial governor's mansion and, according to the information they had obtained, entered the West Stride courtyard. In the end, they found out from the little servant girl that the young master had been taken away by Wn Guojun. It was just that the little servant girl only knew one side and didn't know the whole story. She didn't know why Wn Guojun had taken the young master away. The kamikaze warriors only knew that Wn Guojun wanted to make a move on the young master and couldn't help but be alarmed and anxious. They hurriedly changed into the wash clothes of the Fu's imperial bodyguards and hurried to the front courtyard. In this Fu, there were Wn Guojun's men, Panzhou's men, and Li Qianli's men. It was a complicated mix of people. Unless someone deliberately interrogated them, it would be difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. In addition, today was a banquet to welcome Yang Fan. The civil and military officials attending the banquet, as well as the various chieftains, all had their own imperial bodyguards. It was even easier to be confused. These kamikaze warriors had come with the intention to die and were extremely daring. They actually managed to sneak to the side of the banquet hall. Only when they saw that Wn Guojun was only ordering these offending officials' descendants to sing and dance for fun did they calm down. They had originally planned to wait until the banquet was over and these young men and women were brought back to their residences before making their move. In the end, Feng Yuanyi had assassinated Wn Guojun and the entire situation was beyond their control. Although they managed to rescue Feng Yuanyi in time, it wasn't that easy to take him away. Their original plan was to sneak into the residence where the offending officials' children were imprisoned and quietly take Feng Yuanyi away. When a large number of soldiers arrived, it wouldn't be easy to catch them. Therefore, the number of people they could rescue was limited. Now that they had to forcefully break out of the encirclement with one person, the number of people they had was inevitably stretched thin. In addition, Feng Yuanyi had been hit by several tables. His hip bone was in unbearable pain and he couldn't run quickly. Although he was only 10 years old, he was as tall as a 14 or 15-year-old. It was inconvenient to carry him, so he was in a predicament. Fortunately, Feng Yuanyi was quick-witted. Although this child was young, his mind was far more mature than his peers and he was also more cunning. After a few kamikaze warriors brought him out of the front courtyard, bathed in blood, Feng Yuanyi felt that they weren't strong enough and it would be difficult to escape. Therefore, he had an idea and came up with a plan. Feng Yuanyi asked someone to casually wrap something in a cloth robe and let the kamikaze warriors take it away. He himself stayed behind and hid for the time being. This was his home. Feng Yuanyi was mischievous and active. He played hide-and-seek with the younger sister of the Liu family and a few other playmates in the residence all day long. There was no place in the residence that he wasn't familiar with, so it was naturally easy for him to find a place to hide. Everyone thought that he had escaped, but he hid in the residence. It would be easier for him to escape after the situation had calmed down. The situation was urgent. The kamikaze warriors also knew that it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape with him. In a hurry, they couldn't come up with a more appropriate plan, so they agreed to help him. It was actually easier for the kamikaze warriors to escape alone. However, in order to attract more attention and create an opportunity for their young master to hide, they deliberately delayed for a while before escaping. Because of this, they were chased relentlessly by the soldiers and almost none of them managed to escape. The place where Feng Yuanyi was hiding was the guest house where Yang Fan was staying. Usually, no one lived in this guest house. Only a few servants came to clean it regularly. This kind of place was a paradise for children to play hide-and-seek. They used to play here often, so Feng Yuanyi unconsciously chose this place. However, he had never expected that this place would coincidentally become the residence of the new imperial envoy. When the more than 300 dragon martial guards entered the courtyard, he hurriedly hid in this cupboard. This small compartment was a small room between the master bedroom and the living room. It was specially used to rest for the maids who attended to the master's daily needs at night. It had never attracted attention, and the set of cupboards attached to the wall had been used as decorations. In the past, when he played hide-and-seek with others, he had hidden there many times and had never been discovered. Yang Fan didn't eat the wine and meat he had ordered, instead returning to his room to sleep. The food was placed on the kang table in this small room. The aroma of meat wafted in through the cracks in the cupboard. Hiding inside, Feng Yuanyi felt his stomach rumble with hunger. In order to prepare for the banquet in the afternoon, he hadn't eaten lunch. Moreover, as official slaves, they didn't have breakfast either. From the moment he tried to assassinate Yang Fan in anger until he was rescued and hidden, it was already dusk. He hadn't eaten for an entire day. Hearing the thunderous snoring in the room, Feng Yuanyi couldn't bear it any longer. Just now, when Yang Fan had placed the wine and meat on the table, he had clearly seen through the cracks in the cupboard that Yang Fan hadn't opened the cupboard to check the food. Presumably, Yang Fan wouldn't find out if he secretly ate a little. Thinking of this, Feng Yuanyi opened the cupboard and crept out. He gently lifted a gauze cover and saw a large plate of oiled venison inside. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Without thinking, Feng Yuanyi grabbed a large mouthful of venison and stuffed it into his mouth. However, he did not notice that Yang Fan had already appeared at the door like a ghost. Yang Fan was smiling at him with his arms crossed. What was even more strange was that the snoring sound was still coming from Yang Fan's throat, but it still sounded like it came from inside the house. Chapter 558. What kind of person was Yang Fan? Although Feng Yuanyi had hidden himself well, when Yang Fan entered the room, his heart rate and breathing became increasingly rapid due to his nervousness. He nervously shifted his feet, and his elbow even lightly bumped against the cabinet on the wall. Although the sound was as soft as a mouse's, it could not escape Yang Fan's eyes and ears. Yang Fan knew that someone was hiding in the room, but he was unsure whether it was a suicide soldier or the child who had dared to assassinate the imperial envoy. Now he knew. At the welcoming banquet, he knew that this child had a great courage that ordinary people could not hope to achieve. Now he had to admit that this child was very intelligent. Feng Yuanyi was eating in large mouthfuls when he suddenly sensed that there seemed to be someone beside him. Turning his head to look, Feng Yuanyi was so frightened that he retreated 2 steps and turned to flee. Yang Fan smiled. "It's all my men outside. Where can you run to?" Feng Yuanyi suddenly stopped. After pausing for a moment, he slowly turned his body and looked hatefully at Yang Fan. He recognized this official. At the welcoming banquet, this official had been sitting next to his great enemy, Wan Guojun. Feng Yuanyi did not beg for mercy. He said nothing, only stubbornly pursing his lips into a stubborn line. Yang Fan began to feel that this child was rather interesting. He liked this child's stubbornness and unyielding character. Not so long ago, he had also been like this child. It was just that as his life became richer, His edges were not as obvious as before. In reality, it was just that he had buried that unyielding and stubborn character deep in his bones. And Feng Yuanyi was like him in his youth, carrying a blood feud but also isolated and helpless. As a result, he appeared especially stubborn and unyielding because he needed this kind of attitude to protect himself. The smile on young Fan's face gradually faded as he earnestly said, "Don't worry, I won't hand you over to Wn Guojun." His attitude was abnormally sincere. Feng Yuanyi looked at his earnest appearance and didn't know whether he should believe him or not. Young Fan continued, "I came here to make trouble for Wn Guojun. If you trust me, then stay here for the time being. You'll be absolutely safe here." "You are Wn Guojun's enemy?" Feng Yuanyi's voice was somewhat hoarse from nervousness, but he had to ask. This question was too tempting. Young Fan shook his head. "No. I have no enmity with him." Feng Yuanyi's gaze became confused again. Although he was intelligent, he was still a child. Young Fan patiently explained, "In the bureaucracy, you don't need to have a grudge against anyone. Did your father and Wn Guojun have a grudge before?" Feng Yuanyi tilted his head in thought and nodded vigorously, agreeing with what of Young Fan. Young Fan said, "So, you can rest assured and live here. This is my residence. No one will trespass without my permission. You will be safe here. I just arrived today, and I drank too much just now." Young Fan yawned and said, "I'm really sleepy now. I'll go back to my room to rest. You can stay in this room without worry." After Young Fan finished speaking, he turned around and entered the inner room. This attitude proved that he had no ill intentions towards Feng Yuanyi more than any words. Feng Yuanyi's feet moved towards the door, but in the end, he chose to climb onto the bed and sit cross-legged. He grabbed another drumstick from the plate and began to chew on it. After the rain, the forest became foggy. Clouds and mist swirled around the mountain, and the green mountains were half hidden, like a fairyland on earth. However, if one retracted their gaze and looked into the coal, they would discover that this wasn't heaven, but hell. The bamboo buildings had been burnt to a crisp, and only a few frames remained, indicating that they had once been inhabited. Corpses were scattered on the mountain path and in the bushes. After being watered by the rain, it was very difficult to see any traces of blood on their bodies. However, their deathly pale faces were even more miserable. In the forest, there were many bamboos. They were as thick as a fist, and each section was 2 feet long. When the wind blew, the bamboo leaves would sprinkle down with rainwater, splashing onto people's bodies. Wn Guojun was not wearing a straw raincoat. He was riding on a horse in high spirits, lightly waving the horsewhip in his hand. Looking at everything in front of him, he said to Young Fan, "This is one of the places of the Feng family. Many of the rebels are hiding here. My men followed their death warriors and found this place by following the bloodstains." Young Fan was expressionless. He only used his hand to gently stroke the smooth trunk of a bamboo pole and lightly asked, "Killed them all?" Wn Guojun said, "No. In this kind of place, it is impossible to surround them." However, he turned his head and looked at Young Fan, smiling, "What's wrong with escaping? Wherever he escapes, I will kill. Harboring rebels and assassinating the imperial envoy, the law is merciless." With a crack, a bamboo pole was broken. The bamboo scraped the leaves on the pole and rustled as it fell. Young Fan whipped the horse and galloped forward. Wn Guojun laughed loudly. His legs kicked the stirrups and he happily followed. He liked to see Young Fan being defeated. Huang Jingrong and Liu Guangye? If they died, then they died. Wn Guojun never cared. Those people only had Lai Junchen in their eyes and had never placed him in their eyes. He only needed the censorate to not fall, not Huang Jingrong and Liu Guangye. As long as the censorate still had an important role in the emperor's heart, he could promote another group of people at any time. These people would only obey him, and these people's abilities might not be inferior to Huang Jingrong's group. In fact, they might even be better. Wherever Young Fan went, Huang Jingrong and Liu Guangye died, but wasn't he still alive and kicking? He dared to kill in front of Young Fan. What could he do? Huang Jingrong and Liu Guangye died because they were stupid. Wn Guojun never thought of himself as stupid. He was the most intelligent person in the censorate. As long as he was reasonable, Yang Fan. What was there to be afraid of? Wen Guojun chased after Yang Fan. His whip movements became more frivolous and his laughter became more presumptuous. Li Qianli looked at their backs and sighed softly. His armor was covered in a layer of raindrops. As he shook his head, the raindrops fell from his shoulders like tears. From that day onwards, Yang Fan no longer followed the enthusiastic Wen Guojun around to kill rebels. Occasionally, Deputy Hu Yuanli would come out to meet with local officials, but Yang Fan didn't even have to do that. Although Wen Guojun was arrogant, his arrogance was only to provoke Yang Fan and suppress Yang Fan's arrogance. In his heart, he never relaxed his vigilance against Yang Fan. Whether it was Hu Yuanli meeting with local officials or Yang Fan wandering around, his eyes and ears never left these two people. However, all the information he received showed that Yang Fan didn't do anything special. Hu Yuanli met with local officials and talked about some trivial matters. Occasionally, he asked about the Feng family of Lingnan's rebellion, and the officials' answers were very satisfactory to Wen Guojun. Wen Guojun stayed in Panju with the excuse of searching for the remnants of the rebels. If Yang Fan didn't leave, he would never leave. He didn't trust the integrity of the local officials and tribal leaders in Panju. If he left first, these people who were now subservient to him would immediately sell him out. 5 days later, Taoist Saifang arrived in Panju. Taoist Saifang's trip to Lingnan to pick herbs and make the elixir of immortality was just a pretense. His real purpose was to leave the capital and be free. While he was wandering around Lingnan, the officials of various places tried their best to curry favor with him, the favorite of the emperor. They asked for money and women. Everywhere he went, the grand reception he received was no different from that of the emperor. Even Taoist Shifang was enjoying himself so much that he forgot about his duties. After Taoist Saifang arrived in Panju, Yang Fan, Wen Guojun, Li Qianli and other officials went to greet him. Then, they all held a banquet to welcome this lucky official of the emperor. Taoist Saifang also stayed in the former Panju provincial governor's mansion. He occupied a large courtyard. Every day, officials came to visit him and flattered him. There was an endless stream of carriages and horses in front of his door. Yang Fan stayed in the provincial governor's mansion. He was good friends with Taoist Saifang when he was in the capital. Taoist Saifang came to the south to enjoy life because he was inspired by Yang Fan. When he saw Yang Fan, he was especially friendly. So, sometimes Yang Fan went to him and sometimes he went to Yang Fan. The two of them were very close. In this way, the guests who came to visit Taoist Saifang, whether they went to Taoist Saifang's house or to Yang Fan's house, Yang Fan had many opportunities to get in touch with them. Wen Guojun only stared at Yang Fan and Hu Yuanli. At first, he did not notice Taoist Saifang. It was not until the spies he sent to Yang Fan complained that they did not have the ability to intercept Yang Fan and Saifang's private conversation with other officials that Wen Guojun became vigilant. Wen Guojun was no longer keen on hunting down rebels. He stayed at the imperial envoy's residence. Every morning, he would report to Taoist Saifang. No matter who came, no matter where Taoist Saifang went, he would follow closely. He was even more diligent than going to the imperial court to meet the emperor. After watching for 3 to 5 days, Wen Guojun did not notice anything unusual. On the contrary, Yang Fan hated him. Seeing that Wen Guojun often appeared around Taoist Saifang, he did not show up often. Although Wen Guojun still did not dare to relax his vigilance, he secretly laughed at himself for being too careful. On this day, Wen Guojun once again accompanied the visiting officials to drink. Yang Fan, on the other hand, closed the door and talked to Feng Yuanyi in the bedroom. Yuan Yi, many of your family's hideouts have been destroyed in order to save you. Now, they've been forced to escape into a denser forest and hide in an even more isolated place. If you go looking for them now, it'll be very difficult to find them. After all, you are still young. There are many things in the family that your father will not tell you. If you just rush into the forest like this. Yang Fan paused and said, and I have to leave soon. I want to go to Chang'an. Once I leave, You will not be able to stay here anymore. Feng Yuan's childish face was filled with fear. After all, he was still a child. When he heard that the only person he could rely on was leaving him, he was terrified. However, his pride made it difficult for him to plead with Feng Yuan. Yang Fan said, "If you are willing, you can come with me. Your sister is still in Wen Guojun's hands. She will be sent to the palace later. Maybe, when things take a turn for the better, she will be released. At that time, I will prepare some travel expenses for you and your brother and have someone send you back. How about it?" Feng Yuan said, "Brother Yang, didn't you say that you are the enemy of that bastard Wen Guojun? Are you going to leave just like that?" Yang Fan said, "The matter in Panju has been settled. If I don't leave, why should I stay here?" Feng Yuan opened his mouth in surprise and stammered, What did you do? Just watch a dance, listen to music, and drink wine?" Yang Fan smiled and nodded lightly. Using force to kill is, in the end, inferior. In the officialdom, watching a dance, listening to music, and drinking wine can kill without leaving a trace. I promise you, the day Wen Guojun returns to the capital will be the day his head falls to the ground. Don't you want to see it for yourself? Chapter 559. Immortal Elder, I have completed my official duties and will be leaving Panju soon. Let us meet again in the capital. Yang Fan rushed to Daoist Saifang's residence to bid farewell. At this moment, Wen Guojun, Li Qianli, and many officials of Panju were there. Wen Guojun wanted to ask, "May I know what official duties you have done in Panju?" However, he held back when the words were at the tip of his tongue. There was no need to be eloquent with a loser. He, Wen Zhongqing, still had this bit of self-restraint. Daoist Saifang smiled at Yang Fan and cupped his hands, saying, "Supreme Heavenly Venerable, this humble Daoist wishes Doctor a safe journey." Daoist Saifang was actually invited to Panju by Yang Fan. Of course, Yang Fan would not mention this matter. Daoist Saifang liked to push everything to the heavenly secrets, so naturally, he would not say it either. Therefore, other than the two of them, no one else knew. In any case, the officials of Panju were already scared out of their wits by Wen Guojun, a high-ranking official of the imperial court who rushed over from the capital. When they heard that another Daoist with even more background came to Panju, even the emperor respectfully addressed him as immortal teacher. Everyone was respectful and tried their best to curry favor with him. Daoist Saifang was exceptionally satisfied with this trip to Panju. This was enough. Yang Fan did not receive any benefits in Panju. No one gave him gold, silver, and jewelry, and no one sent him beautiful women. This was because everyone knew that he was Wen Guojun's enemy. Showing kindness to him was equivalent to becoming Wen Guojun's enemy. When Yang Fan went to the Yarrow province and the Barbarian province, he went in a sorry state but left in glory. Only this time, the Pan province was the exact opposite. He came in glory but left in a sorry state. Don't be fooled by his dignified words. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that he was suppressed by Wen Guojun in Panju. He could not display his skills at all, so he left in a sorry state. Wen Guojun, who was sitting at the head of the table, raised his cup with a smile and said, "Today, Yang Langzhong has returned to the imperial court. Let us borrow immortal elder Shi Fang's banquet to give Yang Langzhong a farewell dinner. Langzhong, please drink this cup, wishing you a smooth journey and a smooth journey." The civil and military officials on the left and right, as well as the unruly local chieftains of Panju, were like a group of marionettes. They raised their cups one after another and parroted, "Today, Yang Langzhong has returned to the imperial court. We will give him a farewell dinner. Doctor, please have a toast. Everything will be smooth sailing and peaceful." Yang Fan smiled and raised his cup with a beaming face, as if he didn't notice the faint ridicule in Wen Guojun's eyes. Although the banquet for Yang Fan's arrival was Wen Guojun's prestige banquet, it was still considered a banquet for him. However, no one paid attention to him before he left. It was Yang Fan who took the initiative to say goodbye to Taoist elder Shi Fang. Wen Guojun casually said that he would borrow Taoist elder Shi Fang's wine to give him a farewell dinner. However, Yang Fan really didn't seem to care. After he sat down, he actually talked and laughed wittily. This situation fell into Wn Guojun's eyes. Naturally, he thought that young Fan was pretending to be calm to protect his face. A banquet, each with their own schemes. When the music ended and people dispersed, young Fan returned to his courtyard. He entered the door of his bedroom and closed the door. As he walked into the inner room, he said, "Yueni, the matter here has been settled. We will leave early tomorrow morning." Young Fan didn't hear Feng Yueni's answer. When he walked to the small room where the maidservants lived, he also didn't see Feng Yueni. Young Fan was startled. He quickly walked to the door of his bedroom and suddenly lifted the curtain. Feng Yueni was still not there. Young Fan couldn't help but change his expression. Outside the high wall of the courtyard where young Fan lived, there was a row of houses where servants lived. Between the high wall and the houses, there was a gap the width of a person. The gap was damp and dark, and there were knee-high weeds growing in it. Feng Yueni and Lu Xiaoxiu, the daughter of the Lu family, were hugging and crying here. "Xiaoxiu, don't worry. I will come back." Feng Yueni wiped his tears and said to Lu Xiaoxiu seriously, "Sister will be sent to the capital. Brother Yang promised me that he will save her. After I pick her up, I will come back." Speaking of this, Feng Yueni clenched his teeth, and his eyes were full of hatred. Brother Yang also said that although Wn Go is enjoying his glory now, once he returns to Luoyang, he will definitely die. "I want to go to Luoyang, and I want to see him die with my own eyes." Speaking of this, Feng Yueni couldn't control himself anymore. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Lu Xiaoxiu considerately hugged him until he completely calmed down. Then, she gently let go and nodded vigorously. "Yes. Xiaoxiu will obediently wait for Brother Yueni to come back. Brother Yueni, you must come back." Not far away, young Fan's head, which had been peeking out from the top of the wall, shrank back and let out a soft sigh. The back window of young Fan's bedroom opened, and Feng Yueni quietly climbed in from outside. The sky was already dark, and there was no light in the room. It wasn't until Feng Yueni climbed in and turned around to close the window that he was surprised to see young Fan sitting quietly by the table. Feng Yueni was startled and softly called out, "Brother Yang." Young Fan's face darkened as he asked, "What have you been doing?" Feng Yueni lowered his head and stood still. His face was red, and he didn't dare to reply. He was close and respectful to young Fan, and he respected and feared him. When he saw young Fan's displeased tone, he didn't dare to speak. Young Fan was silent for a moment, but he didn't reprimand him anymore. He only asked, "As the provincial governor of Panju, your father must have been studying since young. Do you know the meaning of 'if you don't leave the house, you won't be blamed'?" Feng Yueni lowered his head and mumbled, "Chaos is born from words. If a ruler isn't secretive, he will lose his subjects, and if a subject isn't secretive, he will lose himself. If matters aren't secretive, they will cause great harm. That's why a gentleman is cautious." Young Fan said, "It's good that you know. We'll be leaving tomorrow. I've already placed your food on the table. Eat early and rest." "Yes." Feng Yueni replied and walked out with his head lowered. Looking at his pitiful appearance, young Fan couldn't bear to see him like this. His heart softened and he wanted to say a few words to comfort him. However, he changed his mind and hardened his heart. Looking at Feng Yueni and his younger sister Xiaoxiu in distress, young Fan couldn't help but think of his own childhood. How could he say such harsh words? However, in his childhood, even if he was willing to risk his life for Xiao Man, he still didn't tell Xiao Man his big secret. It wasn't because he didn't trust Xiao Man, but no one knew if a young child would spill the beans. Some secrets could only be hidden in one's heart, because they were secrets. Young Fan thought to himself, not knowing how to keep secrets will harm others and oneself. If these harsh words today can make him a little more apprehensive, it might not be a bad thing for his future. Wn Guojun returned from the banquet and hummed a little tune as he entered the study. A moment later, one of his trusted subordinates quietly flashed in and cupped his hands in greeting. He stood there without saying a word. Wn Guojun put down the book in his hand and ordered, "Tomorrow, when young Fan returns to the capital, you will follow them all the way until they leave Panju and then report back. That person cupped his hands in greeting and left in a flash. Wn Guojun picked up the book again. Tilting his head to think, he sneered. The autumn wind blew gently and the sky was clear blue. A group of people whipped their horses and left Panju. In front of them, there were still mountains within mountains and rivers within rivers. The scenery was endless. This time, they were returning to the capital and were not as anxious as when they came. They also didn't have anything weighing on their minds, so they let go of the hooves and were very carefree. This time, they couldn't directly return to the capital. Originally, they had come from Chang'an. Now they had to return to Chang'an to pick up Princess Taiping, who had finished paying respects to the ancestors, and then return to Luoyang together. Thinking that he would soon be able to see his lovely wife and that Xiao Man was about to give birth, Yang Fan was eager to return. Although they weren't going to save people and didn't need to travel day and night, he still unknowingly increased his speed. He whipped his horse and rushed to the front of the group. Xiao Man is about to give birth. Will she give birth to a white and chubby boy or a beautiful and cute little girl? Yang Fan thought happily and couldn't help but chuckle. Who cares? Regardless of whether she gives birth to a boy or a little girl, she will have to call me father. They will all be my children. Ma Qiao and Hu Yuanli walked in the middle of the group and were chatting excitedly about Sun Yuxuan. Hu Yuanli stroked his beard and said with a smile, on this trip out of the capital, the person who gained the most was probably Dr. Sunday. Dr. Sun's trip out of the capital this time was not in vain. He actually won the heart of a beautiful and charming woman. It's really enviable. Ma Qiao was also interested and said with a smile, Dr. Sun and that Miss Hu Fei have feelings for each other and are a good pair. I just don't know if he will be able to bring home a beauty when he returns to the capital. Hu Yuanli hesitated and said, this. I'm afraid not. In any case, he is a high-ranking official of the imperial court and has parents and elders at home. Unless he is marrying a concubine, there is no reason not to report to his parents. There must be 3 matchmakers and 6 certificates and both parents must agree. Directly bringing her back to the capital is too against the rules. Ma Qiao chuckled and said, from Luoyang to Manju is really too far. This trip will take a long time. If we have to return to the capital to report to our parents and then go to Manju to fetch the bride, we can't afford the trouble. I see that the 2 of them are stuck together like glue and I'm afraid they won't be willing to part. If we go to Jingju, maybe we can see Miss Hu Fei. Hu Yuanli shook his head and smiled, disapproving. Ma Qiao glanced at him and said, Imperial Censor Hu, do you want to make this bet with me? Hu Yuanli laughed and said, let's bet. Tell me, what do you want to bet? 1 civil and 1 military. The journey was lonely and extremely bored. Unexpectedly they used Sun Yuxuan's marriage as a bet. Feng Yuanyi rode a purple horse and followed closely behind Yang Fan. From time to time he stole a glance at Yang Fan. Yang Fan urged his horse forward, his mind had already flown to Chang'an. Along the way he was thinking, a smile would unconsciously appear on his face. After chasing for a long time, Feng Yuanyi finally could not restrain himself and whipped his horse to catch up. After riding side by side with Yang Fan for a while, he could not restrain himself and asked, Young Dage, on this trip to the capital, will that dog thief really be punished? Oh. Yang Fan came back to his senses and laughed loudly. Don't worry. After we leave, Wn Guojun should also leave. The people who want to kill Wn Guojun are already on their way. When he returns to the capital, he will die without a doubt. Throwing away his life, the so-called throwing away his life refers to people like Wn Guojun. This kind of thing. Chapter 560. Jingju was the place where Sun Yuxuan, Yang Fan, and the others had agreed to meet. In the past few days, Sun Yuxuan had accompanied Miss Hu Fei to visit many places in Jingju. They had even been to Hong Lake. Although the women of the Miao family also had their own rules, they were not inflexible because of the situation. Sun Yuxuan was deeply in love with Miss Hu, and the Hu family could see it. Moreover, the barbarian province was indeed too far from Luoyang. If they waited for him to return to the capital and report to his parents before returning to the barbarian province to escort the bride, it would be very inconvenient for an official of the imperial court. Since Miss Hu Fei did not object, father who agreed to let him take Fei back to the capital first. Miss who was lively and cheerful. With such a beautiful woman, Sun Yuxuan was also filled with youthful vigor. Every day, he accompanied her to tour the mountains and rivers, and they were inseparable. Although they had not bowed to heaven and earth and had not become husband and wife, the relationship between the two was advancing at a tremendous pace. The two stayed in the inn and learned that Yang Fan would be rushing to Jingju the next day. Sun Yuxuan knew that Yang Fan's wife was about to give birth, so it was impossible for Yang Fan to stay in Jingju. He wanted to enjoy a warm world with his beloved woman before he arrived, so he took Miss Hu Fei out to play early in the morning. The place the two went to was Guandai Temple. The two had not been to this place before because Sun Yuxuan had brought Miss Hu Fei to tour the mountains and rivers for the past few days. Guandai Temple held 2 large temple fairs every year. Over time, it had become a bustling commercial area. There were all kinds of vendors in front of Guandai Temple. There was a dazzling array of goods, and the streets were very lively. Miss Hu Fei was beaming with joy when she saw this scene. In fact, in the past few days of sightseeing, Sun Yuxuan wanted to find a place with an elegant environment as much as possible. However, when it came to mountains and rivers, Miss Hu Fei had lived in the mountains since she was young. How could she be as carefree and happy as him? Instead, she accommodated him more. Now, visiting the temple fairs was a girl's favorite. When Sun Yuxuan saw Miss Hu's happy expression, he also felt inexplicably happy in his heart. He liked the way this girl looked when she was in high spirits. Miss Hu Fei looked around. She liked all kinds of cloth, silk, pouches, hair ornaments, and even small handicrafts that Sun Yuxuan had disdained. Sun Yuxuan's gaze was fixed on Miss Hu Fei. The more he looked, the more he liked her. Out of the way, out of the way. 2 men dressed in green robes, who looked like ordinary servants, were leading the way. Behind them, 2 scribes in round-collared robes holding fans slowly walked over. Sun Yuxuan's arm was pushed and he subconsciously dodged to the side of the road. He didn't get angry and just turned his head to look. Just one look and he seemed to be paralyzed, standing there in a daze. Sun Yuxuan immediately recognized that the 2 servants dressed in green were from the serious faces and the way they walked. The servants of ordinary rich gentry definitely didn't have this kind of prestige that was unique to the family of an official. However, it was common for officials to travel incognito, so he wouldn't be so surprised. The reason why he was stunned was because he glanced around. When he was about to turn his head, he unexpectedly saw a familiar person who shouldn't be here, Wang Hongyi. Because of corruption, Wang Hongyi was exiled to Jingju. Because of the dispute between the censorate and the political affairs station, after paying the price of Su Weiwei, Kui Yuanzong, and Zhong Shi, he was locked up by Yang Fan from the court. Then he was impeached by Li Zhaoda and was exiled to Jingju, never to be released again. Sun Yuxuan thought that he had seen wrongly and thought that this person only looked like Wang Hongyi. But he looked straight ahead and saw that the person was talking to a middle-aged scholar beside him with a light smile. His expression, temperament, and actions were exactly the same as Wang Hongyi. This couldn't be wrong. When the 2 of them passed by him, Sun Yuxuan even heard the middle-aged scribes call this person who looked exactly like Wang Hongyi brother Hongyi. This couldn't be wrong. This person really was Wang Hongyi. Wang Hongyi, according to the time, he should be on the road to Jiaoji right now. If he could endure the torture, then he should be walking step by step to Jiaoji in a month or 2 and spend the rest of his life there. How could he appear here and receive such hospitality? Hu Fei held a small statue of Guan Yu in her hand. She turned her head to Sun Yuxuan and said, "Brother, do you think this looks good? I want to buy one. We have heard of the story of Guan Yu losing Jingju due to carelessness." Although the statue of Guan Yu in her hand was small, it had a long beard, red face, reclining silkworm eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, and a green dragon crescent moon blade in its hand. It was majestic and full of charm. Sun Yuxuan didn't have time to say more. He threw a few coins on the stall and pulled Hu Fei's small hand. "Let's go." Hu Fei saw his serious expression and couldn't help but restrain her smile. She lowered her voice and asked, "Brother, what happened?" Sun Yuxuan shook his head and didn't answer. He only followed Wang Hongyi until he and the official in civilian clothes entered Guan Yu Temple. It was not easy to hide in Guan Yu Temple. If they followed, they would inevitably be seen by Wang Hongyi. Has Wang Hongyi been pardoned? Sun Yuxuan stood in a corner outside Guan Yu Temple, his brows knitted together. Although he was a bookworm and didn't have high political awareness, he still understood this simple truth. It wasn't important that Wang Hongyi was pardoned. What was important was the emperor's attitude behind it. If Wang Hongyi was pardoned, then the imperial censorate would once again be above the three law bureaus and even the court's civil and military officials. It would restore Lai Junqian's domineering power of killing and seizing the court's civil and military officials. Hu Fei stood to the side and looked at Sun Yuxuan. Although she didn't understand what had happened, she knew that if Sun Yuxuan's brows were furrowed, there must be something important that was difficult to solve. She obediently stood to the side and didn't disturb him. Sun Yuxuan thought, if Wang Hongyi is pardoned, it means that His Majesty's attitude toward the imperial censorate has changed greatly. The Ministry of Justice is the enemy of the imperial censorate. It's impossible that they didn't send someone to inform us of this change. Even if they didn't inform me, they should inform Yang Fan. I don't know if Yang Fan already knows about this. This was a serious matter. Sun Yuxuan completely lost interest in traveling. He apologized to Hu Fei. Fei, you should go back to the inn first. I suddenly remembered something important. I need to visit a friend who works here. Hu Fei knew that he didn't mean what he said, but she didn't point it out. She just docilely nodded her head. Sun Yuxuan called a donkey driver and paid for the donkey rental. He told Hu Fei to ride the donkey and let the driver lead them back to the inn. Sun Yuxuan circled around the Guandii Temple once and then sat down in a small restaurant opposite the Guandii Temple. He ordered a few dishes to go with the wine and waited there. There were several side doors in the Guandii Temple, but because it wasn't time for the temple fair, there weren't many visitors in the temple, so they were all closed at the moment. Other than the main door, only the corner door at the back was open. Based on the manner of the plain-clothed official who accompanied Wang Hongyi, they didn't have any reason to choose to leave from the corner door. Sun Yuxuan sat in the small restaurant for more than an hour. He saw the official who accompanied Wang Hongyi come out again. Sun Yuxuan quickly paid the bill and followed them far behind. Wang Hongyi came out of the Guandii Temple and wandered around the downtown area for a while. Then he left with the official who accompanied him. There was a light carriage waiting for them at the intersection. The two boarded the carriage and left. Sun Yuxuan hurriedly rented a donkey and got the horse driver to follow behind the carriage. The carriage traveled in the city for a while and arrived at a manor. Someone came out to welcome them. Wang Hongyi and the official got off the carriage and entered. Sun Yuxuan pretended to pass by the manor and rode the donkey to the front of the manor. When he raised his head to take a look, he was immediately shocked. So this was the Jing Province provincial governor's manor. Sun Yuxuan had come to Jing Province this time to have fewer social engagements and more private time with Miss Hu Fei. Therefore, he only stayed at the inn and didn't meet the local officials. Otherwise, he might not recognize the other people, but he would definitely recognize the person accompanying Wang Hongyi in front of the Guandii Temple. This person was the Jing Province provincial governor, Fan Guang. Sun Yuxuan didn't say anything else. He went around the provincial governor's manor and rushed to the inn he was staying at. The next morning, Provincial Governor Fan was waited on by his most beloved concubine, Miss Ruyan. After washing up and eating breakfast, he dressed neatly and rushed to the front courtyard. The officials of the Jing province were all dressed neatly and waiting there. When Provincial Governor Fan arrived, everyone bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the envoy." "Good morning, everyone." Provincial Governor Fan spent half the night with his beloved concubine and woke up early in the morning. He was still a little tired now. He cupped his hands to the officials and yawned. "Imperial Envoy Yang Fan is passing by this place today. Let us go and welcome him now." Everyone didn't say anything and followed behind Provincial Governor Fan out of the provincial governor's manor. Someone had already prepared a carriage for Provincial Governor Fan. When the officials came, they all rode on horses and had their own equipment. At this moment, They all boarded their own carriages or horses and left the Jing province in a grandiose manner. Sun Yuxuan had also woken up early in the morning. If he went to the Tenli pavilion to wait, he would bump into Provincial Governor Fan and the others. If it was before he met Wang Hongyi yesterday, he wouldn't have any misgivings. But now, he couldn't. He wanted to be a step ahead and let Yang Fan know of this news. Therefore, he left earlier than Provincial Governor Fan and the others. Sun Yuxuan rode on a horse and was dressed in casual clothes. He brought along 2 attendants and left the Jing province. He traveled all the way south. After passing the Tenli pavilion, he continued forward for another 7 to 8 li before stopping at the side of the official road. At this moment, the sun had already risen high in the sky. 4 young fans returned this time. He had brought along a large group of ceremonial guards. Even if he wanted to hide it, it was impossible to hide it. He had to pay attention to the etiquette of the officialdom. They had already planned their daily itinerary. When they would set off, how much distance they could cover in a day, and where they could reach. All of these had been calculated beforehand. That was why they could send someone to inform him of the official residence they would be arriving at in advance. Yang Fan had also set off from the town he was staying at yesterday early in the morning. Therefore, Provincial Governor Fan didn't need to wake up so early. It was just that there were too many people coming to receive him, so it was inevitable that their movements would be slow. They would rather arrive early and wait for a while than to arrive later than the guests. This was also a necessary etiquette. Sun Yuxuan rested under the tree for over an hour. From afar, he saw the Longwu guards galloping over. Sun Yuxuan immediately mounted his horse and went to welcome them. Sun Yuxuan passed through the Longwu guards' formation and came to the front of Yang Fan's horse. He was just about to speak when Hu Yuanli and Ma Qiao excitedly galloped over. They asked in unison, "Dr. Sun, did Miss Hu Fei follow you to Jing province?" Chapter 561. Hu Yuanli and Ma Qiao asked at the same time, leaving Sun Yuxuan dumbfounded. He replied in astonishment, You already know? Ha ha. Ma Qiao clapped his hands and laughed. Censor Hu, I win. This banquet, you're treating for sure. Hu Yuanli shook his head and sighed. Brother Sun, oh brother Sun, you really surprised me. Why are you not as mature as a young man when you are middle-aged? Sun Yuxuan was puzzled. Have you already sent someone to Jingju? Otherwise, how would you know that Miss Hu is with me? Yang Fan whipped his horse and smiled. Brother Sun, you don't need to pay attention to them. They are bored and used you as a wager. Why would Brother Sun travel so far to welcome us? Aren't you being too polite? Yang Fan looked behind Sun Yuxuan. There was a lush green hill with a few people and a few mule carts on the official road. There was not even a shadow of Jingju. Sun Yuxuan's face tightened when he heard Yang Fan's question. He hurriedly said, Dr. Yang, guess who I saw in Jingju? Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, and Ma Qiao looked at each other. Who did you see? Sun Yuxuan said word by word, Wang Hongyi. Wang Hongyi. Hu Yuanli cried out. How is that possible? Are you sure you saw the wrong person? Wasn't Wang Hongyi banished to Jiaoji? Sun Yuxuan said, I can't be wrong. Because of this, I have my suspicions. Yang Langzhong, have you received the imperial bulletin about Wang Hongyi's pardon? Yang Fan shook his head with a serious expression. By this time Hu Yuanli had figured out the crux of the matter. His countenance changed as he said, the censorate toppled Su Weiwei and the other 2 prime ministers. The Political Affairs Hall retaliated by executing Hu Siji and exiling Wang Hongyi. Wang Hongyi has been pardoned. Could it be that something happened in the imperial court? Could it be that Prime Minister Li? Yang Fan believed that if something happened to Li Zhaoda, or if the emperor was inclined to put the imperial censor in an important position due to some unforeseen event, he would definitely receive the news. Right now, he had connections with various factions, Princess Taiping, Liang Wangwu Sansi, Li Zhaoda, and the Ministry of Justice of the Prime Minister faction, Shuehuai's White Horse Monastery, and Shenmu's hidden sect. If such a major event had happened in the court, at least one of the factions would have told him the news. But in reality, he had come here with the grandeur of an imperial envoy, so it was not difficult to find him. However, He had never heard of any major changes happening in the court. Ma Qiao also knew a thing or two about Wang Hongyi's matter. Seeing the three of them change their expressions and their suspicious expressions, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, if there were no changes in the court, would Wang Hongyi not be pardoned? Yang Fan said, of course. Otherwise, how could Prime Minister Li agree to pardon Wang Hongyi? How could all the civil and military officials in the imperial court agree? Ma Qiao said, then maybe he is unwilling to leave and is staying in Jingju, unwilling to go south. Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, and Sun Yuxuan looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Ma Qiao raised his eyebrows and said, why are you all looking at me like that? Yang Fan said, when he is sent to Jiaoji, there will be bailiffs escorting him from prefecture to prefecture. One prefecture will escort the criminal to the next prefecture, and the next prefecture will send officials to continue the delivery. If the criminal is not delivered, the official business will not be completed. If he wants to stay in Jingju and not leave, how is that possible? He is just a prisoner, how can he make his own decisions? Sun Yuxuan added, not only is he enjoying himself in Jingju, but the provincial governor of Jingju, Fan Guang, is treating him like an honored guest. Ma Qiao said, this is strange. You all said that it is impossible for him to be pardoned, and it is impossible for him to stay because he wants to. Then how can he be enjoying himself in Jingju, and even be treated with such courtesy by the provincial governor? Unless he forged an imperial edict and pardoned himself. Ma Qiao's words were getting more and more ridiculous. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan no longer looked at him like he was an idiot and pretended not to hear him. Yang Fan shook his head and said to Sun Yuxuan, I really don't know anything about Wang Hongyi. You don't have to be anxious. If something really happened, it has already happened. There is no point in being anxious. Let's talk about it when we reach Jingju. Sun Yuxuan had no other ideas and could only agree. The group continued north. An hour later, Shili Pavilion was in sight. Under the pavilion, they could faintly see a group of officials dressed in red and green robes waiting there. Yang Fan saw from afar and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He blurted out, do you think Wang Hongyi will be among the welcoming officials? Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan looked at each other. Sun Yuxuan hesitated and said, Wang Hongyi has never been on good terms with us. I'm afraid he won't come to welcome us, right? Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, not necessarily. If this person has really been pardoned, even if he has not been reinstated, since he knows I am coming, he will definitely come to Shili Pavilion to see me. Hu Yuanli had worked in the censorate for a long time and knew Wang Hongyi's character. With Yang Fan's words, he also reacted and blushed, that's right. If this person is Wang Hongyi. Sun Yuxuan cut him off, there is no if. It is him. Hu Yuanli said, then, if he has really been pardoned, he will definitely come to welcome us. Ma Qiao stared with a pair of ox eyes and said, why? Could it be that he has learned his lesson after suffering such a big loss? Sun Yuxuan also understood at this time. His eyes flashed as he said, that's right. If his presence in Jingju is an honorable matter, he will definitely come today. Ma Qiao was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He shouted, what are the three of you trying to do? Can't you say it more clearly? Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot, but they did not explain. Yang Fan smiled and said, Brother Qiao, you don't understand this person and naturally don't understand the reason. The reason is actually very simple. The people on the left of the censorate are all ruffians that Lai Junchen gathered. These people are all people who can't hide anything in a dog's stomach. If he has really been pardoned and returned, even if he has not been reinstated, it would be a great victory for him. It would be strange if he didn't come to Shili Pavilion to show off. Only now did Ma Qiao understand. Provincial Governor Fan was resting in the pavilion when he suddenly saw the banners fluttering in the distance and the orderly procession. He unconsciously stood up. The messenger that had been sent to the front to keep watch hurriedly rushed back and reported to him that the imperial envoy had indeed arrived. Provincial Governor Fan hurriedly tidied up his attire and slowly walked to the side of the road to wait. The civil and military officials of Jingju also lined up behind him according to their ranks. When the Longwu guards reached Shili Pavilion, they slowed down. Under the guidance of the Duke of Jingju, they split into 2 groups and circled around Shili Pavilion. Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, and Sun Yuxuan arrived side by side. Provincial Governor Fan glanced at the imperial envoy banners erected high behind the 3 of them and cupped his hands in greeting. In a clear voice, he said, "The Jing Province's Provincial Governor Fan Guang has led the civil and military officials of the prefecture to welcome the 3 imperial envoys." Yang Fan and the other 2 dismounted from their horses and quickly walked forward to welcome them. They cupped their hands in greeting and said with a smile, "The envoy is too courteous. My colleagues are too courteous. We have troubled you all to wait for so long. Forgive us, forgive us." The 3 of them cupped their hands in greeting as they looked around. Provincial Governor Fan was standing right in front of them, but he saw the 3 of them cupping their hands in greeting while looking behind him. He couldn't help asking in curiosity, are the 3 imperial envoys looking for something? Ha, it's nothing, it's nothing. We are just passing by a treasured land and have troubled so many of our colleagues from Jingju to welcome us. We really feel bad for mobilizing such a large force. Yang Fan retracted his gaze and answered perfunctorily. Provincial Governor Fan could tell that he wasn't being sincere. However, he only wanted to do his best as a host and welcome the imperial envoys according to the etiquette of the imperial court. He wasn't concerned about what this passerby was thinking. Therefore, he only smiled slightly and respectfully said, "This Fan has already prepared a banquet to welcome the 3 imperial envoys. Please, please." Yang Fan and the other 2 politely returned the greeting. They took this opportunity to exchange a glance with each other, their eyes revealing the same meaning. There's no Wang Hongyi. Without Wang Hongyi, there would be a huge problem with this matter. Under the accompaniment of Provincial Governor Fan and the others, Yang Fan's group headed for the city of Jingju. Looking at the back view of Ma Qiao, who was striding proudly in front of the dragon martial guards, a strange thought suddenly flashed through Yang Fan's mind. It can't be that Brother Qiao was right and that Wang Hongyi had actually forged an imperial edict and pardoned himself, right? As soon as this thought surfaced in his mind, Yang Fan laughed involuntarily. How is that possible? Who would have such guts? Who would do something so stupid that it would be easily exposed? Who would actually dare to show off in Jing province? Fan Guang asked with a smile, "Why is Yang Langzhong laughing?" Yang Fan replied calmly, "Oh, looking at this majestic city gate, simple and unadorned, I suddenly thought of the story of Liu Bei borrowing Jingju and Guangdong losing it. I couldn't help but laugh." Hearing him talk about the story of his province, Fan Guang stroked his beard with some satisfaction and said, "Since ancient times, Jingju has always been a battleground for military strategists. As a result, there are many historical sites left behind, such as General's Calling Platform, Horsepow Spring, Cao Cao Stockade, Wulin Spring, Zilonggang Hill, Huarong Path, Madam Sun Town, etc. If Yang Langzhong can stay in Jingju for a few more days, I can accompany the imperial envoy on a sightseeing tour." Yang Fan replied, "I couldn't ask for more, but I'm tied up with official business." Fan Guang smiled slightly and pointed his horsewhip forward, saying, "Today, we will hold a banquet to welcome the imperial envoy. It will be held at this Binyang restaurant." Yang Fan raised his head and saw that on the city platform of Yinbin Gate, there was a majestic city tower with double eaves resting on the top of a mountain. The tower was 3 stories high and had green-grey roof tiles. Large pillars and winding corridors, the roof ridges and corners were decorated with beasts. It was an antique and exceptionally solemn sight. Fan Guang clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Among the heroes of the 3 states, there was more than one person who had come to this place to drink and entertain guests. When Guan Yuchang was stationed in Jingju, he had held many grand banquets here. Since I am holding a banquet here, not only can we enjoy the scenery from a high vantage point, we can also savor the charm of the ancients. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, haha." Provincial Governor Fan had made ample preparations. Not only was there a banquet upstairs, there was singing and dancing, there was also wine and beauties, as well as all sorts of toiletries. The so-called welcoming banquet wasn't just empty words. After a long and arduous journey, weathering the wind and rain, it was inevitable that one's face would be covered in greasy sweat. And at that time, the roads were mostly dirt roads, so this wind and dust was a common occurrence. At this moment, Yang Fan and the others were really covered in dust. It was impossible for them to sit and enjoy the banquet in their current state. Therefore, they had to wash up, bathe, and change their clothes. While they were washing up, Provincial Governor Fan and the other officials were either sitting idly in the building or leaning on the railings to look into the distance, admiring the scenery outside and inside the city. There was a wooden house with a few levels of partitions. In each level, there was a bathtub, towel, and toiletries. Yang Fan raised a bucket of water and washed away the bubbles from the honey locust beans on his body. He then wrapped himself in a towel and picked up a toothbrush, dipping it in fine green salt to brush his teeth. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan saw that Yang Fan had a dark expression ever since he entered the city, so they thought that he already had a plan in mind. Therefore, they had been enduring and not asking. However, even now, they didn't see Yang Fan say anything about this matter. It was as if he had completely forgotten about it, yet he still had the leisure to tease Ma Qiao. After brushing a mouthful of bubbles, Yang Fan was actually beaming with joy as he praised the quality of the toothbrush. He even advised Ma Qiao, who was bathing at the side, to go to the city to ask around and learn a thing or two from other people so that he could be filial to his mother when he returned. After saying a lot of idle talk, the two of them couldn't hold it in anymore. Wang Hongyi wasn't among the welcoming officials. Therefore, not only is there no reason for him to appear here, there's definitely something fishy going on. After the two of them finished speaking, they asked at the same time, "What wise opinion does Yang Langzhong have?" Yang Fan cracked open his foam-covered mouth and smiled, "I don't have any wise opinion, but I do have a humble opinion. If he doesn't come to see us, we'll just look for him. Isn't he an esteemed guest of Provincial Governor Fan? In a while, I'll directly ask him." Hu Yuanli hesitated, "Wouldn't this be too abrupt?" Yang Fan replied, "Why be so wishy-washy? So what if it's abrupt? Someone has to be the villain, and I'll just do it." Chapter 562. Yang Fan and the others had already finished bathing and felt refreshed. They changed into light robes and returned to the main building. The host and guests all took their seats and exchanged pleasantries. Fine wine and delicacies were served up like flowing water. Provincial Governor Fan smiled and said, "The 3 imperial envoys have lived in the Shunju for a long time and must have tasted all the best delicacies and fine wine in the world. In order to entertain the 3 imperial envoys, I have spent a lot of effort. Even though these dishes can't compare to the delicacies of the capital, they are the local delicacies of my Jing province. I believe the few of you have not tried them before." Provincial Governor Fan picked up his chopsticks and pointed at a dish in front of him, introducing, "This is lily fish cake. It is said that it was made by Nuying in ancient times for Empress Huang. King Zhuang of Chu also loves this delicacy and named it as the #1 delicacy of the Chu royal court. It is fresh and fragrant, tender and smooth, fragrant and delicious. This comb meat is also a local specialty. The meat is as thin as paper and shaped like a shuttle. It is golden in color and the meat is soft, fatty but not greasy." Yang Fan interrupted with a smile, "Envoy has really gone through a lot of trouble." "Ah. This official has been observing the entire hall. Imperial Censor Wang Hongyi is an old friend of mine. Why is he not here?" Getting straight to the point, he didn't beat around the bush or ask if Wang Hongyi was in Jing province. With a single sentence, Yang Fan was certain that Wang Hongyi was in Jing province. Furthermore, he went straight to the point and asked about his whereabouts. Even though Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli were mentally prepared, they were still stunned by Yang Fan's question. Provincial Governor Fan was even more stunned. He raised his chopsticks and stared blankly for a moment before saying unnaturally, "Ah, Imperial Censor Wang was originally going to come, but he caught a cold and wasn't feeling well, so he didn't come." Yang Fan asked in surprise, "Brother Hongyi is sick. Is he staying at the envoy's residence?" Provincial Governor Fan nodded and said, "That's right." Yang Fan said, "Since that's the case, this official should go and pay a visit after the banquet." With that said, Yang Fan raised his cup and stood up with a face full of smiles. He said to the crowd, "We are passing through Jingju on official business. I will have to trouble my colleagues from Jingju to host a banquet to welcome us. This Yang, imperial censor Hu, and Dr. Sun are extremely grateful. For the first cup of wine, let us first toast the envoy and all of you. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan also raised their glasses and stood up in unison. The banquet began, and music began to play. The officials took turns toasting each other, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Ma Qiao sat in the lower seat. After receiving a glance from Yang Fan, the atmosphere of the banquet had just become lively, so he used the excuse of urinating to escape. Bringing along a dozen or so of his trusted aides, he left Binyang restaurant and headed straight for the provincial governor's manor. Suddenly the gatekeeper of the provincial governor's mansion saw a dozen or so soldiers appeared outside the mansion's gate. Looking at the uniform and the belt, one of them seemed to be a military officer. The gatekeeper hurriedly went out to welcome them. After asking around, the gatekeeper found out that the provincial governor and the imperial envoy had met very happily today at Binyang restaurant and had sent someone to invite imperial censor Wang to attend the banquet. The gatekeeper knew that the provincial governor had left early in the morning to welcome the imperial envoy. Although he felt that it was strange that the provincial governor did not send someone to welcome imperial censor Wang and instead the imperial envoy sent someone to welcome imperial censor Wang, he did not take it to heart. In his opinion, the imperial envoy came from the capital, and imperial censor Wang also came from the capital. Presumably, it was because the two had a closer relationship. The gatekeeper opened the middle door and welcomed the soldiers in. He summoned a green-clothed servant and led the soldiers to the guest quarters to see Wang Hongyi. Wang Hongyi was in his room drinking by himself when someone suddenly said from outside, "Imperial censor Wang, my family's Lang is currently holding a banquet at the top of the city walls. The imperial envoy has specially sent someone to invite the imperial censor to attend the banquet." Before he had finished speaking, Ma Qiao barged in with his men. Wang Hongyi's countenance changed and the wine cup in his hand fell to the table with a clang. He looked at the several burly men in military attire in front of him with a slightly panicked expression. Just as he was about to say something, Ma Qiao had already laughed and said, "Imperial censor Wang is in the mood to drink, he has poured himself a cup and is already drunk." Ma Qiao waved his hand and instructed, "You guys carry Imperial censor Wang. Imperial censor Wang is already drunk. Do not throw the imperial envoy and incur his displeasure." On the way here, the attendants had already received Ma Qiao's instructions. Immediately, two men stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, and carried Wang Hongyi away. The green-clothed manservant who was leading the way felt that it was somewhat rude to invite a guest in such a manner. However, he did not think too much about it. He only knew that the military masters in the capital had this kind of boorish temperament. As soon as Wang Hongyi was carried away, he knew that the situation was not good. His face immediately turned deathly pale. He did not make a fuss. What was the use of making a fuss? Once his disguise was exposed, even provincial governor Fan would not protect him. Yang Fan was on the top of the city wall, drinking wine with provincial governor Fan and the other officials of Jing province. It was a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Ma Qiao suddenly pressed down on his saber and strode into the hall, his expression stern. Behind him were two soldiers, one on the left and one on the right, holding Wang Hongyi. Seeing this situation, the joyous chatter and laughter in the hall immediately stopped. The dancers and musicians who had been separated stared blankly at their master. Provincial Governor Fan straightened his body in astonishment. He looked at young Fan, who still had a faint smile on his face, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. He then looked at Wang Hongyi, whose arms were being held by two burly soldiers, his expression ashen and extremely unnatural. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the dancers and asked in bewilderment, "Yang Langzhong, what are you?" Yang Fan did not answer. He only said to Wang Hongyi, "Imperial censor Wang, I trust you have been well since we last met." Wang Hongyi struggled fiercely but was unable to break free from the two pairs of iron pincer-like large hands. He then put on a fierce front and shouted, "Yang Fan, you ordered people to capture this official. What is your intention?" Provincial Governor Fan's gaze wavered for a moment before he calmed down. He quietly sat at the side and did not say another word. At this point, if he still could not understand that there was something fishy going on between the two of them, then he could forget about being a provincial governor. Provincial Governor Fan originally did not know much about the conflict between Wang Hongyi and Yang Fan. When he found out that Yang Fan was coming, he had mentioned this matter to Wang Hongyi and invited him to welcome him together. Unexpectedly, Wang Hongyi was very unhappy when he heard this. He coldly laughed and said, "What kind of thing is this Yang Fan? If he comes, I will go welcome him. I don't want to see him." With just one sentence, Provincial Governor Fan understood. From this, it could be imagined that Yang Fan and this Wang Hongyi were definitely not on good terms. Since that was the case, there was indeed no need for him to go meet him. The reason why Wang Hongyi was able to safely stay in the provincial governor's residence was also because of this sentence. Since he knew that the two of them were not on good terms, then Provincial Governor Fan would definitely not seek trouble by mentioning a few words about him in front of Yang Fan. From the start to the end, it was impossible for Yang Fan to know that he was in Jing province. However, he had never expected that when he was touring the Emperor's temple yesterday, he had already exposed himself. With a single question from Wang Hongyi, Yang Fan really could not do anything to him. As an imperial envoy, he was responsible for inspecting the various officials and the various patrolling imperial censors that were related to the officials. There was no reason for him to take charge of everything in the world and interfere with everything he saw. If he did not give a reasonable explanation for today's matter, then he would be abusing his authority. However, Yang Fan had his own ideas. He turned to Hu Yuanli and said, "Imperial Censor Hu, as the supervising imperial censor, I am responsible for inspecting the officials of the internal and external departments in the capital. Outside, I am responsible for inspecting the local areas, supervising the provinces and counties, testing the officials, impeaching illegal acts, and maintaining discipline. Today, I will have to trouble you with this strange matter." Yang Fan did not have the authority to investigate Wang Hongyi's matter, but Hu Yuanli did. As an imperial censor, Hu Yuanli's job was precisely this kind of task. Wherever he went, he could investigate that place. As long as he felt that something was amiss, he could investigate anything. Hu Yuanli nodded his head and said solemnly, "Wang Hongyi, you sold your title and bribed others. You were punished by the country's law and exiled to Jiaoji, never to be released. Why have you appeared in the city of Jingju and become an honored guest of the envoy?" Yang Fan looked on coldly from the side. When Hu Yuanli said this, the officials of Jingju did not have any strange expressions on their faces. It looked like they knew about Wang Hongyi's exile. Since that was the case, they still treated Wang Hongyi with such courtesy. Yang Fan frowned. Wang Hongyi tried his best to puff out his chest and said loudly, "Thanks to His Majesty's great kindness, when I arrived at Jingju, I received a decree from His Majesty to be pardoned." "Why? Is this why you're arresting me?" Hu Yuanli said in a deep voice, "Show me the imperial edict." Wang Hongyi stared at him and said, "What right do you have to see the imperial edict that His Majesty gave me?" Hu Yuanli slapped the table and said, "Because I am the supervising imperial censor." Wang Hongyi was sent to Jingju. After being taken in by the Jingju government, he received an imperial edict from the emperor to be pardoned. It was impossible for there to be only two officials. From the capital to Jiaoji, they had to send criminals off one stop at a time like this. Wang Hongyi had just been escorted by the officials of the Jingju government when he received an imperial edict, pardoning his punishment. Naturally, the officials of the Jingju government released him. After Provincial Governor Fan learned of this matter, he knew that there was hope for Wang Hongyi to be reinstated. This was why he was very courteous to him. However, Provincial Governor Fan had not seen the imperial edict. If he insisted on seeing the imperial edict before treating Wang Hongyi politely, wouldn't that be a clear sign of distrust? At that time, not only would he fail to be a good person, he would also make an enemy. In any case, in Provincial Governor Fan's opinion, it was impossible for anyone to forge an imperial edict. But how could he have known that Lai Junshan's subordinates were basically a group of lawless ruffians? Was there anything they didn't dare to do? Was there anything they didn't dare to do? Was there anything they couldn't do? At this moment, seeing Hu Yuanli and Wang Hongyi's conversation, Provincial Governor Fan did not dare to be so certain. Provincial Governor Fan coughed. With a stiff smile on his face, he said, "Imperial Censor Wang, Since Imperial Censor Hu has doubts, it is also part of his duty. Imperial Censor Wang, why don't you take out the Imperial Edict and show it to Imperial Censor Hu? This way, your innocence will be cleared. I believe that at that time, Imperial Censor Hu will also solemnly apologize to you. Wang Hongyi had ordered people to begin making the fake Imperial Edict on the day he left the capital. It was only when he dawdled his way to the Jingju government that his family finished making the fake Imperial Edict and sent it over at top speed. Admittedly, this Imperial Edict was exquisitely made and could fool the officials of the Jingju government responsible for escorting it. However, how could it fool Hu Yuanli? From the start, that official had never seen an Imperial Edict before. Furthermore, he did not dare to examine the Imperial Edict over and over again. However, since Hu Yuanli was already suspicious, how could this shoddily made fake Imperial Edict fool him? When Wang Hongyi heard Provincial Governor Fan's words, he lowered his head. After muttering to himself for a while, he raised his head and answered very straightforwardly, "The Imperial Edict was forged by me." When these words came out, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Provincial Governor Fan's face alternated between green and red. He did not know whether to be embarrassed or angry. A wanted criminal of the court was actually treated like an honored guest by him. A stately provincial governor was being made fun of like this. He had lost all his face. Hu Yuanli could not help but feel nervous. Only when Wang Hongyi said these words did his heart calm down. He could not help but want to laugh out loud. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and ignored the shocked discussions of the officials in the hall. He only leaned his body slightly toward Yang Fan and asked in a low voice, "Yang Langzhong, how do you think this matter should be handled?" Yang Fan raised his wine cup and used his sleeve to cover his mouth. He quietly replied, "A long night is fraught with dreams. Why not imitate the story of Prime Minister Li killing Hu Sai?" Chapter 563. Hu Yuanli listened to Yang Fan's words and nodded imperceptibly. He sat up straight again and said solemnly, "Forging an Imperial Edict. Wang Hongyi, you really have a lot of guts." Wang Hongyi smiled and raised his head, not bothering to pay him any attention. Forging an Imperial Edict was very rare. In that era, there were no popular storytelling methods such as storytelling and opera. Wang Hongyi, who was blind to the law, did not know how big of a crime he had committed. In his mind, he only pretended to be the emperor and said a few words. It was a crime on top of a crime. At worst, he would be sent to Jiaoji. Hu Yuanli said, "Deceiving the emperor is a heinous crime. Wang Hongyi, now that you've committed such a big crime in my hands, I won't forgive you." When Wang Hongyi heard the words heinous crime, he realized that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he hurriedly said, "Censor Hu, you and I work in the same censorate. We are colleagues. Don't go too far." Hu Yuanli laughed loudly and said, "Wang Hongyi, when you were the censor, I was the Luoyang County lieutenant. Now, I am the supervising censor and you are an exiled prisoner. What kind of colleagues are you and I?" Hu Yuanli stopped smiling and shouted sternly, "Guards! Drag this audacious thief who forged an Imperial Edict away and flog him to death." Wang Hongyi cried out in shock, "Hu Yuanli, you dare to kill me?" Hu Yuanli flicked his sleeve and said, "I have the right to deal with officials below the 5th rank. Moreover, you are a prisoner. So what if I kill you? Drag him away." A few soldiers did not allow him to speak and dragged the cursing Wang Hongyi out of Binyang Tower. They started to torture him on top of the city walls. Not long after, there was a faint sound of wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves coming from outside. Only then did the resentful expressions of the officials in the building improve a little. Wang Hongyi's falsification of the Imperial Edict had nothing to do with them. If they had only called Wang Hongyi brothers and drank with him, they would not have been so angry. From their reactions, it could be seen that they had helped this censor Wang in his hour of need a few days ago. The Yarrow province's barbarian chiefs were led by Zun Qi, Zhe Wen Hao, and Yun Xian. They led a dozen or so chieftains, as well as a few cave masters and stream masters from the barbarian provinces Xiamen, and 5 or 6 chiefs from the Lingnan's Li Liao. More and more people were rushing over, but Wu Zetian couldn't take it anymore. When these leaders rushed to Luoyang to seek an audience with the emperor, Wu Zetian was very happy to hear about it. She felt that the imperial court had subdued these areas and the chaos had been settled with a snap of the fingers. Now, the leaders of the various tribes had personally come to the capital to beg for forgiveness. This was a very honorable matter, so she ordered the Ministry of Rites to use 3 days to teach these barbarian chiefs the etiquette of meeting the emperor. She immediately held a court conference and publicly received these barbarian chiefs. The leaders of the various tribes went up to the hall to greet the emperor, paying their respects to him meticulously. Wu Zetian's royal countenance was delighted. But once these leaders knelt down, they didn't get up. After they finished begging for forgiveness, their eyes were brimming with tears. With abnormal resentment, they began to accuse the various imperial censors of doing evil deeds that angered the heavens and the people. They were forced into a corner and were forced to rebel. Not only did they accuse the imperial censor, they also accused many of the officials that the imperial court had sent to these areas. On one hand, the officials that the imperial court sent to these areas did indeed have a sense of arrogance in their bones. They did not treat the surrounding barbarians as equals. If they kept this arrogance in their bones, then it was fine. But once they put it into action, they would bully and humiliate them or indulge their subordinates to bully and humiliate them. On the other hand, most of the officials that were sent to these areas were not very successful in the imperial court. They knew that their future was hopeless. After this term, it was very likely that they would have to retire and return home, which would end their official careers. There were many people who thought that they would benefit themselves, their families, and their friends. If they wanted to do this, it was inevitable that the local tribes would be exploited and extorted. These chieftains were indeed full of grievances. They spoke one after another, speaking the truth, making Wu Zetian sitting on the dragon throne feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. All the civil and military officials in the court also lost face. When they spoke of their anger, these barbarian chieftains all took off their hairpins and draped their hair over their faces. They used the hairpins to cut their faces, making their faces stained with blood. This was a unique way to express their indignation and grievances. This display of power was not something that Wu Zetian, who grew up in a rich and powerful family, entered the palace at the age of 14, stayed there for a lifetime. Even if she was vicious and merciless, her will was as strong as iron, she was still at a loss for what to do under the unyielding performance of these local barbarian leaders. She could only comfort them with gentle words. The court meeting ended in a hurry amidst the complaints of the barbarian chieftains. Wu Zetian returned to the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, still angry. She had just summoned a group of prime ministers from the Political Affairs Hall and was about to discuss with them about the matters reported by the barbarian chieftains in detail when Hu Yuanli sent an urgent report from Jingju to the emperor. Attached to Hu Yuanli's memorial was a forged imperial edict. It had a yellow satin surface and was embroidered with gold and silver threads, with 2 dragons playing with a pearl. The imperial edict was actually made to perfection. Only by looking at the content, the format of the imperial edict and the large seal used could one see the flaws. Fake imperial edict. A criminal banished by the emperor dared to forge an imperial edict and pardoned himself. Moreover, he did not flee after the deed was done. Instead, he actually made friends with the nobles in Jingju and acted unscrupulously. If Hu Yuanli had not found out in time, he would have gone to other places to cheat after cheating Jingju. It was unknown how long he would have been outside and how many officials he had deceived before he was exposed. It was really a disgrace to the imperial court. How dare you? This is preposterous. Wu Zetian was so angry that her face turned green. Pass the imperial edict. No one is allowed to kill the survivors of the families that were killed by the imperial censors. Return them to me. Bowed to accept the imperial edict. Wu Zetian angrily paced 2 steps and said, Hu Yuanli has been meritorious in killing the traitor. Pass the imperial edict to reward him. The Jingju provincial governor, Fan Guang, was played by a criminal in the palm of his hand. He has lost the face of the imperial court. He will be removed from his position and returned to his hometown. Wu Zetian thought for a moment and said, transfer the Yarou provincial governor, Zhong Jianji, to the Jingju provincial governor. Wan's heart jumped. She thought to herself, finally, this person first used a letter to show his foresight. He also showed his ability in the rebellion of the barbarians in Yaroju. Now the clouds have finally cleared. Although this is an ordinary transfer, the door to his return to the capital has been opened. Wan thought to herself. She did not forget to remember all of Wu Zetian's orders. Wu Zetian turned to Li Zhaoda and the other prime ministers and said, "In today's court meeting, the Edi chiefs accused the officials of illegal actions. You have all heard it. Previously, there were officials in the border provinces who presented a memorial to the imperial court. They accused the officials in the border provinces. Most of them did not have the heart to pacify the enemy, nor did they have the ability to govern the area. They only cared about their own territories. They were crafty and cunning. They made friends with each other and supported their children. This caused the people in the Central Plains to flee. They all saw the lawless border provinces as a paradise. At that time, I did not think much of it. I thought it was an exaggeration. But now it seems that the situation in the border provinces is 100 times worse than what was said. Today, the anger of the local chieftains could not be expressed in words. In order to gain my trust, they did not hesitate to stab their own faces. Their clothes were stained with blood. The depth of their anger could be seen. Today, they had already filed a complaint before the emperor. If their situation still did not improve, perhaps, the next time they would rebel, it would not just be one place or one time, but everywhere, all the time, and it would not be as easy to pacify as it was this time. Prime Ministers, do you have any good ideas? Li Zhaoda glanced at the prime ministers and coughed lightly. He cupped his hands and said, "The revolution of the Zhou dynasty has changed everything. I believe that the atmosphere of the four barbarians and the desolate border should also change." All the prime ministers cupped their hands and said, "I agree." Everyone finished their discussion and left. At this time, Shanghai Wan had also finished writing the 4 imperial edicts. Wu Zetian read them and used her seal to send them to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Only then did she wave her sleeve and return to Lichuantai. On Lichuantai, there were several bamboo couches covered with brocade mattresses. Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi, dressed in silk, were lazily lying on the couches. Next to them were 2 little palace maids, who used their slender hands to peel lychees and put them in their mouths. Another 2 little palace maids were holding silver trays, in charge of collecting the lychees they spat out. The 2 of them were chatting and laughing when they suddenly saw Wu Zetian coming back. They quickly got up, one on the left and one on the right, and went forward to support Wu Zetian. When Wu Zetian saw these 2 cute young men, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Zhong Yizhi observed her expression and carefully asked, "Did the Holy One encounter something unpleasant in court today?" Wu Zetian said, "Isn't it because of those bastards from the imperial censorate? Humph. A bunch of people who have no respect for their superiors, who have no regard for the law and natural morality. What daring thing can't they do?" A trace of sternness flashed in Wu Zetian's eyes, and she ordered, "The imperial censorate's officials who left the capital for official business have failed the Holy One's expectations. All of them deserve to die. Wulang, we will leave this matter to you." A trace of joy flashed in the corner of Zhong Yizhi's eyes, and he quickly responded, "Yes. Whoever the Holy One says deserves to die, then that person will definitely die. Rest assured, the Holy One, leave this matter to me." The Zhong brothers were different from Shui Huai. They were true sons of an aristocratic family, so naturally they had a lot of connections to use. In the past, they didn't have the opportunity, but now that they had the Holy One's favor, they quickly established their own power. Therefore, Wu Zetian could leave this matter to him, and in the process of handling this matter, he could also further expand his own power. The 2 brothers were delighted, and they quickly helped Wu Zetian onto the bamboo couch, and took over the little palace maid's work. They personally peeled lychees and fed them to her. With sweet words from you and sweet words from me, the old lady gradually revealed a happy expression. However, there was a faint trace of doubt between Wu Zetian's brows, but she couldn't get rid of it. Zhong Yizhi saw this and couldn't help but ask again. Wu Zetian smiled and pinched his cheek, and said, "Xiaodong Shi, I know you are filial, so you don't need to ask. You can't help with this matter." After Wu Zetian finished speaking, she ate a lychee from Zhong Changzong's hand, and gently leaned on the bamboo couch. As she savored the sweet juice, she recalled the discussion in Wu Cheng Hall just now. Her white eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Li Zhaoda now has hundreds of promises. He is somewhat powerful enough to shock the Lord. Chapter 564. A few flaps of a butterfly's wings in the rainforest of the Marsan River can cause a tornado in Texas 2 weeks later. Just how big of a political storm would the censorate cause in the south-central, southeastern, and southwestern regions? Yang Fan didn't know how big the storm would be, but he knew it wouldn't be small. Anyway, his business was done, and there was no need to step into this political whirlpool. So he cleverly avoided Luoyang and went straight to Chang'an. Logically speaking, if the journey to the south had been peaceful, it would have been fine for him to go straight to Chang'an. However, so many things had happened on the way south. A dutiful, or perhaps a shrewd, official should return to the capital and appear in front of his emperor in time. Whether it was listening to inquiries or offering advice, this was the duty of an official, and only then could he get the emperor's favor. For Yang Fan, the emperor's favor was far less tempting than the moment his own flesh and blood looked at him the moment he was born. Moreover, he was the one who followed the censorate to put out the fire. After he killed 2 imperial envoys, he was also the one who persuaded the chiefs of Yaoju, Manju, and Panju to burn the divine palace of Wanxiang. Returning to the capital at this time, there would be many benefits, but there would also be many risks. It was better to avoid trouble. So, with the excuse that Wu Zetian's original instructions were not clear, and there was no clear explanation on whether Princess Taiping needed him to escort her back from Chang'an, Yang Fan decisively went to Chang'an. However, he didn't know how big the storm was. Could he avoid it by hiding in Chang'an? The wind was shapeless, the clouds were formless, and the world was impermanent. Who knew if he would step into an even more complicated and dangerous whirlpool with this step? He arrived at Chang'an. When he first entered Chang'an, Yang Fan almost thought he was back in Luoyang. Everything here was so similar to Luoyang. The layout of the city was similar to that of Luoyang, with the same horizontal and vertical streets, the same squares separated by high walls, and the same hundreds of years-old locust trees, elms, and weeping willows planted on the roadside. After a few more steps, he found something different again. The drainage ditches here were wider and deeper than those in Luoyang. Furthermore, they were all open ditches, so every intersection had to be bridged. There were more than 1 million people here, no less than Luang's. However, walking on the streets gave off the feeling that there were few people here. It was far less lively than Luoyang because the city was bigger and the streets were wider. The group entered the city and rushed to peaceful Peace Square. Yang Fan still had Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and the Dragon Martial Guards by his side. He couldn't just abandon everyone as soon as he entered the city and fly to Aunt Pei's house to see his wife. Therefore, he could only go to see Princess Taiping first. Princess Taiping's mansion was in Pingkang Lane. Turning into peaceful Peace Square along the 100-pace-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue, the feeling of being sparsely populated was instantly swept away. It was a completely different feeling inside the square and on the street. Compared to the several squares they passed by along the way, it was also very different. People came and went here, and it was very lively. Wine flags fluttered in the wind. Hu Ji, dressed in exotic ethnic clothing, waved at you enthusiastically. When you walked past them, her charming smile, intoxicating blue eyes, and the deep cleavage on her towering breasts, mixed with the fragrance of the wine wafting from the shop, would still float endlessly in your mind. The exotic beauty's charm had yet to fade away when 2 young married women wearing fongli came slowly, followed by 2 young maidservants in green clothes. A brimmed hat and a thin black veil extended from the brim of the young married women's hat to their knees, shrouding their entire bodies. Their figures were slim and graceful, and their charm was boundless. Compared to the wine-selling Hu Ji, this kind of married woman with the rich ancient style of the Qin and Han dynasties had a different flavor. Musical instrument shops, bookstores, jewelry shops, porcelain shops, wine shops, porridge and biscuit houses, row upon row. There were not only Tangs on the streets, but also Turks, Hueha, Tocharians, Sogdians, and even Kunlun slaves, Korean maidservants, Persians, nude lini, foreign monks, Taoists, and so on. There were all kinds of people, as if the whole world had been condensed here. Although Yang Fan became more anxious as soon as he entered Chang'an, he could not help but praise such a scene. This Pinkang Lane is so lively. Yang Fan had never been to Chang'an, so he did not know that this was the most prosperous and lively place in the whole of Chang'an, apart from the eastern and western markets. The reason why Pinkang Lane was so prosperous was that it was a place of pleasure and pleasure. In the whole of Chang'an, Pinkang Lane had the most prostitutes. Of course, although Pinkang Lane was the most seductive place in Chang'an, it was not the entire lane for prostitutes. The brothels in Pinkang Lane were concentrated in the north, while the south, east, and west were still inhabited by common people. Li Jing, Duke of Wei, Chu Suiliang, Marquis of Yangdi County, Chu Liang, Chancellor of the Imperial College, Kong Ingda, and other officials who had once served as civil and military officials of the imperial court all lived here. In the royal family, Princess Lanling, Li Shu, and Princess Taiping, Li Lingyu, also had mansions here. The north of Pinkang Lane was the place with the most concentration of brothels. After entering the north gate, there were the three sections of north, south, and middle. Most of the brothels in North Chu had a madam and a prostitute. Most of them were mother and daughter, and the daughter inherited the mother's business to make a living. Most of the brothels in South Chu had famous prostitutes. Each prostitute had its own building, just like a study. It was difficult for even the relatives of nobles to get close to them, and their wealth was also frighteningly high. Most of the brothels in Middle Chu had large brothels, and the prostitutes inside were of various grades. Those who were rich could have their own beauties, and those who were poor could also have ordinary, old prostitutes to entertain them. Of course, upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Censor who had always been serious in speech and manner, revealed a smile that only men could understand. He said, "Brother, this is Pinkang Lane, the gentle land of Chang'an. I remember when I passed the Jinsha examination and saw the list, all the new Jinsha were in high spirits and agreed to go to Pinkang Lane to get drunk and admire the flowers. Ha ha ha, it was a crazy night, a crazy night." Ma Qiao curled his lips and said, "You scholars have really become stupid from studying. You can't find any fun at all. You actually enjoy admiring flowers after becoming a Jinsha. I wonder what is the most famous flower in Chang'an. Old Hu, are you admiring the peony or morning glory?" Hu Yuanli rolled his eyes at him and said angrily, "What a stupid cow. Coming to Pinkang Lane to admire flowers, of course it's to admire women's flowers." Ma Qiao said curiously, "Women's flowers? Is there such a flower? This is the first time I've heard of it. Brother Fan, let's go and admire it together later. If it's really beautiful, I'll bring a pot back to Luoyang." Yang Fan could not help but laugh and said, "Women's flowers, women are like flowers. The women's flowers that brother Hu is talking about are naturally the beauties here. Come to think of it, this Pinkang Lane is like Luang's Gentleness Lane, where there are many brothels and wine shop." Hu Yuanli said with a smile, "Exactly. The women in the brothels here are graceful, eloquent, obedient, and pleasant. Most of them are proficient in poetry and songs. Whether you are a young hero in the capital, a ruffian in the streets, a scholar, or a rich gentleman, they can all distinguish between people, measure people according to your taste and habits, and coax you so much that you forget to return." When Ma Qiao heard that it was a brothel, he rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. "Visiting a brothel is just visiting a brothel. Why are you talking about women's flowers? I'm not a scholar, how would I understand those flowers that you drop in your book bags? Since it's a brothel, there's no need to go. There's no need to spend money on them." Hu Yuanli repeatedly shook his head and said, "Being young and romantic, after all, when you're old, there's always something to reminisce about. When you reach this old man's age, even if you want to go crazy, you won't have the capital to do so." Sun Yuxuan repeatedly nodded to the side, looking like he deeply agreed. Yang Fan pretended not to see Miss Hu Fei, who was dressed in a soldier's uniform. She had red lips and white teeth, and was very pretty, was riding her horse closer to Sun Yuxuan. Yang Fan asked him loudly, "So, when brother Sun passed the Jinsha examination, you also had a romantic life?" Sun Yuxuan said with a smile, "Haha, which young scholar wasn't like that back then? Once you pass the imperial examination, all of you in the same year have to go. If you don't get drunk in the arms of beauties, How can you repay the years of bitter study? I remember when I went to the capital to take the imperial examination, I lived in Luang's propaganda lane and rented a house there to prepare for the exam. During that time, I went to the Wen Nuan Fang with several friends. The Wen Nuan Fang was the first wine shop after entering from the West Gate. There was a Persian waitress there. This woman could sing and dance, her figure was charming. I fell in love with her at first sight. During those days, I often went there to drink, not to drink, but to hear her talk, to see her figure. Sun Yuxuan recalled his bitter love for that lovely and moving Persian girl. He couldn't help but show a bit of infatuation on his face. Ma Qiao also saw Miss Hu Fei. Her beautiful big eyes were narrowed dangerously. Ma Qiao held back his laughter and asked, "What about this Persian girl?" Sun Yuxuan hung his head and sadly said, "She was engaged by a rich man from Yangzhou, Shangzhou. The day I passed the imperial examination, I excitedly rushed to the wine shop, but I didn't see her. When I asked the innkeeper, it was as if I was struck by lightning." With a smile that was not a smile, Yang Fan said, "I didn't expect Dr. Sun to be such a passionate person. Could it be that you still can't forget her?" Sun Yuxuan sighed and said, "The first person I love in my life, how can I forget her?" While saying that, he raised his head. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw Miss Hu Fei. Sun Yuxuan's heart jumped, but his expression didn't change. He immediately changed his words and calmly said, "However, ever since I had Miss Hu, my heart could no longer let go of anyone else." Yang Fan laughed out loud and said, "You should save these words for Miss Hu. It's useless to tell us." Yang Fan laughed and rode away. Hu Yuanli and Ma Qiao also laughed and followed him. Only Sun Yuxuan was left behind, looking at the sweet smiling Miss Hu Fei with a bitter expression. Miss Hu Fei's eyebrows and eyes were also smiling. Her voice was sweet and greasy. "I really didn't know brother had so many romantic past. That girl is called Persian, right? It doesn't sound like a Han family name. Where is she from? Compared to her, who is prettier?" As Miss Hu Fei was speaking, her pair of slender fingers made a gesture to pinch the soft flesh on Sun Yuxuan's waist. A moment later, a miserable scream sounded in Pingkang Square, followed by Sun Yuxuan's sorrowful and indignant cry, "The one with the surname Yang, you are not a good friend." Chapter 565. In front of the dressing table, a maid stood behind Princess Taiping, combing her long hair. Taiping had not lived in this mansion much in the past. Ever since she was very young, her father and mother often moved to Luoyang. Although she had spent her childhood in Chang'an, she was still young at that time and still lived in the palace. When she grew up, married, and received this mansion, she had lived in Luoyang for a long time. However, this mansion was well maintained. Even if she did not come to Chang'an, she would pay attention to the repair and maintenance of this mansion every year. After returning to Chang'an this time, the mansion only added some daily necessities, and the whole mansion regained its liveliness. In the bedroom, the curtains and bed were dazzling, and the dowry and pillows were also luxurious. Behind the 6 jade screens, which were inlaid with gold and inlaid with tortoiseshell shells, was a huge bed with tassels hanging down and curtains hanging high. The bedding on the bed was soft and fragrant, and the silk was glistening. On top of a red sandalwood 5-screen dressing table with cloud patterns, there was a bronze mirror with water chestnut flowers and jade beads. The mirror reflected Princess Taiping's charming and moving face. The reflection of the mirror was like a small mountain, with clouds on her temples and her cheeks as white as snow. Princess Taiping looked at the mirror. From her angle, she could see a figure reflected in the mirror from the side of the screen. The man was wearing a folded headscarf on his head and a long robe with the collar crossed. He was standing with his back bent. He was a man. The man was reporting to Princess Taiping. As soon as the people from the imperial censorate left the capital, they became arrogant. In Jiannan, Qianzhong and Lingnan, they forced Wu Man, Bai Man, Xie Man and Li Liao to rebel. Now, these local barbarian leaders have come to the capital to file a complaint against the emperor. Not only did they file a complaint against the censorate, they even filed a complaint against the officials stationed in these areas, accusing them of being greedy by nature, accusing them of holding their positions without doing anything. The emperor is enraged, and has ordered the Government Affairs Bureau to investigate this matter. Princess Taiping sat quietly, listening to his report while opening the mirror. The door on the left of the dressing table opened silently, and a wooden maid slid out. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her arms were placed in front of her. She was holding a face cloth, makeup powder, and eyebrow ornaments in her hands. Princess Taiping took a box of makeup powder from the wooden figurine. When she heard his words, her hand suddenly stopped. She frowned and pondered for a moment before saying slowly, in other words, a large number of officials in Jiannan, Quanzhong and Lingnan will be dismissed. Taiping waved his hand, and the little maid behind him stopped and took a step back. Princess Taiping's long hair draped over her shoulders as she slowly paced around the room. After this incident, the imperial censorate is completely done for. The officials who are related to the imperial censorate will also suffer misfortune. A large number of officials in the south will be replaced, and there will definitely be a large number of vacancies in the imperial court. Taiping's eyes flickered and gradually brightened. No wonder Ning Ku, who seldom shows himself, invited me to the banquet. Haha, I'm afraid it has something to do with this. Princess Taiping abruptly turned her head and stared at him. What's happening in the imperial court? The man bowed and said, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi are moving around, but they are not interested in the barren land. They just want to make use of a deal to exchange more vacancies in the imperial court from other factions for their own people. In addition, the Zhong brothers, Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong, have already heard the news and are trying to profit from it. However, they have little interest in the official positions outside of the capital. Their plan is the same as Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi. They also want to use the method of helping others fight for the local official positions and then plant their own people in the imperial court. Princess Taiping frowned. When the position of crown prince was about to be lost, she offered Zhong Changzong to the mother empress. Although the position of crown prince was temporarily saved by Zhong Changzong's mediation, she did not expect that the Zhong brothers were not willing to be a gigolo. They were also so keen on power. This development made her very uncomfortable, but the Zhong brothers' influence was still very limited. Princess Taiping did not think that the opposite side would become a big trouble for her. So although she was a little unhappy, she did not have the idea of making another enemy. Princess Taiping thought for a while and asked, Is there any movement from Li Zhaoda? The man said, Li Zhaoda is now gathering people from the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Judiciary, and the right side of the censor to thoroughly investigate the illegal activities of the officials in the border states. I have not seen any movement from him. Princess Taiping smiled and said, Yes, they are in a favorable position. Of course they are not in a hurry. Princess Taiping thought for a moment and said hurriedly, No, we can't miss this opportunity. I have to go back to Luoyang as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Princess Taiping frowned again and said to herself, I don't know how he is now. Where did he go after leaving Panju? Is he on his way back to the capital city or? Before he could finish, someone outside the door reported in a loud voice, Your Highness, Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli, and Sun Yuxuan have led a team of dragon guards to the front of the mansion. They seek an audience with Your Highness. Princess Taiping was happy and said cheerfully, He is here. A big city with a population of more than 1 million was very rare in the early Tang dynasty. Even so, the southern area of Chang'an was still sparsely populated and the land was barren, which showed the vastness of Chang'an. The population of Chang'an was mainly distributed in the northern half of the city, with the largest population in Chongren Square. The real old Chang'an who had lived here for generations must have an old house in this square, even if they no longer lived here, as long as their homes were not ruined. Chongren Square was close to the Jingfeng Gate Street of the imperial city and connected to the Eastern Market. When the Great Zhu was still in the Tang dynasty, the capital was set up here. The imperial censorate of 21 prefectures was also set up here. Those who went to the capital for official business and those who were selected to enter the capital were all gathered here and often held banquets. Every night, other places might be quiet, but other than Yongkang Square, Chongren Square was the busiest. It was noisy all night and the lights were bright. The mansions of Zhongsun Wuji, Duke of Zhao, and Jiao Shilian, Duke of Shun, were also in this square. They were both figures in the Lingyan Pavilion, one ranked first and the other ranked sixth. However, Such great achievements did not guarantee that they would perish with the country. Zhongsun Wuji was sentenced to death by Emperor Gaozong Liji, and Jiao Shulian was already dead at that time. His son was implicated and was also demoted. Zhongsun Wuji was Emperor Gaozong Liji's blood-related uncle, and Jiao Shulian was Zhongsun Wuji's blood-related uncle and Liji's blood-related granduncle. In Emperor Gaozong's later years, he restored the titles of nobility to these two people. Since these two people were already dead, Wu Zetian did not want to fall out with Li Ji because of this, so she let it be. Although the descendants of these two people were lucky to have their hereditary titles restored, from then on they were abnormally low-key and lived in seclusion. They no longer participated in the affairs of the country and only cared about being quiet and inactive dukes. Because of this, they were able to avoid the subsequent political purges. At this moment, in a spacious hall in the rear residence of Duke Shenfu, there was a rare grand occasion of more than 10 guests gathered in one place. The decoration of the hall was not extravagant, but it was very clean and elegant. The guests did not wear embroidered clothes. The colors of their clothes were simple, clean, and comfortable. Judging from the seating positions of these guests, it was a little strange. Most of these guests were old men in their 70s or 80s. Occasionally, there were one or two strong men and young men. However, the order in which they sat did not seem to have a fixed order. These people might not all have titles of nobility, and they were not officials. Then the order in which they sat should be according to age. But in reality, this was not the case. A middle-aged scribe in his 40s sat at the 4th seat, and on the 6th seat was a handsome youth who looked to be in his 20s. But the people sitting on their left and right were white-haired old people. It was really unknown what order they sat according to. These people were all kneeling on the ground. Even the white-haired old man had his neck straight and his back straight. He was sitting very energetically. Obviously, they had received strict training since they were young and had long become accustomed to sitting, lying down, and walking. So their words and actions revealed a kind of dignity and grace in their bones. Most of these people did not go out all year round. It was difficult to find someone in the entire Chang'an who could recognize everyone in the hall. If there was someone who could really recognize all of these people, it would be amazing. Because these inconspicuous old men, strong men, and youths were all the heads of the Guanlong rich families. When these people gathered together, it was obvious that they were planning something big. However, inside and outside the Jiao residence, the 3 alleys were all filled with their sentries. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in, so how could anyone see their gathering? It seemed that they had talked for a long time, and now they entered a short period of silence. After a while, a white-haired old man sitting at the highest seat slowly said, "These years, we have been trying hard to take back what should have belonged to us, but we have lost. Unfortunately, we have spent so much effort to infiltrate, and lost another group in the political struggle. So far, we have not achieved anything." The old man's voice was old and hoarse, but no one dared to see him as a weak old man. His voice was still strong, and his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's. He glanced around coldly and emphasized in a heavy tone, "This is a chance for us to revive, a rare chance. Maybe, it is also our last chance." He didn't say too much. Everyone present was a smart person, and everyone should understand what he meant. Since this opportunity was so important to everyone, no matter who benefited more from it, everyone should do their best. If anyone had any ulterior motives, that person would be everyone's public enemy. The old man sitting at the 2nd seat coughed softly and said in a clear voice, "When I was traveling in the East Sea, I once saw fishermen catching crabs on the coast of Penglai. Crabs have 8 legs and 2 pincers. The wicker basket is not without leverage, and the crabs can climb out. But the strange thing is, when the fisherman catches the first crab, he needs to cover it to prevent it from climbing out, but when he catches more crabs, he doesn't even need to cover it anymore." I was still a young man at that time, and out of curiosity, I went to ask the fisherman. The fisherman smiled and said, "If any crab wants to climb out, there will be other crabs climbing on top of it." I observed carefully, and it was indeed so. At this point, he paused and smiled. "I think everyone understands what Duke Wei means. I hope everyone can put down their prejudices, put down their own gains and losses, and go all out for our common hope. If anyone wants to be the crab that no one can climb out. The old man laughed twice, and there was a hint of killing intent in his voice. That is our public enemy.